Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 226, The Great Saint's Shock. I've met my father. In the lobby of Gujia's Wang, Gu Xiu bowed respectfully to Gu Qingfeng. In front of his father, he always had an instinctive fear and did not dare to be presumptuous. To this, Gu Xiu only thought that this was the father's suppression of his son's bloodline. You're back. You're at the middle level of the marrow cleansing realm. It seems that you also have your own opportunities during this time. Gu Qingfeng nodded with satisfaction, as if he had just learned about the other party's breakthrough. Then, Gu Qingfeng looked at Gu Xiu. When he saw the black ring on the other person's left hand from the corner of his eyes, he raised his eyebrows slightly, and then returned to his original state. This time, Gu Xiu said, "My son plans to go out for a while to practice. It may take a long time to come back, so coming back from this trip can also be regarded as saying goodbye to his father. Flowers in the greenhouse have to withstand wind and rain after all. You can achieve a lot of breakthroughs in your cultivation after being away from home for a short period of time. It can be seen that staying at home blindly is not good for your cultivation. But your mother has also missed you for a long time. Now that you are back, you should stay with her for 2 days before leaving." Gu Qingfeng waved his hand, and when he was about to drive people away, he suddenly thought of something and threw a jade box over. "This is what my father gave you. If you are in danger, pour your energy and blood into it, and you will be able to kill powerful enemies." "Thank you, father." Gu Xiu looked at the jade box in his hand doubtfully, but still took the things away. The remnant soul of the strong. Gu Qingfeng's eyes became deep. He had just felt a weak and terrifying aura on Gu Xiu's body. It should be the remnant soul of the strong man mentioned in the information panel. As for the level of the remnant souls of these powerful men, Gu Qingfeng doesn't know yet. The last time he learned about the cultivation level of middle-aged Zi, it was because he saw the other party's figure in the memory of the ferocious beast. But at the moment, he only sees the treasure where the opponent lives, but does not really see the existence of the remnant soul. Gu Qingfeng is not sure whether the corresponding information will be revealed in the subsequent information panel. But the cultivation level of the remnant soul must not be weak. After all, the other party was well hidden. If Gu Qingfeng hadn't stepped into the 4th level of the Dao Palace and his spiritual power had greatly increased, it would have been difficult to truly discover the existence of that person. But Gu Xiu didn't say anything, and Gu Qingfeng didn't deliberately expose the other party. As for what Gu Xiu said about going out to practice for a while, Gu Qingfeng suspected that the other party was probably leaving Kyushu. To this, Gu Qingfeng also didn't stop him. At night, in the bedroom, Gu Xiu opened the jade box left by Gu Qingfeng, and immediately his pupil shrank, and he saw a severed finger quietly placed there in the jade box. The wound on the severed finger was fresh, and the blood on it seemed to be flowing slowly, as if it had been cut off just now. What's more, the severed finger in front of him exuded a powerful aura, and the terrifying power made Gu Xiu's breathing slow down a lot. "This is what your father left to you. This severed finger is extraordinary. Even a monk from the idol Dao Palace can suppress it directly in front of you." At this time, the voice of the great emperor came out slowly. "Hear his words." Gu Xiu's expression changed. "Senior, do you mean that this severed finger can suppress the strong men in the Dao Palace realm?" What is the Dao Palace realm? Gu Xiu naturally knew it very well. According to the words of the great emperor, in today's Dharma-ending era, those in the Dao Palace realm are almost the top powerhouses in the ancient world. Any Dao Palace realm has a good status in the ancient world. In addition, this is an existence that is above the realm of divine transformation. Although Gu Xiu had not really witnessed the powerful people in the Dao Palace realm with his own eyes, he could understand the horror of this realm from the few words of the emperor's great sage. However, such a strong person, the severed finger in front of you can be directly suppressed. How could Gu Xiu not be shocked by these discoveries? At this time, the voice of the emperor's great sage also became solemn, even slightly shocked. Your father is not simple. If I guessed correctly, he may have discovered my existence. According to your original statement, your father is just a monk in the realm of divine transformation. But now it seems that it is not just as simple as the divine transformation realm. Even if it is an ordinary Deo Palace realm in front of him, it is estimated that it will be easily suppressed. This person's cultivation is not very strong, but his spiritual thoughts are incredibly powerful, and his energy and blood are incredibly strong. If I guess correctly, when the time of great strife comes in the future, your father will be able to attain enlightenment and become a saint in an instant. Even if he steps into the realm of the great saint, it will only be a matter of time. Emperor Huangji was really shocked. In his time, the great sage Huang had seen too many geniuses and monsters. There are monsters who can use the divine transformation realm to counterattack the Deo Palace realm, and there are also semi-saints who can rival true saints. However, as evil as Qingfeng, this was the first time he saw the great emperor. With the cultivation vision of the emperor's supreme sage, he could certainly see that Qingfeng was only at the 4th level of the Deo Palace realm. But the powerful spirit of energy and blood made the emperor almost think that he was a semi-sage in front of him. The 4th level of Tao Palace. On par with a half-saint. It can only be described as outrageous. If he waits until the other party truly enters the 9th level of the Deo Palace realm, or even aspires to the semi-saint realm, it will be easy to defeat the saint. The emperor's words made Gu Xiu freeze on the spot. He asked in disbelief, "Senior, is my father really that strong?" "Very strong." Huang Zhisheng gave a positive evaluation. "With your father's current strength, in the ancient world, I'm afraid he belongs to the truly top group. If there are no saints, I'm afraid there are only a handful of strong men who can match him. I thought your talent was already strong enough, but now that I see your father's existence, I understand that a tiger father has no son. Your future achievements will definitely be high, but even I can't say for sure what your father's achievements will be." The great emperor sighed with emotion. The age of great conflict is only 1,000 or 2,000 years away now. With the other party's current cultivation level, there will definitely be no problem waiting for the age of great conflict to arrive. This era, that one will definitely shine. But the emperor and the great sage were also pleased. He only has a remnant soul now. If he can establish a good relationship with the descendants of such powerful men, it will be much easier to recast his body in the future. While the emperor was thinking secretly, Gu Xiu's mind was shaken, and he could not wake up from the former's words for a long time. No way! No matter who knows that his father's cultivation has reached the top level in the world, they can't help but be shocked. All the time, Gu Xiu thought that Qingfeng was in the state of divine transformation. Qushu fell. According to the words of the great emperor, in such an environment, it is not easy to cultivate to the realm of divine transformation, and it is as difficult as ascending to heaven to truly aspire to the Deo Palace. Result: his father not only aspired to the Deo Palace, but was also suspected to be a top being who could rival a semi-saint. Subsequently, Gu Xiu looked at the severed finger in the jade box in front of him, his expression slightly startled again. "So, this severed finger also comes from my father." Monks in the divine transformation realm can be reborn after severed limbs. The geniuses of many forces in the ancient world will have some treasures to protect themselves, but it is rare to see the broken bodies of such strong men. After all, the higher the cultivation level of a monk, the less likely his body is to be mutilated. Even if a broken limb can be reborn, the newly conceived mutilated body cannot be compared with the original one. Take the severed finger in front of you as an example. If you want to temper the finger that has been regenerated by the physical body to its peak level, it will take a long time. For the strong, time is an extremely important thing, so they will not easily damage their body unless necessary. The emperor's great sage's words made Gu Xiu's expression clear, and he was immediately moved in his heart. My father seems to be strict, but in fact he is also quite caring about himself. Knowing that he was leaving, he kept this severed finger for his own protection. But even though he knew that Gu Qingfeng's cultivation level was very strong and he was a top expert in the current era of law ending, Gu Xiu still wanted to leave Qushu and enter the Five Realms. Just because according to the words of Emperor Huangji, the spiritual energy of Zhu is very thin. If you stay here for a long time to practice, you will not be able to compare with the outside world. Although it was unclear why Gu Qingfeng could reach this point in Zhu, Gu Xiu understood that he was probably not qualified to compare with his father. And his father is a powerful man comparable to a semi-saint, but his son has not yet completed the 5 realms of body refining, so it would be a bit embarrassing to tell him. So Gu Xiu stayed in Gujiazhuang for 2 days, and finally embarked on the journey to the 5 domains under Su Yulan's reluctant eyes and instructions. Your Majesty, the 3 young masters have left the capital and are heading directly towards the ancient Beast Mountain range. Half a day later, Hong Yi came to report. Gu Qingfeng nodded. You no longer need to follow Zhu's whereabouts. Pay close attention to other people coming out of the ancient Beast Mountain range. Yes. Hong Yi took the order and retreated. Looking at the lobby in front of him, Gu Qingfeng was silent for a while, then suddenly shook his head and laughed. The child is growing up after all. Subsequently, he glanced at the information panel. Your heir Gu Xiu received the guidance of the 9th level remnant soul of the Great Saint Realm, and his strength has improved slightly. Your heir Gu Xiu was attacked by a vicious beast *69. Your heir Gu Xiu killed the 2nd level ferocious beast of Zhang refining. Your heir Gu Xian was attacked by a vicious beast *367. Your heir Gu Xian received the guidance of a 9th level monk in the divine transformation realm, and his strength has improved. Your heir Gu Xian accidentally took the treasure of heaven and earth, and his cultivation level improved slightly. Your heir Gu Yang has gained a little understanding of the divine transformation technique, and his strength has increased accordingly. Your heir Gu Shennan, the 9th level of the Great Saint Realm. When Gu Qingfeng saw the first line of information, his eyes instinctively shrank, as if he had seen something incredible. He knew that the remnant soul of a strong man in Gu Xiu was not simple. After all, it was almost able to hide it from his own spiritual perception, so it was naturally not much different. But Gu Qingfeng never expected that the remnant soul of a strong man in the other party was a strong man at the 9th level of the Great Saint Realm. Above the saints. Then he is the great sage. According to the information left behind by Murongxiu, the saint is extremely terrifying and can create an eternal holy land. It is conceivable how terrifying the strength of the powerful Saint Realm Master who is superior to the saint is. The remnant soul of the Great Saint Realm. Xiu'er has this opportunity, and I'm afraid his achievements in the future will be quite high. Gu Qingfeng murmured to himself. Compared with the opportunities Gu Xiu had, Gu Xian's opportunities seemed a bit inadequate. After all, the latter was only accompanied by a 9th level monk of the Divine Transformation Realm. Of course, the 9th level of the Divine Transformation Realm is actually not weak. Just comparing it to a strong man at the 9th level of the Great Saint Realm is not enough. Even if the 9th level Great Saint Realm is just a remnant soul, it is not comparable to that of a cultivator in the Divine Transformation Realm. In addition, there is a remnant soul of a top sage in Qushu, which is also somewhat intriguing. Gu Qingfeng was a little curious as to whether this great sage was a local monk in Qushu or an outsider. If he was an outsider, how could he fall in Qushu? But thinking about the information he had collected so far, Gu Qingfeng suppressed some of his thoughts. Qushu now. But there are many secrets. Your heir Gu Yang was furious when he learned that outside monks broke into Zhu to cause trouble, and immediately sent strong men to suppress it. In order to stabilize the people's sentiments, your heir Gu Yang has stepped up the defense of the Qushu border. Your heir Gu Yang vigorously develops the Shenwu Academy and enhances the heritage of the Shenwu dynasty. Your heir Gu Xian accidentally received a treasure of heaven and earth. After taking it, his qualifications will be improved to a certain extent. Your heir Gu Xian gained a deeper understanding of the heavenly sword during the life and death fight, and the true meaning of the heavenly sword broke through the 6th level. Your heir Gu Xiu was accidentally attacked by a ferocious beast in the divine transformation realm, and later killed the beast with a severed finger. Your heir Gu Xiu discovered a mature elixir from the place where the ferocious beasts from the divine transformation realm fell. Your heir Gu Xiu took the elixir and his cultivation level improved significantly. Your heir Gu Xiu has broken through to the lower level of the marrow cleansing realm. Reward improvement points *50. Your heir Gu Xiu has broken through and reached the perfection of marrow cleansing state. Reward improvement points *50. Your heir Gu Xiu was attacked by a vicious beast *1369. Your heir Gu Xiu has entered the Eastern Territory. Your heir Gu Xiu was attacked by monks *2369. Your heir Gu Xiu was attacked by a master level monk *19. Your heir Gu Xiu was attacked by a Grand Master Realm monk *6. Your heir Gu Xiu was attacked by a monk from the Divine Transformation Realm, and he was killed with a severed finger. Your heir. When Gu Qingfeng was in seclusion, he would watch the changes in the information panel every now and then, always keeping track of the movements of his descendants. At the beginning, the text that appears in the information panel is normal. But since Gu Xiu stepped into the Eastern Territory, he was attacked frequently by many monks, as if he had stabbed a certain force's nest, including those in the Grand Master Realm and Grand Master Realm, and even monks in the Divine Transformation Realm came forward. Just from Gu Xiu's more than 2,000 attack records, Gu Qingfeng could understand how desperate the opponent was. If you dare to attack my son, don't let me know who it is, otherwise he will definitely come to deal with you. Gu Qingfeng's eyes were slightly cold. Although it seems that Gu Xiu has been attacked by many, he has not been hurt at all. The only one who was strong in the Divine Transformation Realm took action and was killed by the severed finger he left behind. But after seeing his son being bullied, it was impossible for Gu Qingfeng not to be angry. That is to say, the eastern region is separated by the ancient Beast Mountain Range, otherwise Gu Qingfeng would have to go to the eastern region. But Gu Xiu has the remnant soul of the top great saint in his body, and he has the trump card he left behind to protect him, so the problem should not be big. This way, Gu Qingfeng was also calmer. There are benefits to a little practice. As for liquidation, there will be opportunities in the future. During this time, more and more monks are coming out of the ancient Beast Mountain Range and entering Kyushu, causing a lot of commotions. To these outside monks, the Juzhu monks were weak and could cause disputes and massacres at will. There were even monks who massacred hundreds of thousands of people just to refine a certain treasure. To this, the Shenwu dynasty was furious. Gu Yang immediately asked Gu and Wu to set off to various places to suppress all the troublemakers. The powerful men of the 9th level of the 4 divine transformations finally took action, finally reducing the arrogance of the outside monks a lot. No one expected it. Given the weakness of Kyushu, there are 4 powerful 9th level gods in the realm of transformation who can take charge. In the face of such strength, other monks naturally did not want to conflict with the court. This way, Kyushu finally regained some peace. However, these monks lurking in Juzhu are always a hidden danger. Gu Qingfeng knew about these matters, but at present, Gu Yang could temporarily stabilize the situation, so he did not really come forward. This day, a natural vision. I saw a terrifying celestial phenomenon suddenly appear on Qingyun State, as if there was an unparalleled body standing in the sky, and there was a divine light rising into the sky, making the night as bright as day. Such terrifying visions of heaven and earth covered a wide area, as if all the people in the state could clearly see it. Inside Gujia's Wang, Gu Qingfeng was also alarmed by these visions. He looked into the void in front of him. The majestic body stood tall in the sky, and an aura as terrifying as the abyss emanated, which shocked Gu Qingfeng's mind. Tao Palace Realm? No. At least they are all at the semi-saint level, and they may even be true saints. Gu Qingfeng's eyes were solemn. The aura of the figure in front of him was particularly terrifying, which showed what level of strength he had reached during his lifetime. In Murongxiu's memories, the birth of a secret inheritance was usually accompanied by visions of heaven and earth. Now, the appearance of such visions of heaven and earth is obviously consistent with the information left by Murongxiu. It's not just Murongxiu's memory. Hanan and Mr. K also have relevant information in their memories. It can be said, after getting the information left by Murongxiu and the two people who searched for the soul and returned to the Yuan dynasty, Gu Qingfeng knew the situation in the outside world well, even if he had been staying in Kyushu. Immediately, Gu Qingfeng stepped into the air with one step, his body stayed in the void, and when he looked towards the vision, he could truly see the direction in which the vision appeared. Outside Tianxiang Pass. Gu Qingfeng's eyes moved slightly. In his sight, there were now many monks heading towards Tianxiang Pass. These monks. There are local monks from Kyushu and monks from outside. Visible. What kind of shock did the vision of heaven and earth outside Tianxiang Pass bring? Next breath, Gu Qingfeng stepped into the palace and met Gu Yang. Father. At this moment, Gu Yang was also alarmed by the strange phenomena in the world. After seeing Gu Qingfeng's arrival, his solemn expression finally softened a bit. Gu Qingfeng said, "The vision of heaven and earth seems to be related to the inheritance of the secret realm. There is also an opportunity for ancient powerful people to stay outside Tianxiang Pass. You can take people to Tianxiang Pass for a visit. My child understands." When he heard the words secret realm inheritance, Gu Yang's expression was a little fiery. He was able to reach this point because of many opportunities. Now that such a vision of heaven and earth appears, it is conceivable how powerful the opportunity to be born will be. Gu Yang will naturally not miss such an opportunity. Subsequently, Gu Yang said, "Now that the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth has appeared, Tianxiang Pass will also be affected. I also asked my father to go to Tianxiang Pass to take charge of the situation. Don't let outside monks harm our Shenyu people." Can. Gu Qingfeng nodded and left Yukong. Seeing Gu Qingfeng leaving, Gu Yang immediately mobilized the powerful men of the imperial court and led his men towards Tianxiang Pass. A natural vision. There must be a great opportunity. Fu He, who was in the ancient Beast Mountain range, was shocked when he saw such a strange phenomenon. He immediately led Gu Xian towards that place. Although Fu He has no idea about the inheritance of saints, it does not mean that he is really not tempted at all by opportunities. To know. Fu He has now entered the 9th level of the divine transformation realm, which is almost the limit. If you want to break the shackles of the 9th level of the divine transformation realm and truly step into the Dao Palace realm, you need a great opportunity. At the moment, opportunity arises. Looking at the visions of heaven and earth, these visions are at least related to the Taoist palace level, and may even be higher. Fu He naturally does not want to miss it. The other side. A middle-aged monk stood in the sky, looking at the direction where the vision of heaven and earth appeared. His calm expression finally changed a little, and his eyes became much hotter. This kind of aura is at least a semi-saint, or it is possible that it has entered the level of a true saint. In this way, even if this trip cannot find the inheritance of the saints in the hands of Shenyang Holy Land in the past, it is a worthwhile trip if we can get this opportunity. Xiu was also a little excited inside. He is a powerful man in the Dao Palace realm and an elder of a top holy land, but that doesn't mean he is not tempted by these opportunities. Don't talk about the saint's chance. Even if a semi-saint is born by chance, he will be robbed by many powerful people. Xiu has not gained much since he stepped into the ancient Beast Mountain range for a long time. Now that he was born by such an opportunity, How could he turn a blind eye? When Xiu went to where the vision of heaven and earth was, so did the other strong men in the ancient Beast Mountain range. Once you enter the ancient Beast Mountain range, it's like being stuck in a quagmire, and it's not easy to really find a way out. So, the moment the vision of heaven and earth appeared, it was like a lighthouse in the sea, like a guiding light in the darkness. All the monks rushed towards the direction of the vision like moths. Just from the aura in the vision and shadow, most monks understood that the opportunity to be born this time was definitely not simple. Faced with such an opportunity, many monks even temporarily put aside the matter of finding the saint's inheritance. Whether the saint's inheritance can be found is full of uncertainty. After all, time is thousands of years apart, so how can it be easy to find them? But now it is a real thing to be born by chance. These monks naturally know very well what is the importance and what is the importance. End of chapter. Chapter 227. Is this your father? In a county town, a blood cloud covered the sky and the earth, and many monks and people in the city looked panicked. Whoever dares to come here to cause trouble is not afraid of being punished by the court. Su Guangdao shouted angrily. He is the magistrate responsible for managing this city. Now when he sees the blood cloud appear, he instinctively feels uneasy in his heart. But, despite his uneasiness, Su Guangdao didn't show any fear. As he finished speaking, a blood-clothed figure suddenly appeared in the void. He had a middle-aged face, but there was an evil smile on his face. "Gg, it is a lifetime honor for you to be able to refine blood banners for me. A mere dynasty is worthy of threatening me. I am afraid that you have never heard of the name of my blood cloud patriarch. Say it." Ancestor Suiyun smiled disdainfully and looked at Su Guangdao with contempt. A monk at the 5th level of Zhang refining was like an ant in his eyes. According to his spiritual perception, there are many monks in this county, but the highest level of cultivation is only at the internal organs refining level. Such monks are equivalent to ants in the eyes of the ancestor Suiyun. Now, some outside monks outside Qidian County changed slightly when they heard this and saw the blood cloud in the void. "Ancestor Suiyun. This one is here too." "Hiss, I didn't expect that the vision of heaven and earth would appear and attract this person. I'm afraid many people will die next." When many monks talked about Patriarch Suiyun, they had a lot of fear on their faces, as if the other party was some kind of terrifying existence. Other side. Fu He and Gu Xian also came here. When he heard the discussion of Patriarch Suiyun and other monks, Gu Xian couldn't help but turned his head and asked. "May I ask, Master, who is this blood cloud patriarch?" Ancestor Suiyun is a casual cultivator from the eastern region. He has a very fierce reputation. It is said that he has already entered the 3rd level of the Dao Palace realm, and his cultivation is terrifying. In addition, this person acted cruelly and practiced a skill called Blood Cloud demonic skill. He often killed ordinary monks, thus attracting the wrath of heaven and the resentment of people. There was a time when a holy land sent out several Dao Palace realm experts to surround and kill Patriarch Suiyun, but in the end, he easily escaped. If this person appears here, I am afraid that the people of this city will not be able to escape bad luck. Fu He looked at Qidian County, which was already covered in blood clouds, and shook his head slightly, as if he had foreseen the fate of these people. No wonder Fu He thinks so. After all, any strong person in the Dao Palace realm is an extremely terrifying existence, not to mention that the ancestor Suiyun has already entered the 3rd level of the Dao Palace realm, and his cultivation is much stronger than that of the average Dao Palace realm. Hear the words. Gu Xian looked a little ugly. Today's world belongs to the Gu family. Now Patriarch Suiyun wants to kill the people of the imperial court, which is a slap in the Gu family's face. For a moment, Gu Xian just wanted to take action forcefully. However, Fu He saw what he was thinking and directly stopped him. Ancestor Suiyun's strength is not simple, and this person acts unscrupulously. If you don't take action, with your status as a disciple of Taizhou Holy Land, that person will still have some scruples. But if you really make it angry, even Taizhou Holy Land will not be able to protect you. Fu He said in a deep voice. It should be noted that death is death. Even if Taizhou Holy Land avenges you later and kills the ancestor Suiyun, you will not be able to come back to life. Keep the green hills and don't worry about running out of firewood. This is another lesson I will teach you. Every genius is a proud and arrogant person. At this point, Fu He certainly understood. But in Fu He's view, when it's time to be patient, you have to be patient. Throughout the ages, many strong men have strived to reach the top step by step like this. Hear the words. Gu Xian secretly clenched his fists and looked at Patriarch Suiyun with murderous eyes, but he was helpless. As Fu He said, with his current strength, against ancestor Suiyun it would be like hitting an egg against a stone, without any effect. Now, ancestor Suiyun seemed to have noticed something. His cold eyes fell on Gu Xian, with a slightly ferocious look on his face. Junior, you seem a little dissatisfied with me. The words fell. Suddenly there was a terrifying aura, crushing towards Gu Xian. At this time, Fu He took a step forward, stood in front of Gu Xian, and said to the ancestor Suiyun with his hands raised. Senior Suiyun, please don't be angry. This junior is ignorant and hopes to give me Taizhou Holy Land some face. Taizhou Holy Land. GG. Ancestor Suiyun's eyes moved slightly when he looked at Fu He, as if he had a cold and murderous intention, but as if he thought of something, he finally withdrew his gaze. He didn't take Fu He seriously, who was at the 9th level of the Divine Transformation Realm. But the Taizhou Holy Land behind the other party, Patriarch Suiyun, had to give some face. The reason why he has survived until now is because he understands what can be offended and what cannot be offended. Both are holy places. Taizhou Holy Land is also considered the top force in the eastern region. To know. Not all holy places can be on the same level. Some holy places once had only saints sitting there, while some holy places had great saints and even stronger beings. Now, after hearing Fu He's words, the others looked at each other with a bit of fear. I didn't expect that people from Taizhou Holy Land would also come. 30,000 years ago, a powerful man of the great sage level came out of Taizhou Holy Land, which shocked the entire eastern region. The background of such a power is truly unfathomable. Taizhou Holy Land has an ancient heritage. Saints are born in almost every era. 30,000 years ago, a top saint came out of Taizhou Holy Land, whose strength is evident. Gu Xian, who was on the side, listened to the words of other monks and finally understood the status of Taizhou Holy Land in the eastern region. Other side. The ancestor of Suiyun's cold eyes fell on Qidian County, and the terrifying power suddenly came down, trying to refine all the people in the city. Seeing ancestor Suiyun take action, Su Guangdao's expression changed, and he immediately used his official seal. His abundant luck suddenly burst out, turning into a blue barrier to protect the entire Qidian County. Humph, it's ridiculous for a mere county's dynasty to try to stop me. Ancestor Suiyun looked at it with disdain, and with a snap of his fingers, blood light bombarded the azure barrier, causing it to shatter every inch. Moment. Su Guangdao was struck by the backlash, and his complexion suddenly turned pale. He looked at ancestor Suiyun with a look of despair in his eyes. Is it really God who wants to destroy our Qidian County? Using luck to protect a county is the ultimate method Su Guangdao can use. Normally, with these methods, Su Guangdao is sure to stop even if the Grand Master attacks. What a pity! The person who took action was a Tao Palace realm existence. The power to suppress the Grand Master is useless in front of such a powerful person. Destroy! Ancestor Suiyun pressed the seal, and when the blood cloud was about to come down completely, suddenly, a strong warning signal appeared in his heart, as if something bad was about to happen. Ancestor Suiyun's expression changed, and immediately he saw a monk in green clothes coming in one step, and the blood clouds in the sky instantly dispersed. "Who are you?" Ancestor Suiyun looked solemn, and the appearance of the monk in front of him made him feel extremely threatened. "I, Gu Qingfeng, should be punished for those who attempt to cause chaos." Gu Qingfeng uttered a word, and raised his hand to suppress it with a palm. The terrifying power shattered the layers of space, just like the sky collapsing, which shocked the blood cloud ancestor. Gu Qingfeng. When he first came to Kyushu, he didn't know much about it. But as the opponent took action, Patriarch Suiyun already understood in his heart that the strength of the opponent was terrifying, and if he didn't go all out, he would definitely perish here. "Will die." Thinking of this possibility, the ancestor of Suiyun didn't care about anything else, and immediately offered up a blood flag. The terrifying blood cloud surged, covering the sky and the sun, and seemed to be able to corrode the whole world. However, this kind of power was like paper in front of Gu Qingfeng. The palm suppressed it and fell, all the blood clouds were wiped out. The blood flags shook violently, and then shattered in the horrified eyes of the ancestor of the blood clouds. No! Ancestor Suiyun was horrified. He had sacrificed and refined the blood flag for thousands of years, allowing it to truly advance to the ranks of Taoist weapons. But at this moment, it was shattered by the palm of a strange monk in front of him. How could he not frighten the ancestor of Suiyun? Ignoring the heartache caused by the broken blood flag, Patriarch Suiyun turned around and ran away. Gu Qingfeng put his left hand behind his back, and his right hand turned into a knife and slashed towards the back of Patriarch Suiyun. Boom! It seemed like a simple action, but a terrifying heavenly sword cut through the void of 100 miles. The ancestor of Suiyun paused for a moment, and was completely cut in half in the next breath, and his body fell down. A long time passed. The broken void gradually healed as before. Quiet. The whole scene was deathly silent. Everyone looked at the Tsing figure in the void, as if they had seen some terrifying existence. Shwet! Ancestor Suiyun is dead. 2 moves to kill Patriarch Suiyun. This person's strength is terrifying. Who would have thought that Ancestor Suiyun, who has been traversing the eastern region for many years, would die in a small place like Zhuzhou? Gu Qingfeng, this name is really familiar. Haha, doesn't this sound familiar to you? This is the martial saint of Kyushu, who is known as the strongest person in Kyushu. Everyone was shocked by Gu Qingfeng's strength. Some of the monks who had just arrived in Kyushu were naturally unfamiliar with the word Gu Qingfeng. But some monks who have already entered Kyushu are not unfamiliar with this name. Martial Saint Gu Qingfeng. The strongest man in Kyushu. Before Gu Qingfeng actually took action, these eastern region monks had always thought that the other party was just a monk in the divine transformation realm, and did not pay much attention to it. The reason why they are afraid of the Shenwu dynasty is because the Shenwu dynasty has 4 powerful men at the 9th level of the divine transformation realm. If it were not for the existence of those 4 powerful men at the 9th level of the divine transformation realm, the Shenwu dynasty would have been overthrown by them. But until now, only then did these monks realize that they were naive. This martial saint. It's not as simple as a divine transformation monk at all. Killing Patriarch Suiyun with 2 moves was as easy as squeezing an ant to death. This level of strength would be difficult for even an average 6th level Dao Palace realm expert to achieve. Visible. The strength of the opponent. It is at least the 7th level of the Dao Palace realm, and may even be higher. Such strength, not to mention the 3/3 of land in Kyushu, even in the eastern region, is truly top-notch. After all, this is the end of the Dharma era. The saint will not come out. The Dao Palace realm is the most top group of monks. And there are even fewer powerful people who can truly enter the 7th level of the Tao Palace realm and above. No one thought that a Shenwu dynasty could actually come out with a strong man who was suspected to be at the 7th level of the Tao Palace realm. For a while, when everyone looked at Gu Qingfeng, their faces were filled with fear and fear. In this era where the strong are respected, Gu Qingfeng's strength has frightened them. 9th level of Dao Palace Realm. This person is at least a strong man at the 9th level of the Dao Palace Realm. On the other side, Xiu looked at Gu Qingfeng with shock in his eyes. Others may not be able to truly feel the terror of Gu Qingfeng, but as an elder of Xiun Holy Land, he is also a strong man who has stepped into the 6th level of the Dao Palace Realm. The moment Gu Qingfeng took action, Xiu could accurately feel the terrifying power. Xiu has only experienced this level of power from one person, and that is the Holy Master of Xiun Holy Land, and that person is also a top powerhouse who has entered the 9th level of the Dao Palace Realm. In an instant, Xiu completely suppressed all the thoughts in his heart, even the thought of competing for the inheritance of the saint in Shenyang Holy Land. Joke. In the face of a strong man who is comparable to the 9th level of the Dao Palace Realm, no matter how good the saint's inheritance is, no one dares to act rashly. After all, a strong person at this level can already be called the strongest person below a saint. In today's era when saints are rare, there are very few people who can truly compete with them. Take a step back. So what if there are strong men of the same level? It is impossible for anyone to quarrel with such a powerful person for the sake of a saint's inheritance. Still the same sentence. The risks of doing so are greater than the benefits. When the Holy Land of Shenyang was destroyed, it was because the Holy Land of Shenyang was in decline and there were no strong enough people to be afraid of other forces. Therefore, receiving the inheritance of the saint would bring disaster to itself. But the Shenyu dynasty was different. Even if this force announces it to the world and lets other forces know that it has the inheritance of a saint, no force will dare to act rashly. This is the impact of strength. Just like ancient holy places such as Xiun Holy Land and Taizhou Holy Land, they all have saint-level inheritance, and even great saint-level inheritance, but who would covet it? To put it bluntly, it's not because the strength of the two holy places is strong enough to intimidate all parties. Today, in Xiu's opinion, if the Shenyu dynasty has a strong man like Gu Qingfeng sitting in charge, it means he has the qualifications to take charge of the saint's inheritance. When all parties had different thoughts, Gu Qingfeng's face was indifferent, and his majestic voice reached the ears of every monk. I don't care where you come from or what your purpose is, but if you try to attack the people of our Shenyu dynasty, this will be the fate of this person. This sentence. It can be said that he did not give face to all the monks present. However, no one felt there was a problem. Only Fu He looked dull, looked at Gu Xian aside, and asked in disbelief. Is this your father? End of chapter. Chapter 228 Yin Yang Holy Land. Did God change his realm as promised? That's it. Fu He felt as if he was living in a dream. The ancestor of Suiyun who had been in the eastern region for many years was forcefully killed on the spot, and there was still no room for resistance. Such strength! Even in Taizhou Holy Land, they are at the top level. All the time. Fu He thought that Gu Qingfeng was just a monk in the divine transformation realm. After all, he learned about Gu Qingfeng's achievements from Gu Xian and had some understanding of his strength. What's more, Gu Qingfeng is not too old. Compared to other gods in the eastern region who have practiced for hundreds or even thousands of years, that person has only been practicing for a few decades. Being able to step into the realm of divine transformation after decades is actually quite amazing. Even in the eastern region, only some monsters can do it. However, now someone told him that Gu Qingfeng was not in the divine transformation realm, but a top Taoist palace realm expert. How could he not shock Fu He? Fu He was not the only one shocked. Even Gu Xian on the side was stunned. He didn't even expect it. His father's strength was actually hidden so deeply. Killing a third-level Taoist palace powerhouse with 2 moves really opened Gu Xian's horizons. This time, Fu He shook his head and smiled bitterly. It seems that your original worries are no longer necessary. With your father's strength, even if the inheritance of the saint is really in his hands, no one will dare to covet it. Just then, Gu Qingfeng suddenly looked here, and when their eyes met, Fu He felt a terrible pressure suddenly appear, as if a peerless sword was coming, which made him instinctively have the urge to turn around and run away. Fortunately, Gu Qingfeng just glanced at it and then looked away. That moment, Fu He's back was soaked with sweat, and at the same time, the shock towards Gu Qingfeng became more and more serious. Just one glance made him feel like he was about to fall. Visible. If this person wanted to kill him, it would only be a matter of thought. Such a strong person. This made Fu He feel in awe. At this time, Gu Qingfeng fell into Qidian County, and the terrifying power that overwhelmed the void has completely dissipated. However, all the outside monks now have a huge mountain pressing on their hearts, making it almost difficult for them to breathe. The scene of the death of the Suiyun ancestor was deeply imprinted in their minds. With such a powerful person sitting in charge, other monks would not dare to act rashly. Qidian County. Inside the government office, County Magistrate Su Guangdao stood in front of Gu Qingfeng with a respectful face and bowed. I have met Senior Gu. I would like to thank Senior Gu for your help this time to save Qidian County from disaster. Regarding the fact that Gu Qingfeng took action and directly killed the Suiyun ancestor, Su Guangdao became more and more awed in his heart. Su Guangdao could see how powerful the blood cloud ancestor was. Even with the luck of Qidian County, he couldn't even block the opponent's attack. If Gu Qingfeng hadn't appeared, I'm afraid the entire Qidian County would have been reduced to despair. At this point, Su Guangdao had no doubt at all. After all, the Shenyu dynasty had only been established not long ago, so Su Guangdao would never forget the chaotic situation in the world during the last years of Dixuan. At that time, warlocks were evil and causing chaos, and it was common to massacre cities. It wasn't until the establishment of the Shenyu dynasty that Emperor Gu trained the 9 cauldrons to suppress the 9 provinces, and in this way he was able to slay the evil spirits in the world, and even the warlocks disappeared. So, if Gu Qingfeng doesn't show up, then the outcome of Qidian County is obvious. You did a great job. Gu Qingfeng looked at the person in front of him with a somewhat satisfied expression. A monk at the 5th level of Zhang refining has the courage to face a strong man at the Dao Palace level. This courage alone cannot be possessed by others. Immediately, Gu Qingfeng flicked his finger, and 2 bottles of pills landed in front of Su Guangdao. Of these 2 elixirs, one is the Zhang refining pill, which can help you cultivate your internal organs. Although you have entered the 5th realm of Zhang refining, the training of your internal organs is still not complete. The other is the golden body pill, which is supposed to be the pill used by the Grand Master, but with your current cultivation level, you can barely take it. This pill can help you temper your physical body's qi and blood, so that you can enter the Grand Master realm faster. Thank you so much, Senior Gu. Su Guangdao's face was filled with excitement, and he tightly held the 2 bottles of elixirs in his hands. The joy in his heart was obvious. Breakthrough Grand Master. This has been his long-cherished wish. However, even now that the Shenyu dynasty is spreading martial arts all over the world, as a court official you can obtain many unique skills and skills that were difficult to obtain in the past, but it is not that easy to truly step into the realm of a Grand Master. Especially what happened to Patriarch Suiyun this time made Su Guangdao understand the weakness of his own strength. 5 realms of refining internal organs. In the past, he would have been a strong man who founded a sect and had a good status in the world. After all, in that era, martial arts were in decline, and there were not many monks who could truly step into the master realm, so being able to enter the realm of refining the 5 internal organs was of great importance. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. But now, as the imperial court spreads martial arts to the world, martial arts has gradually flourished. This time, the arrival of powerful outsiders has made Su Guangdao see the vastness of the world. This way, The cultivation level of the fifth realm of Zhang refining is certainly not enough. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng asked again, what kind of skills are you practicing now? Senior Qi, I am practicing the Xianlei true skill now. Su Guangdao said truthfully. This is a master-level technique. If you practice it to perfection, you will be able to reach the top of the master level. It's a pity that the lower officials are dull and have not been able to break through to the master level until now. The words fell. Su Guangdao was also a little ashamed. On the other side, Gu Qingfeng also nodded slightly when he heard the name of Xianlei Zhengong. He had also heard of this technique. To be precise, now Gu Jiazhuang has collected this master's skills. Since the founding of the Shenyu dynasty, Gu Yang has implemented a series of policies to strengthen the country. For example, officials are given corresponding skills based on their official status and merits, etc. For example, Su Guangdao was the magistrate of Qidian County, so he was able to bestow the master's skills on him. If so, one day, if Su Guangdao can break through to the master level and has made outstanding achievements in Qidian County in recent years, then the imperial court can directly grant the master level skills if the assessment is correct. Gu Yang also discussed this approach with Gu Qingfeng, and only after getting the latter's approval did he actually implement it. Suddenly, Gu Qingfeng sent a spiritual thought into Su Guangdao's sea of consciousness, causing the latter to freeze in place. It took a long time to barely digest the information that suddenly appeared in the sea of consciousness. I will teach you the Ziji Taoist code today. This method points directly to the peak of the divine transformation realm. I hope you will practice well. In addition, you can only practice this method alone. Without my permission, you must not teach it to others. If you violate it, I will not take it lightly. Gu Qingfeng's expression became stern and he said coldly. Su Guangdao hurriedly replied, Xiaoguan understands that even if he dies, he will never leak out the skills given by his seniors. With Su Guangdao's perspective, he understood the importance of the Ziji Dao code. A technique that points directly to the pinnacle of the divine transformation realm. I'm afraid that if you look around Kyushu, there are not many monks that you can really get. Now that the imperial court has announced the state of the Grand Master, Su Guangdao naturally knows what the state of divine transformation is. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng waved his hand to Su Guangdao to step back, and the latter followed his instructions and left. Gu Qingfeng also had his own ideas when it came to giving Su Guangdao the Ziji Dao canon. Still the same sentence. Nowadays, the Shenyu dynasty has too few powerful men that can be used. Su Guangdao's behavior was considered good by Gu Qingfeng, at least it had the meaning of training. In addition, the other party has entered the fifth level of Zhang refining at such an age, and his talent is not too bad. Given the Ziji Dao code, he also wants to see how far this Qidian County fairy can go. Maybe this person can really surprise me someday. Gu Qingfeng shook his head slightly. It didn't take long. A Yamen servant entered the inner hall of the Yamen and said respectfully to Gu Qingfeng, Senior Gu, Prince Qing is asking for an audience in the Yamen. Blue King. Naturally, he was referring to Gu Xian. After Gu Yang ascended the throne, both Gu Xian and Gu Xiu were canonized as princes. Among them, Gu Xian was named Qing Wang, and Gu Xiu was named Yun Wang. The combination of the two gave rise to the word Qing Yun. Only Gu Qingfeng and Gu Yang didn't know how to canonize him. After asking the former for advice, he gave up the idea. Let them in. Gu Qingfeng swept his mind and saw Gu Xian and Fu He outside the government office and said lightly. When the officer heard this, he immediately bowed and left. Soon, the two of them stepped into the inner hall of the government office. Gu Xian immediately saluted Gu Qingfeng, I have met my father. Fu He on the side did not dare to be presumptuous. He raised his hands and said, Fu He, the elder of Taixu Holy Land, has met the senior. At this time, before Gu Qingfeng could speak, Gu Xian explained in time, "Father, my child has become a disciple of Senior Fu. It turns out that he is a powerful man from the Taixu Holy Land. I have heard about it for a long time. It is also his honor for my incompetent junior to be able to worship fellow deist Fu." Gu Qingfeng smiled slightly and returned the favor to Fu He. As for Fu He, his senses are also good. If the other party hadn't come forward, Gu Xian might not have had the chance to walk out of the ancient beast mountain range alive. Hear the words. Fu He said hurriedly, "Senior, you are serious. How dare Fu He dare to be so presumptuous in the presence of a powerful man from the Taoist palace? If he were in the ordinary Dao palace realm, that would be fine. The man in front of him was a ruthless man who could kill the Suiyun patriarch with 2 moves. Even if he gave Fu He 10 courages, he would not dare to act presumptuously." Gu Qingfeng waved his hand. "Since Xian regards fellow Taoist as his teacher, there is no need to mention the word senior. We can just talk about being friends as equals." Let's just follow what fellow Taoist said before. Even if Fu Hexuan changed his tune. Gu Qingfeng smiled calmly and said, "Speaking of which, fellow deist Fu and I hit it off. Speaking of which." He glanced at Gu Xian who was standing aside, and his expression became stern. "You go down first." "Yes." Gu Xian didn't dare to speak and left in a hurry. He went out for training before but accidentally entered the ancient beast mountain range, which must have caused a lot of trouble, so when he saw Gu Qingfeng, Gu Xian felt a little uneasy. Now that Gu Qingfeng was speaking, he did not dare to stop. If he really wanted to anger Gu Qingfeng and beat him in front of Fu He, that would be possible. After all, Gu Qingfeng had beaten him many times in the past. Therefore, Gu Xian has been quite afraid of Gu Qingfeng since he was a child. Of course, he's not the only one who's afraid. The same goes for Gu Xiu. After Gu Xian left, Gu Qingfeng smiled again and said to Fu He, "Dai Fu came from the East region. It just so happens that I don't know much about the East region. I hope Dai Fu can teach me some things. Dai, please speak directly. As long as I know, I will tell you everything." Fu He said directly with a serious look. If you can build a good relationship with such a strong man, there will be only benefits and no harm. So, when Gu Qingfeng has something to ask, Fu He will not refuse. In this regard, Gu Qingfeng was not polite and directly asked many things about the ancient world, which involved a wide range. The reason for this is that although Gu Qingfeng got the information left by Murong Xiu and the memories of Ke Lao and others, it is still not enough to say that he has a comprehensive understanding of the ancient world. As for Gu Qingfeng's questions, Fu He also told everything he knew, and answered Gu Qingfeng one by one as long as he knew. At the same time, after the topic was opened, Fu He also asked directly about some questions about cultivation, and Gu Qingfeng did not hide anything about it. With his current realm, it is easy to instruct a 9th level cultivator in the divine transformation realm. For a while, both parties were very happy. Gu Qingfeng got the information he wanted, and Fu He also got guidance, and vaguely saw the way forward. For the latter, he stayed in the divine transformation realm for a long time, but he never broke through. Now that he got some guidance from Gu Qingfeng, although he could not really take that step, it can be regarded as saving a lot of hard work. Finally, Fu He shook his head and smiled bitterly. "At the beginning, Gu Xian asked me to come to Jizhu because he was worried that the matter of Shenyang Holy Land would affect the Gu family, but now it seems that he was a little worried. With fellow deist Gu here, even if the inheritance in the hands of Shenyang Holy Land appears, I am afraid no one dares to act rashly." This sentence is not Fu He's random flattery, but the fact is so. Although the inheritance of the saint is good, it depends on who gets it. In the hands of a top-level Dao Palace realm powerhouse, even if other forces are aware of the existence of the saint inheritance, they will definitely not dare to make any moves. Speaking of which, I heard that the real culprit who destroyed the Shenyang Holy Land was a force called Uniang Holy Land. I wonder how much Dai Fu knows about the Uniang Holy Land? Gu Qingfeng asked. In this sentence, he has implicitly admitted that the inheritance of the Shenyang Holy Land and the inheritance of the saint are in his hands. In response to this, Fu He did not show any strangeness on his face, but answered without hesitation. The Uniang Holy Land is a force that appeared tens of thousands of years ago. 20,000 years ago, a saint came out of this holy land. Since the advent of the Dharma ending age, the saint is suspected to have passed away, and the strength of the Uniang Holy Land has been weakened a lot. But even so, the Uniang Holy Land has 5 Dao Palace realm powerhouses sitting in, among which the Uniang Saint Lord is also a powerhouse who is aspiring to be in the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. End of this chapter. Chapter 229, The Great Sage of Qingfeng. Listening to Fu He's words, Gu Qingfeng looked calm, without any emotional changes. After a while, he smiled faintly and said, "Thank you for telling me, Mr. Fu, I am very grateful." Then, Gu Qingfeng changed the topic again. "Now that the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth outside Tianxiang Pass has appeared, I believe that the secret realm will be opened soon. Since Mr. Fu is here, why not stay in the government office for the time being and wait for the opportunity? In this case, thank you, Mr. Gu." Fu He did not refuse. His purpose of coming here was to see if the secret realm that appeared this time would give him the opportunity to break through the Dao Palace. Then, Gu Qingfeng arranged for Fu He to stay. In the next few days, the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth became more and more intense. Not only in Zhuzhou and the ancient Beast Mountain range, but even in the east region, many cultivators noticed this movement. For a while, Guangyang Prefecture was full of strong people. Among them, most of the strong people entered Tianxiang Pass and waited for the opportunity. 3 days later, Gu Yang also led the army. However, this time Gu Yang did not lead too many troops, but only let the Tiangang army follow. After all, the most elite army of the Shenwu dynasty is the Tiangang army. During this period, Gu Yang asked Shi Zhen to reorganize the Tiangang army, so that the weakest of the 36,000 Tiangang army were in the marrow cleansing realm, and the strong ones could even enter the Grand Master realm. With Shi Zhen, the top Grand Master, leading the Tiangang God Evil formation, once the Shenbian realm cultivators were formed, it would not be a problem. So, when Gu Yang led the Tiangang army, it immediately attracted the attention of many people. This army is quite good. Although their cultivation is a little worse, this kind of killing aura can only be truly cultivated on the battlefield. I heard that the Shenwu dynasty was founded only a year ago, and before the Shenwu dynasty, Zhuzhou's cultivation was in decline, and even grandmasters were rare. Now this Emperor Gu can master such power in such a short time, which is indeed extraordinary. For the Tiangang army, many cultivators nodded secretly, and they admired such elites. Of course, this was just admiration. After all, in the East region, such an army is not elite, but in a place like Zhuzhou, it is considered to be a bit sideways. Haha, Zhuzhou is not as simple as it seems. Don't forget how the blood cloud ancestor died. A cultivator sneered, and when they heard this, the others were startled, and then they looked solemn again. At this time, they realized that Zhuzhou was not weak. Even though the martial arts are weak on the surface, there are top Dao Palace realm masters in charge secretly. Even those who came later learned from other cultivators that Zhuzhou has top Dao Palace realm masters in charge, who killed the blood cloud ancestor with 2 moves. Then, another cultivator sneered, "I heard that the prince of Giwan dynasty died here, and Ji Meng led 100,000 divine emperor army to enter the ancient Beast Mountain range. I heard that he came with a semi-sacred weapon and planned to directly break through the ancient Beast Mountain range. When the Giwan dynasty arrives, things will become interesting." Giwan dynasty. Semi-sacred weapon. Hearing this person's words, the other cultivators couldn't help but take a breath. In this era when saints don't appear, Qidian dynasty is naturally a top force. They have also heard of Qingfeng's reputation. He is a 7th level Dao Palace Realm Master. It is said that 800 years ago, the Qidian dynasty had a conflict with an ancient holy land. Qingfeng led 100,000 divine emperors to surround and kill a top-level Dao Palace Realm 9-layer strongman. Since that battle, the divine emperor army has become famous. I didn't expect that for a mere prince, the Qidian dynasty would be willing to send out the divine emperor army. Humph, I'm afraid revenge is fake, and the real purpose is for the inheritance of the saints in the hands of the former Shenyang Holy Land. But no matter what the purpose of the Qidian dynasty is, now after hearing the news that Qingfeng led 100,000 divine emperors to come, and even carried a semi-sacred weapon, intending to break through the ancient Beast Mountain range, many cultivators were secretly shocked. However, there are also some cultivators who are secretly looking forward to it. When two tigers fight, one will be injured. Now, although the Shenyu dynasty is a new dynasty, it also has top Dao Palace realm strongmen sitting in it, but the foundation of the Qidian dynasty is not that simple. If the two sides fight, maybe they will have a chance to benefit. At this moment, Gu Yang has led the army into Qidian County. He had heard about the matter of Blood Cloud Ancestor. When he learned that Gu Qingfeng killed Blood Cloud Ancestor, Gu Yang was also shocked, but he recovered quickly. Gu Yang was already familiar with Gu Qingfeng's strength, so although it was shocking to kill a 3rd-level Dao Palace Realm expert, he was soon relieved. In the government office, Gu Yang looked at Gu Yi in front of him and said, "Let the secret guards pay close attention to all the movements in Guangyang Mansion, and remember not to expose themselves." The secret guards are a sharp sword in his hand, but their overall strength is not too strong. If they encounter a strong man from the outside world, it will be difficult to escape unscathed. "I obey the order." Gu Yi clasped his fists and withdrew. Then, Gu Yang asked someone to bring Gu Xian, and the two of them had a long conversation. From Gu Xian's mouth, Gu Yang also knew what happened to the other party during this period of time. After all, when Gu Xian lost his trace in the ancient Beast Mountains, Gu Yang secretly sent people to look for him. Unfortunately, only a few of the secret guards who entered the ancient Beast Mountains could actually come out. Even if a few people managed to come out alive, they did not bring any useful information. In this way, Gu Yang had to give up the idea of continuing the search. "It's good that you can worship in the Taixu Holy Land. Speaking of which, my third brother is also going to the outside world." At the end, Gu Yang said another sentence. Gu Xian was slightly stunned when he heard this, "My third brother is also going to the outside world." He didn't expect it. He came back, but Gu Xiu left instead. Gu Yang nodded. "Father once said that my third brother has a great opportunity. Leaving Zhu is not a bad thing. Maybe the next time I see my third brother, he will have become a strong man." To be honest, Gu Yang is not worried about Gu Xiu. After all, Gu Qingfeng has already nodded in agreement, which means there is no problem. Gu Xian's expression moved slightly when he heard this, but he did not ask any more questions. "Well, since you've finally come back, let's wait a few more days." "Yes." In the blink of an eye. Another 3 days passed. In the past 3 days, the strange phenomena in the world have become more and more intense, and more powerful people have arrived. Just at this moment, there is a murderous aura rising to the sky. Many cultivators were alarmed by this murderous aura and looked in one direction. They saw that the leader was a middle-aged cultivator wearing armor, with a burly figure and a resolute face. Behind him, there were 100,000 golden armored soldiers. If you look carefully, you can find that the 100,000 golden armored soldiers are more or less stained with blood that has never dried. Obviously, they have just experienced a bloody battle not long ago. Now, The 100,000 golden armored soldiers appeared, and the scene was silent. The invisible killing aura made the cultivators who noticed the arrival of the army secretly shocked. The people from Qidian dynasty have arrived. Qingfeng actually led 100,000 divine emperors to break through the ancient beast mountains. All the cultivators who knew the dangers of the ancient beast mountains took a deep breath in their hearts. As one of the oldest mountains in the ancient world, there are many powerful beasts in the ancient beast mountains. Among them, there are not many beasts that can enter the divine transformation realm or even the Dao Palace realm. There are also rumors. In the deepest part of the ancient beast mountains, there are powerful beasts comparable to saints sleeping. Although this rumor has not been confirmed, it is enough to illustrate the horror of the ancient beast mountains. Even if it is a cultivator in the Dao Palace realm, if you want to cross the ancient beast mountains, you have to be careful. If you encounter a powerful beast, it is easy to capsize. A target as big as 100,000 divine emperors directly entering the ancient beast mountains will inevitably alarm many beasts. Just from the blood on the armor of these soldiers, you can see what kind of battle they have experienced. However, even so, 100,000 troops appeared here. From this, we can see how terrifying the divine emperor army is. On the wall of Qidian County, Gu Yang also looked in the direction of the divine emperor army. His eyes were solemn and a little hot. Qidian dynasty is indeed the top force in the east region, and the 100,000 divine emperor army is indeed the elite among the elite. Gu Yang sighed secretly. He could see that the weakest of the 100,000 divine emperor army who came now was at the level of Grand Master. Yes. It's Grand Master. In the past, Grand Masters were the top powerhouses in Zhuzhou. Even now, there are only a handful of cultivators who can really enter the Grand Master realm. However, in the Divine Emperor army, Grand Masters are just the most ordinary little soldiers. Even if all the Divine Emperor army are Grand Masters, there are still 100,000 Grand Masters, but the problem is that as the elite of Qidian dynasty, how can the Divine Emperor army only have Grand Masters? At this time, Qingfeng took a step into the air, and the terrifying aura on his body burst out, causing the sky and the earth to change color, and the sky and the void were trembling. The sixth prince of my Qidian dynasty died here, and the Shenwu dynasty must give an explanation. Before arriving in Zhuzhou, Qingfeng had received some news and learned that Hanan and the others had entered the capital and were suppressed by the strong men of the Shenwu dynasty. There is no doubt. Hanan's death must be related to the Shenwu dynasty. So, Qingfeng now looks like he is going to ask for punishment. As his voice fell, the terrifying power belonging to the Dao Palace realm was already crushing towards Qidian County. All the cultivators of the Shenwu dynasty now changed their faces. Under such momentum, they deeply felt their own insignificance. Buzz! There was a sudden sound of a knife, and then the spiritual energy of heaven and earth turned into a heavenly knife and suddenly slashed down. All the overwhelming momentum was instantly split, and then the spiritual energy heavenly knife continued to slash towards Qingfeng. The latter's face changed slightly, and he punched out with his right hand, colliding with the spiritual energy heavenly knife. Boom! The heavenly knife shattered, and Qingfeng's figure standing in the void also took a step back, and his fist also had cracks, but it recovered in an instant, and no one else noticed this. The peak of the Dao Palace realm. Qingfeng's face was solemn. He had already lost the blow in the air. The person who could defeat him in a blow in the air must be a top-level strongman in the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. However, Qingfeng was not afraid in his heart. After all, he came here not only by himself, but also with 100,000 god emperors behind him. If he really fights with all his strength, then the top Taoist palace can also kill him. At this time, Gu Yang stood with his hands behind his hands and looked at Qingfeng with cold eyes. People from the Qidian dynasty who dare to attack the imperial city are bringing their own destruction. I haven't asked the Qidian dynasty for an explanation, but I didn't expect you to take the first step. Come and ask for help. A mere great master is worthy of speaking nonsense in front of me. Ji Meng's face turned cold and he raised his hand to kill Gu Yangzhen on the spot. To this, Gu Yang was not afraid. With Gu Qingfeng supporting him behind him, he was not afraid of Ji Meng. Just when the conflict between the two sides was about to break out, the void shook, and divine light rushed into the sky, turning into a majestic body and standing tall. The ancient aura filled the sky, making all the monks instinctively look sideways. This breath. Gu Qingfeng, who was staying in the government office, drank tea for a moment, and then looked in one direction. His eyes seemed to be able to penetrate all obstacles and see that majestic body. Saint. Or the great sage. Gu Qingfeng's expression changed slightly. This ancient aura was extremely terrifying, causing his soul, energy and blood to tremble instinctively, as if he was under great pressure. With his current level of cultivation, Gu Qingfeng believed that he would not feel this way even if he were at the top Tao Palace level. It's just a shadow now, but it has such momentum, which shows how terrifying the opponent would be in its heyday. Now, I saw the majestic body in the void slowly opening its mouth, and the majestic voice reached the ears of every monk. I am the great sage Qingfeng, and I am leaving a secret inheritance here. Anyone below the Taoist palace level can enter. The words fell. The shadow of the great sage Qingfeng disappeared, and the terrifying power turned into a bronze portal and appeared outside Tianxiang Pass. In an instant, all the strong men were shocked. When they looked at the bronze portal, their faces were full of greed and shock. The great sage Qingfeng, could it be the great sage Qingfeng from 500,000 years ago? I heard that this powerful man who was the pinnacle of the great sage was the one who suppressed the ancient world 500,000 years ago. I didn't expect that this man would actually leave a legacy in Kyushu. I heard that in ancient times, Kyushu was at its peak, and a supreme force appeared to suppress the ancient world. Later, that supreme force suddenly disappeared. Many strong men from the 5 regions came here, hoping to find that force to stay. Inheritance. The great sage Tianfeng's coming here is probably related to this. No matter what, the inheritance left by a strong man at the pinnacle of the great saint realm is enough to make all monks' hearts flutter. If the inheritance of saints received by Shenyang Holy Land in the past only attracted the attention of some forces, many ancient forces with strong foundations did not pay much attention to this matter. But now that the inheritance of Qingfeng Dashan is born, it is completely different. One is the inheritance of a saint. One is the inheritance of the great sage. Moreover, the great sage Qingfeng is the top powerhouse among the great sages. He has already reached the 9th level of the great sage. His cultivation level has taken part in the creation. If he can get the inheritance from the other party, he will definitely soar to the sky. Even if there are many forces that have stepped out of the great sage realm and even become powerful above the great sage, they will definitely not be able to sit still if they learn that the inheritance of the great sage Qingfeng is born. After all, the benefits of receiving the inheritance of a great sage are self-evident. End of chapter. Chapter 230 Breakthroughs. Immediately, many monks rushed towards the entrance of the secret realm in a hurry. The strong man in the Yudao Palace realm was unwilling and planned to force his way into the secret realm. But the moment the other party was about to enter the secret realm, a terrifying pressure from the great sage suddenly came down. Bang! The Dao Palace realm powerhouse had no time to react and was directly crushed to death by this force. This scene. The other strong men who planned to force their way into the secret realm all turned pale. The great sage's secret realm. Sure enough, they can't shake it. Even if the great sage Qingfeng has been dead for many years, the power left by the other party is enough to kill all Dao Palace monks. So, even though many Dao Palace monks are unwilling to do so, they can only suppress the impulse in their hearts. Although the inheritance of the great sage is good, but you also have to have the life to get it. Fellow Daoist Gu, I will take the first step. Fu, he said with cupped hands. After obtaining the secret realm of Qingfeng Great Sage, only monks below the Dao Palace level could enter. Fu He knew that his opportunity had come. The cultivation level of the 9th level of the Divine Transformation Realm is naturally not considered top-notch among all the monks present today, but after entering the Great Sage's secret realm, it will be different. Now that the Great Sage's secret realm has been opened in Kyushu, even if the news spreads, it will take time for powerful forces from all sides to arrive. And no one knows. How long will the entrance to the Great Sage's secret realm be open? This way, Fu He would not miss this opportunity. Gu Qingfeng nodded slightly, then I wish fellow Daoist Fu all the best. Thank you for your good advice. Fu He laughed loudly and immediately stepped into the secret realm of the Great Sage. Then, Gu Qingfeng looked at Gu Yang and Gu Xiu who were standing aside, and said, "This Great Sage's secret realm is only accessible to the Taoist Palace. It can be considered an opportunity. You can consider whether to enter it. If you enter, I will provide you with means of protection." To be honest, Gu Qingfeng himself was a little moved by the secret inheritance left by a top sage. What a pity! Gu Qingfeng doesn't want to touch the forbidden power left by the great sage Tianfeng for the time being. It can be seen from the scene where the Taoist Palace Realm expert was killed just now that the restraining power left by the Tianfeng great sage is very strong. Even if a real saint takes action, he may not be able to force his way into it. So, Gu Qingfeng naturally would not take risks. When Gu Yang heard this, he pondered for a while, and then said, "I plan to enter the great sage's secret realm." Gu Yang also had his own considerations for doing this. The existence of Kyushu is no longer a secret. After today, the Shenwu dynasty is destined to enter the site of the 5 regions of the ancient world. Although Kyushu and the 5 regions have the ancient Beast Mountain range as a barrier, they can never stop the strong. You can see this just by looking at the hundreds of thousands of troops of the Giwan dynasty pushing across the entire ancient Beast Mountain range. Although there is danger in it, in the eyes of top experts, it is nothing. After seeing the strength of the powerful outsiders, Gu Yang was eager to improve his cultivation. Beginner level of Grand Master. Excluding Gu Jiazhuang, this level of cultivation is considered top-notch in Kyushu. But for the entire ancient world, the Grand Master is not enough. Don't see you. Among the 100,000 God Emperor's troops, the one with the weakest cultivation level is the Grand Master. Take out what your father gave you. Gu Qingfeng said. When Gu Yang heard this, he understood what the other party was talking about and immediately took out the jade box. Gu Qingfeng opened the jade box and saw one of his severed fingers inside, but the power inside had been weakened a lot. Immediately, Gu Qingfeng forced out a drop of his own essence and blood and blended it into the severed finger. In an instant, the severed finger became plump again, and at the same time, a terrifying pressure emanated from it. A drop of my father's essence and blood is integrated into it. Below the Dao Palace level, as long as there is no treasure to protect me, I believe it can kill anyone. You can bring it inside. If things can't be done, forget it. No matter what you choose, you must be better than my father. Clear. Gu Qingfeng originally wanted to give Gu Yang a few words of warning, but suddenly found that his eldest son was now a king, and there seemed to be nothing worth warning him. At this time, Gu Xian hesitated for a moment, then raised his hand and said, "My child also wants to go in and give it a try." When he said this, Gu Xian actually didn't have much confidence. After all, he is only at the middle level of the marrow cleansing realm and has not yet completed the 5 levels of body refining. He is no different from an ant in front of these powerful men who are often great masters in divine transformation realms. But the great sage's opportunity was right in front of him, and he would not be willing to accept it if he did not enter. When Gu Xian finished speaking, Gu Qingfeng stretched out his hand and made a move in the air. Suddenly, a stream of light shot out from the yamen. In less than a breath, it fell into his hand. You are going to bring the evil killing knife with you. If you encounter danger, this knife will protect you. Gu Qingfeng handed the evil killing knife to Gu Xian's hand, and when the latter heard this, he suddenly looked overjoyed. Thank you, father. He certainly knew how powerful the evil killing sword was. What's more, following Fu He, Gu Xian also learned about some issues in cultivation. Generally, those who have been practicing for a long time can contain supreme divine power. His father's strength is comparable to that of the top Dao Palace Realm Masters, and the magic sword that the other party has been practicing day and night is certainly extraordinary. Subsequently, the two of them entered the secret realm of the great sage. At the same time, Gu Qingfeng ordered Gu Wu and Gu Yang to enter the secret realm at the same time. This time, Gu Yang only brought Gu Wu and Gu Dao with him, and the remaining two guarded the capital to prevent other accidents. As for the other people of the Shenwu dynasty, such as Shi Zhen and the Tiangang army under his command, they had no intention of entering the great sage secret realm. After all, Shi Zhen knew his own affairs. Although Shi Zhen took the elixir and successfully stepped into the peak of the Grand Master, among the strong people who entered the great sage secret realm now, the Grand Master was just an ant-like figure. What's more, he was not like Gu Yang and others who had the treasures and means given by Gu Qingfeng to protect themselves. If he rashly entered, he might not be able to come out alive. You lead 30,000 people in. On the other side, Ji Meng looked at the several deputy generals at the peak of the divine transformation realm beside him and said. The great sage secret realm was opened, and Guiyuan dynasty naturally could not miss this opportunity. However, with the restriction of the great sage Tianfeng in front, Ji Meng could not enter, so he had to send the divine emperor army to find opportunities. However, in order to prevent all the divine emperor army from entering and causing problems for his side, Ji Meng only allowed 30,000 divine emperor army to enter, and the remaining 70,000 stayed where they were. In this way, even if the top Dao Palace realm took action, Ji Meng would have the ability to fight with these 70,000 people. What's more, he brought the semi-sacred artifact of the Guiyuan dynasty with him on this trip. If he really tried his best, the top Dao Palace would also be able to kill him. Thinking of this, Ji Meng glanced in the direction of the Shenwu dynasty, and happened to meet Gu Qingfeng's eyes. When he saw the latter's indifferent expression, Ji Meng's eyes turned cold again. Now is not the time to break out a conflict. It will not be too late to settle accounts with the other party after the matter of the great sage secret realm is over. Your descendant Gu Yang entered the great saint secret realm. Your descendant Gu Xian entered the great saint secret realm. Your descendant Gu Yang was attacked by a ferocious beast *136. Your descendant Gu Yang killed a third-level ferocious beast in the divine transformation realm. Your descendant Gu Yang killed an 8th-level ferocious beast in the divine transformation realm. Your descendant Gu Yang killed a 2nd-level ferocious beast in the divine transformation realm. Your descendant Gu Yang obtained a natural treasure, and his aptitude was slightly improved after taking it. Your descendant Gu Xian was attacked by a ferocious beast *356. Your descendant Gu Xian killed a 6th-level beast in the divine transformation realm. Your descendant Gu Xian was attacked by an 8th-level cultivator in the divine transformation realm. Your descendant Gu Xian killed an 8th-level cultivator in the divine transformation realm. Your descendant Gu Xian took a mysterious elixir and broke through to the late stage of the marrow cleansing realm. Reward improvement points *50. Your descendant. When other cultivators entered the great sage secret realm one after another, Gu Qingfeng also skillfully opened the information panel and looked at the text on it. The moment the two entered, the information panel was densely refreshed with many information, which made Gu Qingfeng's expression slightly moved. Obviously, there are many beasts in the great sage secret realm, otherwise, Gu Yang and the others would not have been attacked by so many beasts as soon as they entered. However, seeing the two kill the beasts in the divine transformation realm, Gu Qingfeng felt relieved again. With the means he left behind to protect himself, it should not be a big problem. Of course, any secret realm has dangers. How it will be depends on their personal chances. Qingfeng was somewhat satisfied when he saw Gu Xian break through the later stage of the marrow cleansing realm so quickly. Secret realms are full of dangers. There are also many opportunities. Next, it depends on how far the two can go. On the other side, in the Great Sage secret realm, Gu Xian sat cross-legged, his aura surging and boiling. Many fierce beasts and the bodies of other cultivators had fallen around him. Without exception, the wounds of these fierce beasts and cultivators were uniform, as if they were cut in half by sharp divine weapons, and there was still an indestructible sword intent on them. The evil slaying sword stood on one side, and infinite sword energy emanated from it, as if it was guarding the left and right. After a long time, Gu Xian opened his eyes and let out a long breath. Hey, the later stage of the marrow cleansing realm is finally done. Then, he looked at the many corpses on the ground, and his expression did not change much. Just dead people. This was not the first time Gu Xian had seen this. In the ancient Beast Mountain range, he could not remember how many beasts he had killed, and before entering the ancient Beast Mountain range, Gu Xian's hands were already stained with blood. So for things like killing, Gu Xian did not have much psychological burden in his heart. What's more, these cultivators who were killed by him all coveted the power of the evil slaying sword and tried to seize the treasure, but they were killed by the evil slaying sword. As soon as he entered the Great Saint secret realm, Gu Xian found that he and Gu Yang were completely separated. Before he could see the surrounding situation clearly, many beasts attacked him. He had no choice. Gu Xian could only use the power of the evil slaying sword. This divine sword did not disappoint him. Even the powerful beasts in the God transformation realm could not withstand the sharpness of the divine sword and were directly killed on the battlefield. But in this way, some cultivators who also entered the realm set their sights on this treasure. What happened later? Naturally, there is no need to say more. After killing these monks, Gu Xian habitually touched the corpses and searched the storage bags of several people. He found a lot of things, among which he found a kind of elixir that could help him practice. After following Fu He for a long time, Gu Xian still understood the cognition of these elixirs. Of course, if he didn't understand the elixir, he wouldn't take it rashly. Then, Gu Xian took a look at the situation around him, and immediately took out the remaining elixir and started to swallow it directly to break through. The Great Sage secret realm is dangerous. It is not enough to rely on his own cultivation at the late stage of the marrow cleansing realm. At present, there are so many beasts and cultivators who have fallen here. Although the smell of blood may attract more powerful beasts, the remaining breath here can also deter ordinary beasts. Therefore, Gu Xian must seize this opportunity to break through. Your descendant Gu Xian took the mysterious elixir and his cultivation level broke through to the perfection of the marrow cleansing realm. Reward improvement points *50. Your descendant Gu Xian took the mysterious elixir and his cultivation level broke through to the first level of the organ refining realm. Reward improvement points *80. Your descendant Gu Xian took the mysterious elixir and his cultivation level broke through to the second level of the organ refining realm. Reward improvement points *80. Your descendant Gu Xian took the mysterious elixir and his cultivation level broke through to the third level of the organ refining realm. Reward improvement points *80. Your descendant Gu Xian took the mysterious elixir and his cultivation level broke through to the fourth level of the organ refining realm. Reward improvement points *80. Your descendant Gu Xian took the mysterious elixir and his cultivation level broke through to the fifth level of the organ refining realm. Reward improvement points *80. In a short time, Gu Qingfeng was watching Gu Xian's cultivation level soaring all the way, from the original late stage of the marrow cleansing realm to the perfect state of the fifth level of the organ refining realm in one breath, and his expression could not help but move. He did not expect it. Gu Xian had just entered the Great Sage secret realm not long ago, and his cultivation level had broken through so much. Counting the previous breakthrough, Gu Xian provided a full 500 improvement points in one breath. The breakthrough of the 5th level of organ refining alone has 400 improvement points, not to mention the previous ones. Thinking of this, Gu Qingfeng could not help but take a look at his attribute panel. Name, Gu Qingfeng. Age, 52/6000. Realm, Dao Palace Realm 4th level. Martial Arts, Heavenly Vein Sutra, 2nd level, Heavenly Sword, Perfect, Great Wilderness Fist Sutra, Perfect, Divine Sun Sutra, Dao Palace Chapter 4th level, Ancient Heavenly Sword, Introduction, Purple Extreme Dao Classic, Perfect, Lifeng Sutra, not introduced. Improvement points, 1264. I already have more than 1200 improvement points. If I continue to accumulate them, I can make the Ancient Heavenly Sword break through again. When the Ancient Heavenly Sword breaks through, even if my cultivation remains at the 4th level of Dao Palace Realm, my strength can undergo a qualitative transformation. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. The saint's unique skills are powerful. Once a breakthrough is made, the benefits are obvious. Thinking of this, Gu Qingfeng looked at the entrance to the secret realm in front of him again. The saint's inheritance is already like this. What if I can get the great saint's inheritance? End of this chapter. Chapter 231, Pseudo-Phoenix Divine Body. Within the secret realm of the great sage. In front of a certain palace, 2 monks were confronting each other. Junior, hand over the elixir in your hand, and I will spare your life. Otherwise, even if you have ancient soldiers to protect you, you will still be dead. Chu Peng looked at Gu Xian in front of him, with a look of greed, disdain, and a little fear as he looked at the evil-killing sword. In his eyes, monks at the 5th level of Zhang refining realm are just ants. But by accident, these ants got a bottle of elixir from the palace in front of them, which made Chu Peng's heart beat wildly. After all, this is the secret realm left by the great sage Qingfeng, and the elixirs in the palace must also be left by the great sage Qingfeng. Notice. After hundreds of thousands of years of evolution, many elixirs have turned into dust over the years. The fact that they can actually be preserved is enough to show how extraordinary these elixirs are. If it were an ordinary Zhang refining realm monk, Chu Peng would never talk too much and would have already taken action to snatch it. But Chu Peng looked at the evil-killing sword on Gu Xian's back, with obvious fear in his eyes. He witnessed with his own eyes that a strong man at the 9th level of the divine transformation realm was directly killed by this sword. Chu Peng was naturally afraid of the power of this magical weapon. Hear the words. Gu Xian looked indifferent. Secret treasures depend on chance. It is impossible for Gu to hand over the elixir. I don't want to fight with you, and I can live in peace if I retreat now, otherwise the knife in Gu's hand will not be bad at all. As soon as these words came out, Chu Peng's expression changed. The next moment, the greed in his heart completely outweighed his fear. Chu Peng stepped forward and saw an ancient tower suddenly sacrificed by him, and then fell hard towards Gu Xian. So what if you have ancient soldiers at your disposal? I really think I have no means to do it. If you don't want to live if I give you a way to live, then you will die for me. Chu Peng looked ferocious, as if he had seen Gu Xian being killed by him. Seeing the suppression from the ancient pagoda, the terrifying pressure made Gu Xian's energy and blood become stagnant, but at this moment, a powerful and majestic sword intention suddenly burst out from behind. Next breath. Then he saw the magic sword coming out of its sheath. The cold and terrifying sword cut through the void, and the ancient tower suddenly shattered. The remaining power swept over, making Chu Peng's expression change greatly. You are not an ancient soldier, half sacred will. Chu Peng wanted to escape, but the sword was too late to cover him, so he could only watch the magic sword fall down. When it came to the last moment, Chu Peng calmed down and looked at Gu Xian with eyes filled with resentment. Junior, even if I die, you have to pay the price. The words have not yet fallen. Chu Peng had been cut in half by the evil killing sword. But there was no joy on Gu Xian's face, because he discovered that Chu Peng seemed to have used some kind of secret technique before he died, and a strange pattern quietly appeared on the back of his hand. This pattern is like a tarsal maggot, and there is no way to get rid of it. It seems that I have been targeted by the forces behind Chu Peng. Gu Xian frowned slightly, then relaxed again. When things have reached this point, there is no need to worry anymore. In the situation just now, even if he handed over the elixir, Chu Peng would not let him go. So, both parties are destined to have only one live. As for what happens after killing Chu Peng, let's wait until later. Let's get out of here now. Gu Xiandang turned around and left. It didn't take long. Other monks heard the sound and came. When they saw the horrific marks on the ground, their pupils shrank, and then they saw Chu Peng's body chopped into two halves. This is a true disciple of the Ascension Holy Land. Hiss, I didn't expect this person to die here. I heard that this person is the heir of a Dao Palace Peak Master in the Ascension Holy Land. Now that he dies here, I'm afraid there will be something good to watch later. Many monks recognized Chu Peng's identity. After all, as a true disciple of the Ascension Holy Land, Chu Peng entered the 9th level of the Divine Transformation Realm at a young age, and it was a certainty that he would enter the Dao Palace realm in the future. If placed in a time of great strife, this would be a seedling that could attain enlightenment and become a saint. So, Chu Peng has a reputation as a genius in the eastern region. No one thought that this person would die here. But it doesn't take much thought to understand that a Taoist palace-level heir died here. When the news comes out, it will definitely cause quite a shock. The Holy Land of Ascension. In a certain palace, an old man in black clothes was closing his eyes to rest. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Under his thick eyebrows, his eyes were as sharp as an eagle, and a coldness appeared on his thin cheeks. What happened? Why did I suddenly have such an ominous premonition? Chu Huidao frowned, with a slightly ugly look on his face. Just then, a Qingfeng disciple came in a hurry from outside, his expression full of panic. Peak Master, something serious has happened. When did you get so panicked? Chu Huidao's expression turned cold again, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body, making the disciple's shoulders sink, and his original panic calmed down a little. Subsequently, he saw the other party swallowing hard and stammered. Senior Brother Chu. Senior Brother Chu Peng, Senior Brother's soul card is broken. As soon as these words came out, a terrible force burst out, and Chu Huidao instantly appeared in front of the disciple, grabbing the opponent's neck with an angry look on his face. What did you say? Chu. Senior Brother Chu Peng. The disciple's face turned red, his eyes filled with panic, and he struggled to say something. Next breath, he felt his neck relax, and when he looked at the main hall, Chu Huidao had disappeared. After a while, I saw an extremely terrifying aura rising into the sky from the Sword Peak, shaking the entire Ascension Holy Land. The Peak Masters and Elders were all alarmed by this aura and looked towards the direction of the Sword Peak. What's wrong with this old guy Chu Huidao? Hiss, with this kind of sword intent, it seems that his cultivation has improved a lot. I'm afraid it won't be long before he enters the semi-saint realm. Some strong men frowned, while some monks were shocked by the strength displayed by Chu Huidao. The 9 peaks of the Holy Land of Ascension. Qingfeng's strength has always been among the best. As the master of Qingfeng Peak, Huidao has extraordinary strength. Now, in the main hall where the soul cards are stored in Qingfeng, the soul cards belonging to Chu Peng have been completely shattered. Chu Peng's face is twisted, and his eyes are filled with cold murderous intent. Who killed my son? If you let me know, I will definitely kill you without a burial place. Chu Huideo's expression became ferocious. With his cultivation reaching his level, it was not easy to truly leave heirs. Even if the ancient world has its own secret recipes for nurturing offspring, for those with advanced cultivation levels, the effect of these secret recipes is extremely limited. Therefore, since Chu Peng was born, Chu Huideo has always been held in the palm of his hand, for fear of bumping into him, and he has always responded to this biological heir's request. Chu Peng was able to enter the 9th level of the divine transformation realm at a young age and had a reputation as a genius in the eastern region. In addition to his own talent, it was also because Chu Huideo cultivated him at all costs. But now, Chu Peng died. This made Chu Huideo's persistence for many years turn into ashes. How could such a strong sense of disparity not make the Sword Peak Master furious? This time, a figure suddenly appeared. When Chu Huideo saw the visitor, his ferocious expression barely softened, and he raised his hands to the visitor and said, "I've met the Holy Lord. There is news that a great saint's secret realm has appeared in Kyushu. You will go to Kyushu on behalf of the Holy Land." The Ascension Holy Lord said lightly. Hear the words. Chu Huideo nodded, "No problem." When he finished speaking, the figure of the feathered Holy Lord also disappeared. When the other party left, Chu Huideo's expression became ferocious again. "Juzhu Penger, you can rest assured that as a father, I will never let any murderer go. Even the forces behind them, I will uproot them." Chu Huideo knew clearly about Chu Peng's trip to Kyushu. In order to facilitate the other party, he even gave him an ancient weapon that he had refined for many years. Normally, with the cultivation of the 9th level of Chu Peng Shen's transformation realm and an ancient weapon for body protection, even if a powerful Tao Palace realm man takes action, the former can retreat even if he is defeated. But Chu Huideo no longer cares so much about these things. Immediately, he left the Ascension Holy Land and headed towards Juzhu. When Chu Huideo left, where Yu Feng was, Holy Lord Yu Hua stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the other persons leaving back, with an indifferent expression on his face, seemingly without any emotional changes. Behind him, an old man asked, "The Holy Master asked Master Chu Peak to go to Juzhu, are you not afraid that he will really get the inheritance of the great sage? Now that Qingfeng's ambition is obvious, if Huideo is really inherited by the great sage, it will definitely endanger Yufeng's orthodox status as a holy land." The old man's worries were not unreasonable. There are 9 peaks in the Ascension Holy Land, headed by Yufeng. But Yufeng is not really harmonious, there are always fights with each other overtly and covertly. In recent years, Chu Huideo has entered the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm, which has made Qingfeng's reputation greatly increased, and some other thoughts have arisen. The Ascension Holy Lord said lightly, "Juzhu is not that simple. In the ancient times, the supreme power came out of Juzhu. Although that power disappeared later, there have been many powerful people in the ancient world for many eras. Entering Kyushu, I want to find traces of that force. However, among so many monks who have entered Kyushu, only a few can truly come out. There is great terror in the 9 provinces. Now that the inheritance of the great sage Tianfeng has been born, whether Jianfeng can obtain it is also a question. In addition, according to news, Kyushu has been in decline for many years, and now a top powerhouse has been born. So let's take a look at what's going on right now." The Ascension Holy Master also has his own plans. Being in his position, he can understand that Kyushu is not that simple. In the past years, it is true that saints and great saints have entered Kyushu, but even a strong man of this level may fall there if he is not careful. Therefore, all powerful people who know the past history of Kyushu are very taboo about this opportunity. Your heir Guxian has taken ancient elixirs, his bones have been tempered, he has developed a pseudo-Tianfeng divine body, and his qualifications have been greatly improved. Your heir Guxian has broken through to the primary level of Grandmaster realm. Reward improvement points *120. Your heir Gu Xian has achieved a breakthrough in cultivation to the intermediate level of Grandmaster Realm. Reward improvement points *120. Your heir Gu Xian has broken through to the lower level of the Grandmaster Realm. Reward improvement points *120. Your heir Gu Yang swallowed the treasures of heaven and earth, and his cultivation level broke through to the intermediate level of Grandmaster. Reward improvement points *500. Reward True Meaning Pill *100. Reward Divine Blood Pill *100. Your heir Gu Yang was attacked by cultivators in the realm of divine transformation *3. Your heir Gu Yang killed 2 first-level monks in the divine transformation realm. Your heir Gu Yang killed 1 second-level cultivator of the divine transformation realm. Your heir Gu Yang accidentally obtained the treasure left by the great sage Qingfeng, and his strength has greatly increased. Your heir Gu Xian was attacked by a vicious beast *96. Your heir Gu Xian was attacked by a vicious beast *129. Your heir Gu Xian was attacked by a vicious beast *896. Your heir Gu Xian accidentally received the inheritance of the great sage Qingfeng. Your heir Gu Xian was accidentally attacked by a monk and was seriously injured. Your heir Gu Xian killed the 6th-level cultivator of the divine transformation realm. Your heir Gu Qingfeng looked at the prompts on the information panel and his expression moved slightly. Pseudo Tianfeng Divine Body. The Great Sage's Treasure. The inheritance of the Great Sage. Gu Qingfeng was somewhat unexpected about what Gu Yang and the two had gained. But then I thought about it. He felt relieved again. The inheritance of the secret realm itself is about opportunities, and as a person with great luck, it is normal for Gu Yang to get opportunities by entering the great sage's secret realm. As Gu Xian's brother, it is normal for him to have great luck. Otherwise, it was also impossible for the other party to step into the ancient beast mountain range with a cultivation level below the master level. Not only was he able to come out alive, but he also became a disciple of a holy land. In short, both of them are lucky. But the so-called fake Tianfeng divine body actually made Gu Qingfeng look a little sideways. Divine body. From the information left by Murongxiu and the memories of the two people from the Guiwen dynasty, Gu Qingfeng knew that there were some geniuses and monsters in the ancient world who were born with a certain kind of powerful physique. However, any monk with a strong physique will have unlimited achievements in the future. But these physiques are usually born innately. It is rare for someone like Gu Xian to swallow pills and develop an acquired divine body from the information Gu Qingfeng has learned. At the same time, there is even a pseudo-word in front of these Tianfeng divine bodies, which shows that they should be somewhat different from the real divine bodies. But even so, being able to condense a divine body is considered impressive. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng glanced at his attribute panel. As the two of them made breakthroughs in cultivation, the improvement points accumulated in his hand also exceeded the 2000 mark. See here. Gu Qingfeng glanced in other directions, and immediately returned to the government office, preparing to retreat and break through. Although the promotion point breakthrough is very fast and does not require any retreat, Gu Qingfeng must be prepared accordingly if there is any movement if the ancient heavenly sword fails to break through. End of chapter. Chapter 232 Dao Palace Realm 5th level. Inside the government office, Gu Qingfeng used the power of his soul to set up many restrictions to ensure that when he broke through, he would not cause any strange phenomena. Then he calmed down and looked at his attribute panel. Name, Gu Qingfeng. Age, 52/6000. Realm, 4th level of Dao Palace Realm. Martial Arts, Tianmei Zhenjing, the 2nd level, Heavenly Sword, Perfection, Dawang Fist Sutra, Perfection, Shenyang Sutra, the 4th level of Dao Gong Chapter, Huanggu Heavenly Sword, Introduction, Ziji Dao Canon, Perfection, Li Feng Zhenjing, not yet started. Promotion points, 2124. Promote. Gu Qingfeng did not hesitate and directly chose to upgrade the ancient heavenly sword. Immediately, 2,000 improvement points are consumed. A large number of memories suddenly appeared in Gu Qingfeng's mind, just as he had comprehended and practiced the ancient heavenly sword for endless years, and the vast ancient sword intention also filled the air. But because of the soul restriction and Gu Qingfeng's deliberate control, this sword intention did not really break out of the government office. At the same time, Daogong Yuanshen is also growing. It takes less than a moment. The soul has reached the limit of 36 inches. After a while, Gu Qingfeng opened his eyes, and an aura of vicissitudes of life emerged, and then dissipated. Subsequently, he looked inside his Tao Palace, with a smile on his face. 36 inches of Yuanshen. It seems that this is the limit of my current 4th level of Dao Palace realm, but it is definitely not the limit of Xiao Cheng Wang's ancient heavenly sword. When there are enough improvement points in the future, I can at least directly step into the 6th level of the Dao Palace realm in one go. At this point, Gu Qingfeng didn't have the slightest doubt. When I first started using the ancient heavenly sword, I was able to break through from the 1st level of the Dao Palace realm to the 4th level of the Dao Palace realm in one go. Now that the ancient heavenly sword has become a success, it is a logical and reasonable thing to break through from the 4th level of the Dao Palace realm to the 6th level of the Dao Palace realm. To know Xiaokeng's ancient heavenly sword, the true power bred in it, is much more powerful than the entry level. In the next few days, Gu Qingfeng stayed in the government office and took charge of the overall situation. Over time, more and more powerful people are coming. But on the 10th day after the Great Sage's secret realm was opened, the entrance to the secret realm was closed. Although the portal was still there, no monks were allowed to enter. The monk who transformed into a realm tried to force his way in, but as soon as he took half a step, he was killed on the spot by the power of the Great Sage. This way, other monks who wanted to enter had to stop. Only then did they remember that this was the secret realm left by a fallen Great Sage. Even if a monk in the Tao Palace realm forced his way in, he would end up dead, let alone a mere monk in the realm of divine transformation. To this, many monks who had just arrived in the divine transformation realm were secretly beating their chests and feeling regretful in their hearts. Not even close. They were almost able to enter the Great Sage's secret realm. But opportunity is like this, and the difference between heaven and earth is just a small difference. Your Heir Gu Xian was attacked by monks *215. Your Heir Gu Yang was attacked by monks *365. Your Heir Gu Xian was attacked by a cultivator at the 9th level of the divine transformation realm. He was seriously injured. He activated the power of the pseudo Qingfeng divine body and achieved a breakthrough in cultivation. Reward improvement points *120. Your Heir Gu Xian jumped up the ranks and fought to kill the middle-level monks in the Grand Master realm. Your Heir Gu Xian jumped up the ranks and fought to kill the lower-level monks of the Grand Master realm. Your Heir Gu Xian killed the 9th level cultivator of the divine transformation realm. Your Heir Gu Xian realized life and death in battle, and the true meaning of the heavenly sword has reached the 7th level. Your Heir Gu Xian was seriously injured. Your Heir Gu Xian once again inspired the power of the pseudo Qingfeng divine body, and his cultivation level broke through to the 1st level of the Grand Master realm. Reward improvement points *200. Your Heir Gu Yang was attacked by monks *688. Your Heir Gu Yang killed the 5th level cultivator of the divine transformation realm. Your Heir Gu Yang swallowed the treasures of heaven and earth, and his cultivation level broke through to the lower level of Grand Master. Reward improvement points *500. Reward True Meaning Pill *100. Reward Divine Blood Pill *100. Gu Qingfeng looked at the information panel and frowned slightly. Since Gu Xian and Gu Yang received the opportunity of being a great saint, the frequency of attacks against them has become much higher. But the only good news, even under such encirclement and suppression, neither of them had any major problems. Gu Xian was hit hard several times, but in the end he stood up again. Not only did he not die, but he also made breakthroughs in his cultivation. Gu Qingfeng now also has some guesses about the function of Qingfeng divine body. Now, Gu Qingfeng took a look at his attribute panel and saw that there were only more than 100 improvement points left, but now they had increased to more than 900 points. Immediately, he just raised his cultivation level directly to the 5th level of Dao Palace realm. A majestic power resurrected from Gu Qingfeng's body, and the tyrannical energy and blood power was much stronger than when he was at the 4th level of the Dao Palace realm. Looking at the Dao Palace Yuan Shen again, it has grown directly from 36 inches to 45 inches. This level. It is already the limit of the 5th level of Dao Palace realm. Really? Xiaokeng's ancient heavenly sword can support me to break through to the 6th level of the Dao Palace realm without any problem. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. Subsequently, another smile appeared on his face. After breaking through the 5th level of the Dao Palace realm, his strength has increased a lot, and it will be much easier to deal with the monks in the ancient world. After all, the inheritance of Qingfeng Great Sage has fallen into the hands of Gu Xian. When the secret realm ends, Gu Xian will definitely become the target of public criticism. This time, Gu Qingfeng must improve his strength as much as possible in order to solve subsequent problems. Your father and I have been worried about you too. If you are more ambitious, then break through a few more realms. It is best to use the opportunity of the secret realm to directly enter the realm of divine transformation. Gu Qingfeng looked at the information panel and muttered to himself. The secret realm of the great sage. In a certain barren mountain. Both Gu Yang and Gu Xian's clothes were stained with blood, and they looked a little embarrassed. Now, Gu Yang was guarding on one side, while Gu Xian was sitting cross-legged in meditation, seemingly recovering from his injuries. After a long time, Gu Xian opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. His originally pale face now became much rosier. Thank you, big brother, for protecting the road. The Qingfeng divine body is really mysterious. You can recover so quickly from such an injury. Gu Yang looked at Gu Xian, who had recovered as before, with a look of emotion on his face. Not long ago, he obtained the treasure left by the great sage Qingfeng, and then he was chased by other monks. Using the treasure left by the great sage and the backhand left by Gu Qingfeng, Gu Yang retreated while fighting. Final. He met Gu Xian, who was also being hunted. For a while, the two of them fled for their lives together. Half a day ago, they were besieged by hundreds of monks, including dozens of powerful people from the God Transformation realm. Although the two had many methods, their cultivation was too poor, and Gu Xian was severely injured by one of the powerful people from the Divine Transformation realm. Crucial moment. The evil killing knife burst out with terrifying power, and it was considered as a bloody path for the two of them. And then, Gu Yang followed the guidance of the great sage and stepped into the barren mountain here. This mountain may seem ordinary, but in fact it is filled with the charm of the great sage. It was the retreat place of the great sage Qingfeng in the past. If you step into it without guidance, you will easily trigger the charm of the great sage and be killed on the spot. It was precisely because of relying on the charm of the barren mountain that the two of them had a chance to breathe. Subsequently, Gu Yang protected Gu Xian and allowed him to heal his injuries. Now you can imagine the shock in your heart when you see that Gu Xian fully recovered from his injuries in less than half a day. After all, based on the severity of the other party's injuries, if it were an ordinary monk, he would probably be on the verge of death even if he did not die. Without a long period of training, he would not be able to recover as before. Gu Xian smiled and said, "The Qingfeng divine body pays attention to nirvana and rebirth. If you are seriously injured, as long as you can save a breath, you can have a recovery effect that is different from ordinary people, and it may even lead to a breakthrough in cultivation. It's a pity. The heavenly phoenix divine physique in me is just acquired, it does not belong to the real heavenly phoenix divine physique. The phoenix blood in my body is limited and cannot be compared with the real heavenly phoenix divine physique. At the end, Gu Xian also sighed. Qingfeng divine body is very strong. He understands it deeply. But it is a pity that the Qingfeng divine body in his body is just a fake Qingfeng divine body created by the great sage Qingfeng using various methods, and there is a big gap between it and the real Qingfeng divine body. Subsequently, Gu Xian looked away from the barren mountain again, his expression a little solemn. Brother, do you think we can stop those monks here? Now that his cultivation has reached a breakthrough, he senses that many monks are attacking the barren mountains. Gu Xian was not sure whether the barren mountains here could stop these monks. Gu Yang looked calm. This is the place where the divine phoenix tower guided my brother to come. This is where the great sage Qingfeng retreated in the past, and the charm of the great sage's way remains. Even after years of passing away, I believe that the Taoist charm that remains here is not something that ordinary monks can compete with. In addition, if the great sage Dayun here really can't stop these monks, then we'll make another plan. Gu Yang said lightly. Compared to Gu Xian, he is much calmer in his actions. Even if he is surrounded by many monks in the barren mountains, he does not have any panic. The reason why he can be so calm is not only because Gu Yang has been in a high position for a long time, but also because of another reason. That means the great sage's secret realm is about to close. Every monk who enters the great sage's secret realm will receive the message left by great sage Qingfeng, knowing that the secret realm will only be open for 1 month. 1 month later, all monks staying in the great sage's secret realm will be kicked out directly from the secret realm. Gu Yang calculated the time and found that it had been about 20 days since they entered the great sage's secret realm. This way, the two of them only need to hold on for 10 more days before they can leave the great sage's secret realm. Of course, even if you really leave the great sage's secret realm, things are not that simple. Now that the great sage's treasure and inheritance have fallen into the hands of his 2 brothers, this news will surely spread once the great sage's secret realm ends. But when things got to this point, there was no room for maneuver. So, Gu Yang will not panic. Hearing this, Gu Xian's expression relaxed. Just then, the void trembles. There were all kinds of divine light soaring into the sky, fiercely bombarding the barren mountain. In an instant, Dao Yun rose in the barren mountain, blocking all the divine light. The collision of the 2 forces caused the void to become violently distorted. Such a big fluctuation also caused the expressions of Gu Yang and the 2 men to change. Ancient soldiers. It seems that they also realize that the great sage's secret realm is coming to an end, and they want to completely surround us here. Gu Yang's face was gloomy. Now he naturally understands why Gu Bing. It was a divine weapon that was sacrificed by a strong man in the Dao Palace realm. Any ancient weapon contained terrifying power. If a monk in the divine transformation realm held an ancient weapon, it would be easy to cross ranks and kill powerful enemies. At the same time, if the power of ancient weapons is unleashed at all costs, they can even unleash an attack comparable to that of the Dao Palace. For monks in the ancient world, any ancient weapon is particularly precious and cannot be owned by ordinary monks. But now among the monks who have entered the great sage's secret realm, there are many geniuses from the top forces. It is normal for these monks to possess ancient weapons for protection. Now, in Gu Yang's danshan, an ancient pagoda suddenly rushed out, and in the blink of an eye it was above the barren mountain. The next moment, the brilliant power of heaven spread out, fell into the barren mountain, and merged with all the Taoist charms. Moment. The power of Tao Yun in the barren mountain skyrocketed. All the divine light that was bombarded was directly shattered by a terrifying pressure, revealing the figures of the ancient soldiers inside. Immediately afterwards, many ancient soldiers were seen with dense cracks, and then in full view of the public, these ancient soldiers were all shattered. Boom! The ancient soldiers collapsed and turned into countless fragments scattered in all directions. No! Outside the barren mountains, many monks looked pale. Looking at the broken ancient soldiers, their hearts felt as if they were being cut by a knife. They never expected that the divine Phoenix Tower would suddenly appear and cooperate with the barren mountain Daeyun to shatter many ancient soldiers. Even if you are a proud person from all the forces, losing an ancient weapon here is enough to feel heartache. Those two people really deserve to die for destroying our ancient soldiers from the Shangguan family. A young man in purple clothes looked at the broken ancient soldier, his handsome face turned ferocious, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. At the same time, when looking at the divine Phoenix Tower in the void, the young man in purple showed greed again in his eyes. The great sage's treasure. These treasures should be mine. An impulse emerged in Shang Guanyu's heart to seize the divine Phoenix Tower directly. After all, even the Shangguan family, a family of saints, had never owned such a great sage treasure. If I can get a piece of the great sage's most precious treasure to protect my path, when the time of great strife comes in the future, I will have no problem attaining enlightenment and becoming a saint. Even it is still possible to step into the realm of the great sage and become a being comparable to the great sage Qingfeng. Just think of this. Shang Guanyu glanced at the monks in other directions and said to the godly transformation monk from the Shangguan family next to him. Let other monks step into the barren mountains. They must find a way to enter the barren mountains. If they are unwilling, there is no need to live. Shang Guanyu looked indifferent. Hear the words. The strong men from the Shangguan family immediately took the order and headed towards the other casual cultivators. Doing so would naturally cause quite a commotion. However, due to the reputation of the saint family and the coercion of many strong men from the Shangguan family, some casual cultivators reluctantly set foot on the barren mountains. At the same time, they also felt great resentment towards the Shangguan family. End of chapter. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 233 What is the Yehua Holy Land? The moment these monks stepped into the barren mountain, the terrifying great sage Daoyun suddenly suppressed and fell. All the monks had no time to react, and their bodies suddenly exploded, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. This scene. Shang Guanyu's expression changed. Immediately afterwards, his eyes turned cold again. Continue. Just then, some cultivators yelled angrily, "There is a great sage in the barren mountain here, and it is difficult to set foot on it. Could it be that the saint's family is so careless about human life?" As soon as the man finished speaking, he saw a terrifying force moving toward him. Shang Guanyu blasted out with a palm, killing the monk on the spot. Subsequently, he looked around coldly, with a ferocious look on his face. How can a saint's family be insulted by ants like you? If you enter the barren mountain, you still have a chance of survival. If you don't enter the barren mountain, you will die now. I'll give you 3 breaths to think about it. Shang Guanyu's words made the other casual cultivators look ugly, but looking at the powerful Shangguan family members around them and thinking of Shang Guanyu's strength, these casual cultivators could only endure the humiliation and brave the barren mountains. No way! The strength of himself and others is far behind that of the official family. Not to mention the others, Shang Guanyu alone is enough to kill them all. On the contrary. After all, there is a glimmer of hope when you step into the barren mountains. When the Shangguan family forced the casual cultivators to enter the barren mountains, the same was true for the monks from other forces. Many casual cultivators now regretted coming here to join in the fun, otherwise they would not have fallen into such a situation. In the barren mountains. When Gu Yang looked at the scene where the major forces let loose cultivators explore the way, he had a cold expression on his face. It is really naive to want to use the lives of ordinary monks to wipe out the Daeyun of Barren Mountain. How can the Daeyun of the Great Sage be wiped out by some monks in the realm of divine transformation? Even if the Daeyun of the Great Sage in the Barren Mountain is extremely weak, the remaining Daeyun is definitely not something that some mere cultivators in the realm of divine transformation can shake. Not to mention, The barren mountain Dayun is even suppressed by the divine Phoenix Tower. Even if Gu Yang cannot activate much of the divine power of this great sage, it is still enough to suppress everything. So, Gu Yang was not worried at all. They had a chance to rush up the barren mountain. Seeing a famous casual cultivator explode and die after being suppressed by Dao Yun, he sat cross-legged and meditated, silently meditating on Dao Yun cultivation in the barren mountain here. For Gu Yang, the Tao Yun here is extremely powerful and difficult to understand, but if he can understand some of the mysteries, he can greatly improve his strength. What's more, in the great sage's secret realm, he also got some pills and heavenly materials and earthly treasures. He didn't have time to take them before, so he just digested them all now, hoping to make a breakthrough in strength before the end of the great sage's secret realm. Your heir Gu Yang used the great sage's treasure to communicate with the Dao Yun of Qingfeng great sage's former retreat, and killed many monks. Your heir Gu Yang has understood the great sage's charm and his strength has been greatly improved. Your heir Gu Yang has broken through the 9th level with his true meaning of the sword, and his strength has been slightly improved. Your heir Gu Yang heavenly sword's true meaning has exceeded the 10th level, and his strength has been greatly improved. Your heir Gu Yang heavenly sword's true meaning has exceeded the 11th level, and his strength has been greatly improved. Your heir Gu Yang heavenly sword's true meaning has exceeded level 12, and his strength has been greatly improved. Your heir Gu Yang heavenly sword's true meaning has exceeded the 13th level, and his strength has been greatly improved. Your heir Gu Yang has achieved a breakthrough in cultivation to the level of Grand Master. Reward improvement points *500. Reward true meaning pill *100. Reward divine blood pill *100. Grand Master is perfect. It seems that the great sage's secret realm and his party are indeed at a loss this time. When Gu Qingfeng saw Gu Yang making another breakthrough, a faint smile appeared on his face. When Gu Yang entered the great sage's secret realm, he was only at the beginning of the Grand Master level. Now, in less than a month, his cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds, and he has directly reached the level of Grand Master. If you can take another step forward, you can step into the realm of divine transformation. What's more, Gu Yang's true meaning of the heavenly sword has directly broken through to the 13th level. This is already the limit of the Grand Master's true intention. If there is another breakthrough in level 13 true meaning, it will be the field of cohesion. Now, Gu Qingfeng already knew it. Even in the ancient world, there are very few monks in the divine transformation realm who can truly master the domain. Any divine transformation realm monk who masters the domain is a strong person at this level. Today, Gu Yang is only one step away from the field of concentration. If it were in Zhu, it would be absolutely impossible for Gu Yang to break through to this level without more than 10 years of hard work. But now, just less than a month. This saves the time that normally takes 10 years of hard work. Yang broke through, it's time for me to break through too. Gu Qingfeng glanced at his attribute panel, and with a slight thought, he directly broke through to the 6th level of the Dao Palace realm. Now Gu Qingfeng is used to the skyrocketing increase in his cultivation level when he improves, so he can easily suppress this fluctuation. Looking at the Dao Palace Yuanshan again, it has now grown to 49 inches. 49 inches of soul. It is not the limit of the 6th level of Dao Palace realm. It's just because Xiao Cheng's ancient heavenly sword can only improve the soul up to this point. But this is enough in Gu Qingfeng's opinion. Now that he has broken through to the 6th level of the Dao Palace realm, his strength is more than twice as strong as compared to the original 4th level of the Dao Palace realm. The thought fell. Gu Qingfeng's mind fell outside Xing'an County, looking at other outside cultivators. He also wanted to find these cultivators to verify his current level of strength after the breakthrough. But soon, Gu Qingfeng suppressed this thought. There are plenty of opportunities to verify strength, but there is no need to alert the enemy at the moment. At this moment, the void trembled. A strong man came in the air. The magnificent aura of heavenly power swept everything like a huge wave, making all the cultivators change their faces. Boom! The space was broken. An old man in black appeared expressionlessly. When seeing the other party coming, many cultivators changed their faces. Chu Huidao, Master of Qingfeng Peak of Yahua Holy Land, why is this person here? The expressions of these cultivators changed. Obviously, the arrival of Chu Huidao made them feel great pressure. I heard that among the cultivators who entered the Great Saint's secret realm this time, there is the offspring of this Qingfeng master, but judging from his current appearance, I'm afraid something has gone wrong. At this time, a cultivator spoke. However, before he finished speaking, Chu Huidao looked in the direction of the voice, his eyes as sharp as an eagle turned cold, and it seemed that a terrifying sword intent was bombarding the other party. No. The cultivator's face changed drastically, and it was too late to beg for mercy. In an instant, the sword intent bombarded the cultivator who had half a foot in the Dao Palace realm. His body exploded directly, and he died on the spot in an instant. Hiss! When many cultivators saw this scene, they couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Killing a half-step Dao Palace realm strongman with one glance, such strength is simply terrifying. Even Ji Meng narrowed his eyes and his expression became serious. Even if this Qingfeng Peak Master has not entered the semi-saint realm, I'm afraid he is not far behind. Even he is not absolutely sure of facing such a strong man. After all, they are both in the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm, and there are differences in strength between them. It is obvious. Chu Huidao is a top strong man in the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm, and he is only one step away from entering the rumored semi-saint realm. Although the semi-saint is not a true saint, it is stained with the word saint after all. Strong men at this level are truly the top in the current Dharma ending age. However, semi-saints are rare. Strong men at the semi-saint level in the ancient world are rare. Among the many cultivators present now, Chu Huidao is obviously the strongest. My descendants fell in the Great Saint's secret realm. Don't let me know who did it, otherwise this matter will never be easily let go. Chu Huidao looked at the cultivators present with cold eyes and said sinisterly. These words did not give face to other cultivators at all, and made many powerful people from various forces secretly angry. However, thinking of Chu Huidao's strength, they suppressed their anger. Obviously, this person has become a little crazy because of the loss of his offspring, and it is not a good thing to really tear his face with him. Now all forces only hope that it is not their descendants who killed the other party's offspring, otherwise, this matter will be difficult to settle. Time passed. Soon, several days passed. This day, the bronze portal trembled violently, and there were rays of divine light, like auspicious signs reflecting the world. All cultivators saw this scene and their faces changed slightly. The Great Sage secret realm is about to end. I don't know who got the inheritance of the Great Sage Qingfeng this time. Some powerful people in the Dao Palace realm are now secretly preparing. After all, they cannot enter the Great Sage secret realm, and now is the only chance to get the Great Sage's inheritance. Soon, many streams of light burst out from the bronze portal. If you look carefully, you can find that each stream of light is carrying a cultivator. In less than a moment, all the cultivators alive in the secret realm were thrown out by the power of the secret realm. The inheritance of the Great Sage Qingfeng and the Great Sage's treasure are all in the hands of the Shenyu dynasty. Suddenly, Shang Guanyu, who came out of the secret realm, shouted loudly. All the strong men present were stunned, and then they looked at Gu Yang and others with burning eyes. Shang Guanyu said that the Great Sage's inheritance and the Great Sage's treasure were in the hands of the two, and these strong men did not completely believe it. However, soon, other cultivators who came out of the secret realm echoed. Yes, the opportunities left by the Great Sage Qingfeng were all obtained by the Shenyu dynasty. That Emperor Gu relied on the great sage's treasure to activate the Dao rhyme left by the great sage Qingfeng and killed many cultivators. It was simply a heinous crime. When a cultivator spoke, he looked in the direction of the Shenwu dynasty with a face full of resentment. If they can't get the great saint inheritance, then they can't let the Shenwu dynasty get it. Many ordinary cultivators want to use this opportunity to drag the Shenwu dynasty into the water, while top cultivators like Shang Guanyu want to use this opportunity to muddy the waters and profit from it. Hand over the great saint inheritance, and I will spare your lives. Immediately, a cultivator in the Dao Palace realm couldn't sit still and directly grabbed Gu Yang and others. This terrible power made Gu Yang's face change. Even if he has now broken through to the perfect cultivation realm of the Grand Master, he is no match for this level of strong man. However, just when he saw that the blow was about to fall, a cold voice came. If you do it in front of me, you are seeking death. The words fell. The void shattered. The terrifying power of energy and blood turned into a shocking palm and collided with the Taoist Palace realm powerhouse. Bang! The Taoist Palace monk's right arm exploded directly, and the remaining force of his qi and blood palms crushed him, and in the former's horrified eyes, he hit him hard. Boom! Under the current terrifying power, the body of the Taoist Palace monk who took action exploded, turning into blood mist and scattering. In an instant, there was no corpse left. From the time when the Dao Palace monk took action, to when the opponent fell, not even a single breath could be taken before and after. Seeing that the other party was exploded with a slap, leaving no bones behind, many monks in the field felt chills all over. The heat in their hearts that was originally caused by the opportunity of the great sage immediately cooled down. Until this moment. Only then did they remember that the Shenwu dynasty was not a soft persimmon that could be manipulated by others. There was a top Taoist Palace realm powerhouse behind it. Just when all parties were briefly shocked, Chu Huidao's cold eyes fell on Gu Xian. Junior, why do you have the mark of the Ascension Holy Land on your body? Could it be that you killed my son? Hear the words. Gu Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he said calmly, I don't know what you are talking about. Jija, it doesn't matter if you don't know. When I capture you and search for your soul, everything will become clear. Chu Huidao smiled ferociously, took one step forward, shattered the void with his withered right hand, and grabbed Gu Xian directly. Next breath. I saw the void shaking. A monk in green clothes suddenly appeared in front of Gu Xian. Then, he saw the other party also slapped him. When the two palms collided together, a wave of destruction suddenly came, and the layers of space were destroyed and shattered. Chu Huidao's body trembled, and he involuntarily took a step back. Looking at the monk in green, he saw that the opponent's body remained motionless, and the exchange of blows had already made a decision. Who are you? You dare to block my actions in the Ascension Holy Land? Could it be that you want to be the enemy of the Ascension Holy Land? Chu Huidao's expression was stern, and the eyes he looked at the monk in green were full of cold and murderous intent, as well as a touch of unnoticeable fear. The strength of the monks in front of him made him feel some pressure. This is Gu Qingfeng. Facing such questions, Gu Qingfeng said calmly, and then another smile appeared on his face, but this smile looked quite cold. As for the so-called Holy Land of Ascension, what is that? It is worthy of being feared by me. You are impudent and dare to insult the Ascension Holy Land. You are seeking death. When Chu Huidao heard this, he immediately became furious, and the only fears in his heart dissipated in an instant. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying force rose from the other party. The sword's intention soared into the sky. It's like an emperor reigning over the world. Chu Huidao looked domineering and looked at Gu Qingfeng with murderous intent. If you want to seek death, I will save you. End of chapter. Chapter 234 Destroying Chu Huidao. The words fell. Chu Huidao had already taken action brazenly. I saw that he directly sacrificed a divine sword and manipulated the spiritual energy of hundreds of miles of heaven and earth to gather together. The docile spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the past has now turned into an extremely terrifying sword energy. Destroy! Chu Huidao slashed down with his sword, and hundreds of miles of void were completely overturned. It seemed that billions of sword energy bombarded him, trying to completely kill Gu Qingfeng on the spot. However, Gu Qingfeng put one hand behind his back, stretched out his right hand, and held the 5 fingers in the air. Immediately afterwards, squeeze hard with your palm. Boom! Bailey sword chi exploded suddenly, and a layer of blood mist erupted from Chu Huidao's body. It turned out that the black clothes were soaked in blood, and he looked miserable. Pfft! Chu Huidao opened his mouth and vomited out blood. When he looked at Gu Qingfeng, his eyes were no longer arrogant or murderous, but filled with endless fear. Half saint. It's impossible. Now that Kyushu has long since fallen, how can a half-saint be born? Chu Huidao felt like he was going crazy. The monk who originally thought he could easily suppress him turned out to be confronted by a semi-saint. And judging from the other party's methods, even among the semi-saints, this kind of strength is probably a truly top-notch existence. Half-saint. After hearing Chu Huidao's words, the expressions of all the monks present changed drastically. It was hard for them to believe that a half-saint would be born in a mere Shenwu dynasty. But seeing that Huidao, as the top Taoist palace, was almost suppressed by Gu Qingfeng with one hand, it seemed that only a semi-saint could achieve such strength. For a while, many forces have given up their thoughts of competing for the inheritance of the great sage. After all, a semi-saint is standing in front of him. In today's era when saints are rare, this is the real top powerhouse. It is not that simple to seize the inheritance from the hands of such beings. Now, Gu Qingfeng didn't say anything, and just punched Huidao. With his cultivation level reaching his level, even a simple punch contained terrifying power. The extremely terrifying power caused the face of the Sword Peak Master of the Ascension Holy Land to change drastically. You want to kill me? Chu Huidao never expected that Gu Qingfeng would actually dare to kill him. You must know that he is the master of a peak in the Yehua Holy Land and has a respected status. Even if the powerful person in front of him is a half-saint, it doesn't matter that there are no semi-saints existing in the Holy Land of Ascension. And the Holy Land of Immortality has been inherited for tens of thousands of years, and its foundation is also unfathomable. So Gu Qingfeng still dares to kill people now, which makes Chu Huidao unexpected. But after all, he is a veteran strongman. The moment Gu Qingfeng took action, Chu Huidao burst out with a burst of energy and blood. The ancient divine sword weapon pressed across the void, and the sword gang that was as solid as substance was slashed out. Boom! The two forces collided, and the sword was shattered in Chu Huidao's shocked eyes. The remaining power caused him to be backlashed again, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. You can't kill me. I am the master of Sword Peak of the Ascension Holy Land. If you kill me, the Ascension Holy Land will never let you go. Chu Huidao is really scared now. There are few people in the world who are not afraid of death, let alone those who have cultivated to his level. However, Gu Qingfeng's expression remained indifferent. What is the Holy Land of Ascension? Anyone who dares to attack anyone from my Gu family will die. The words fell. Gu Qingfeng used his hand as a knife and slashed it towards Huidao. The latter's expression was ferocious, and his energy and blood were burning in an instant, and he unleashed the most powerful blow in his history. Since Gu Qingfeng didn't give him a way to survive, Chu Huidao naturally couldn't sit still and wait for death. Next breath, I saw an ancient sword slashing through the sky and the earth. All the sword energy was completely eliminated by this force. The body of Huidao standing in the air stagnated slightly, and then exploded with a bang. Boom! Flesh and blood was scattered. A top Taoist palace-level man died directly on the spot. See this scene. All the monks fell silent. If Gu Qingfeng's previous killing of Patriarch Suiyun and the bombardment of another Dao palace realm only shocked some monks, then his invincible killing of Kahua Dao now shocked everyone. After all, Kahua Dao is different from ordinary monks. The opponent is the master of Qingfeng Peak of the Ascension Holy Land, a top powerhouse who has stepped into the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. Gu Qingfeng's ability to suppress such a powerful person has already reached the semi-saint realm. This time, it was Ji Meng's turn to be silent. This time, the 30,000 God Emperor's troops entered. Although almost half of them were destroyed, those who came out alive had made breakthroughs in their cultivation to varying degrees. Logically speaking, the overall strength of the Divine Emperor's army should be rising instead of falling. According to Ji Meng's thinking, now that the Divine Emperor's army has come out, he should lead the army to kill Gu Qingfeng and destroy the Xinyu dynasty. But now, the death of the master of Qingfeng Peak in the Holy Land of Ascension is just around the corner. This made Ji Meng feel a bit stuck. The Divine Emperor's army is powerful enough to surround and kill the top Taoist palaces, but it's hard to say how powerful they are against those in the semi-sacred realm. Even if he comes with a semi-sacred weapon, whether he can match a semi-saint is still a problem. After all, semi-holy weapons are just weapons from the past. Even if they contain the power of a semi-saint, they can't really be compared with a semi-saint. At this time, where the Shangguan family was, a strong man stepped forward and said in a cold voice, "Even if you are a semi-sage, you cannot monopolize the inheritance of the great saint. In my opinion, you might as well take out the inheritance of the great sage and let us understand it together." Yes, what Elder Shangguan Hongtian said is reasonable. The Xinyu dynasty wants to monopolize the inheritance, which is a bit overbearing. In my opinion, it is better to share the inheritance. Xiu also spoke. With the Shangguan family taking the lead, and Ziyun Holy Land joining in, some other wavering monks were once again occupied by greed, and they all expressed their desire to jointly understand the great sage's inheritance. See this scene. Shangguan Hongtian sneered secretly in his heart. This is the effect he wants. As a family of saints, Shangguan Hongtian is not afraid of a semi-saint, but there are many forces present now, and it is impossible for the Shangguan family to face such a powerful person alone. So, he just spoke out to arouse everyone's emotions and put pressure on the other party. If Gu Qingfeng agrees, that would be the best, and the Shangguan family can obtain the inheritance of the great sage, but if the other party does not agree, things will be much simpler. With the strength of the strong men present, surrounding and killing a half-saint is not a big problem. Think of this. Shangguan Hongtian looked at Gu Qingfeng teasingly, wanting to see how the other party would respond. Facing the crowd's persecution, Gu Qingfeng's eyes were cold and stern, and he punched one of the Dao Palace monks, blasting his body. Boom! Blood splattered. Many monks were unable to escape, and a lot of blood was splashed on their bodies. This is my answer. Gu Qingfeng looked ferocious, with murderous intent in his eyes. Whoever wants the inheritance of the great sage, just come forward. As long as you kill me, the inheritance of the great sage will be yours. But if you die in my hands due to lack of strength, you can't blame others. Now, I just want to beat you to death, or be beaten to death by you. As soon as this statement came out, the scene suddenly fell silent. No one expected that the semi-saint of the Xinyu dynasty would be so tough, and that he would remain unafraid even in the face of many powerful men. Now, seeing that the others were frightened, Shangguan Hongtian immediately shouted angrily, "So what if you're a half-saint? People who don't become saints are just ants after all. Today I'll see if you, a semi-saint, can stop the holy soldiers of my Shangguan family." The words fell. Shangguan Hongtian opened the ancient box he was carrying on his back, and an ancient mirror flew out from it. The radiant holy power filled the void, as if suppressing the heaven and earth. Fire Sun Mirror. This is the most precious treasure in the hands of Saint Yunyang in the past. I didn't expect that the Shangguan family would actually bring this holy weapon. Many monks looked shocked and looked at the ancient mirror in the void, their eyes full of horror. The other side. Holy soldier. Gu Qingfeng narrowed his eyes slightly. Although this kind of glorious holy power is not as powerful as the great sage Tianfeng, it is by no means trivial. Just then, Fu He's voice came to his ears. Gu Qian, Gu Daiyu, the Yunyang mirror was the most precious treasure in the hands of the Yunyang saint of the Shangguan family. The power of this holy weapon is unpredictable. More than 10,000 years ago, an ancient semi-sage came to invade the Shangguan family, but was destroyed by the Yunyang mirror. Kill directly. This kind of treasure cannot be underestimated, so fellow Taoists should be careful. This is the sound transmission into the secret. This kind of method can be done by ordinary masters, and it is even easier for monks in the realm of divine transformation. At this time, Gu Yang also summoned the divine phoenix tower. Father, this is the most precious treasure of the great sage Tianfeng. It is difficult for my child to exert its true power, so it is better to leave it to my father for use. When the divine phoenix tower appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of many powerful people. Great holy soldier! This is a treasure that only the powerful in the great saint realm can refine. And not every great saint can have a great saint weapon. Not to mention, the great sage Tianfeng is the top great sage. It is said that the other party is only one step away from becoming the holy king. Such treasures are really exciting. Under such circumstances, how could Shangguan Hongtian give Gu Qingfeng the opportunity to control the divine phoenix tower? All his energy and blood were poured into the Yunyang mirror, and this holy weapon was filled with divine light. Immediately afterwards, then he saw the terrifying flames sweeping through the sky and drowning towards Gu Qingfeng. This blow, enough to incinerate the void. The surrounding temperature suddenly rose to a terrifying level. Many monks retreated one after another for fear of being affected by the power of the holy soldiers, but Gu Qingfeng remained unfazed. To deal with a mere holy weapon, there is no need to use a great holy weapon. Just relax. Gu Qingfeng looked indifferent, and then he reached out and made a move, and the evil killing sword fell directly into his hand. The moment he held the handle of the knife, Gu Qingfeng's whole aura changed completely. The next moment, the long knife was unsheathed, and the bloody sword light cut through the sky and the earth. Then he saw the terrifying spiritual energy condensed and turned into an unparalleled sword. Heavenly sword. Cut. Gu Qingfeng uttered one word, and the evil-killing knife suddenly fell down. This was the first time he truly used the sage's secret skill. The moment Xiaokeng's ancient heavenly sword fell, the world seemed to collapse, the void was extinguished, and everything turned into nothingness. The flames that were enough to incinerate the void were completely shattered by this blow. The terrifying knife gang blasted away fiercely, and Yunyang mirror seemed to feel a great threat. An ancient figure walked out of it, and the sacred power of Huang suddenly surged. I saw the opponent's finger suppressing the void and falling, completely destroying the remaining power of the sword. When he saw the other party appear, Shangguan Hongtian looked surprised and happy. Saint Yunyang. The good news is that what appears now is the power left by the sage Yanyang in the Yanyang mirror. The sage's move is enough to suppress everything. The shocking thing is that this kind of power is not endless. Once the power of the sage is exhausted, the Yanyang mirror will be just an ordinary holy weapon, no longer as powerful as before. Of course, even ordinary holy weapons are actually very powerful. But the problem is, the power of this kind of holy weapon is not as good as the power of the sage Yanyang. Now, the appearance of the sage's phantom made all the cultivators look in awe. A sage. Even if it is just a phantom, it is definitely not something that other cultivators can contend with. In front of this kind of holy power, even the top Dao Palace realm powerhouses can't raise any thoughts of taking action. On the side of the Shenwu dynasty, Fu He looked at the appearance of the sage's phantom, and his face also showed a look of despair. It's over. The power left by Saint Yan Yang has been stimulated. Now that the saint's phantom has appeared, and he has the holy weapon in his hand, I'm afraid that even if the real saint comes in person, he may not be his opponent. Fu He's words made Gu Yang and others change their faces. Gu Xian couldn't help asking, what does Master mean by this? It's very simple. Now that Saint Yan Yang's power has manifested, and he has the holy weapon in his hand, he is already equivalent to a real saint. Fu He took a deep breath and said directly. This is the foundation of the saint family. Even if there is no saint born in this era, it can still exert the power equivalent to that of a saint with the help of the treasure. This level of power, even Taixu Holy Land must treat it with caution. After all, although Taixu Holy Land is an ancient holy land and has a strong foundation, it will cost a lot to face a saint directly. Thinking of this, Fu He looked at Gu Qingfeng with some regret. Such a strong man, who can enter the semi-saint realm in this era, will definitely be able to prove his sainthood in the future. It's a pity that he is about to perish here. Gu Yang looked grim. If I hand over the Shenhuang Tower to my father, can I match this Yunyang saint? No. Fu He shook his head. Saint weapons have spirits, and so do the great saint weapons. Only those who are recognized by him can truly activate the power of the great saint weapons. Fellow Daoist Gu is not the master recognized by the Shenhuang Tower, so it is difficult for him to activate this treasure. What's more, the Shenhuang Tower has already let you be the master. If you forcibly cut off your connection with the Shenhuang Tower, you will also suffer serious backlash. It's a pity that your current cultivation is too weak. If you can enter the divine transformation realm, you may be able to activate the power of the great saint soldier and then suppress the yin-yang mirror. Hearing this, Gu Yang secretly clenched his fists, his face full of unwillingness. At this moment, he deeply felt the weakness of his own strength. What does it matter if a Grand Master is perfect? Even if he controls a great saintly weapon, he is still just an ant in front of a truly powerful person. End of this chapter. Chapter 235, Killing the Saint. Saint. Gu Qingfeng looked at the figure in the void, and the brilliant holy power filled the air, making his blood boil with it. There was no fear in his eyes, only a strong fighting spirit. Regarding the saints from the ancient world, Gu Qingfeng also wanted to see how powerful these beings were. At this time, Shang Guanhongtian bowed to Sage Yunyang and said with a respectful expression, "A strong man is attacking us today. Please take action to kill this thief." "Allow." Yunyang Sage spit out a word without any emotion. Immediately, he saw the other party grabbing the yin-yang mirror and directly shooting out a world-destroying divine light, which instantly penetrated the void and headed towards Gu Qingfeng to suppress it. "Today, let me see how powerful the so-called saint is." Gu Qingfeng laughed loudly. The cold light of the evil-destroying sword was fully displayed, and the terrifying energy and blood power soared into the sky, as terrifying as the divine sun. The moment he saw the divine light falling, he had already slashed out with the sword. Boom! The terrifying sword slashed through the void and directly shattered the world-destroying divine light. The remaining power of the sword shot towards Yin-Yang Saint, who punched out, and the two forces cancelled each other out. However, at the moment when the light of the sword dissipated, Gu Qingfeng stepped forward with a single step. His extremely powerful sword intention broke through the sky, and the overwhelming power gathered around him, turning into the ancient heavenly sword and killing the Yin-Yang Saint again. This moment, Sage Yunyang's expressionless face finally showed a hint of emotion. Immediately, I saw him offering up the flame mirror, and the raging flames swept across the world. It seemed that the great sun and the golden crow were born. The moment it spread its wings and took off, endless real fire spread. This is the great sun golden crow. It is rumored that the yin-yang mirror was made by Saint Yin-yang after imitating the rumored Golden Crow divine mirror. Now it seems that the rumors are indeed true. Such divine power is probably enough to kill ordinary saints. Qingfeng is not a simple person. Even if the power of Saint Yin-yang manifested, he was not able to directly suppress him. It's really terrifying. Looking at the two figures fighting in the void, all the strong men looked shocked. The strength of Saint Yin-yang certainly did not surprise them. After all, although the other party has died, the strength left in the holy soldiers is comparable to that of a real saint. But the strength shown by Qingfeng is truly incredible to the strong men from all sides. They originally thought that Qingfeng was just a half-saint, but now it seems that the opponent's strength is by no means as simple as a semi-saint. Otherwise, how could the other party fight with the saint holding a flaming sun mirror? To know. The saint who holds the holy weapon is the most peak saint. As long as the power left by the yin-yang saint in the yin-yang mirror is not exhausted, the opponent will always be equivalent to a true saint. In this era where saints do not appear, such existences are enough to sweep everything away. So, it was incredible for them that Qingfeng could fight with yin-yang saint. Boom! Boom! In the void, the yin-yang saint held the yin-yang mirror and shot out the blazing sunlight, which seemed to completely ignite the entire space. The terrifying flames burning in it could turn any monk below the saint into ashes. However, facing such an attack, Qingfeng was completely unfazed. His majestic qi and blood were like a vast ocean, and his extremely powerful sword intent was able to destroy everything. No matter how terrifying yin-yang sage's attacks were, they still couldn't do anything to him. After a while, Qingfeng looked a little disappointed. It turns out that this is the power of a saint. In this case, I have overestimated the so-called saint. The words fell. Qingfeng's figure suddenly stopped. At this moment, yin-yang sage also happened to sacrifice the yin-yang mirror, and a big sun golden crow condensed with terrifying flames came towards the former. The golden crow has not yet arrived. The heat wave is coming. Qingfeng's face was expressionless, his eyes looking indifferently at the great sun golden crow that came into view. It's over. Before he finished speaking, he took a step forward and poured all his energy and blood into the evil killing sword. The shadow of the supreme heavenly sword condensed in the sky, and finally merged with Qingfeng into one. Cut it down with one knife. Destroyed forever. The great sun golden crow was the first to bear the brunt, and its body was instantly torn apart by the sword, turning into divine fire that filled the sky and dissipated. But after beheading the golden crow of the sun, the remaining force of this sword was not only directed towards Sage Yin-yang. The latter's complexion changed slightly, and he had to hold up the flame mirror to resist. Next breath. The long knife has struck hard on the yin-yang mirror. Crack! There was a crisp sound. I saw dense cracks appearing on this saint's treasure. It couldn't hold up for more than a few breaths before it suddenly shattered. The holy weapon collapsed. The shadow of Saint Yin-yang has disappeared. The sword that was not completely exhausted plunged into the depths of the void, as if splitting the entire ancient beast mountain range. The earth shattered, the mountains collapsed, and countless ferocious beasts were directly buried. No. Impossible, how could Saint Yin-yang be defeated? Seeing the yin-yang mirror shattered and the yin-yang saint's shadow disappearing, Shangguan Hengtian's face turned pale, and there was a look of complete disbelief in his eyes. What did he see? Sage Yin-yang was defeated. And even the yin-yang mirror was broken. To know. The reason why the Shangguan family is a family of saints and has been able to stand for many years is because of the presence of holy soldiers. If there were no holy weapons, the Shangguan family might have been destroyed long ago. After all, when Sage Yin-yang was still alive, the Shangguan family also offended many forces. Later, the sage passed away and left his holy soldiers to guard the family, thus being able to intimidate all parties. If we lose the holy soldiers, then the Shangguan family will no longer be called a saint family. At the same time, many people who were enemies of the Shangguan family in the past may take the opportunity to add insult to injury. That kind of situation. It was definitely not what Shangguan Hongtian wanted to see. If today's situation could be foreseen, then Shangguan Hongtian would never use the holy soldiers. However, before Shangguan Hongtian could regret it, a cold murderous intention fell on him, making his whole body tremble instinctively. When he looked along the murderous intention, he happened to meet Gu Qingfeng's cold eyes. "Wait, you can't kill me." Shangguan Hongtian's heart trembled, and the fear of death instantly overwhelmed all his thoughts. But before he could finish speaking, Gu Qingfeng had already struck down with his sword. In an instant, the elder from the Shangguan family who had entered the 9th level of the Dao Palace was immediately covered in blood. After beheading the Shangguan family, Gu Qingfeng kept moving. With one strike, it turned into 10,000 sword energy, covering all the monks of the Shangguan family. At this moment, divine light suddenly emerged from Shangguan Yu's body, and a shadow came out of him. "Fellow Taoist, this is my Shangguan family." But before Shui Ying could finish speaking, he was directly killed on the spot by the sword energy. "We're killed together. There are also Shangguan Yu and other monks from the Shangguan family." The knife fell. All the monks from the Shangguan family died on the spot. Looking at the mangled corpses of the monks from the Shangguan family, an idea came to the minds of the other monks. The Shangguan family is over. This battle. Not only did the Shangguan family lose a 9th level Taoist palace master, but even the clan's holy soldiers were shattered. The so-called saint family's heritage has been reduced to very little at this point. It is self-evident what kind of consequences a saint family without much saint heritage will bring. Even though the Shangguan family still has strong men in charge, there are still many forces that offend the other party. In the past, there was no problem with the deterrence of the holy soldiers, but now that there are no holy soldiers, it is hard to say. Saint. This person is not a semi-saint, but a saint. While Xiu was horrified, he was also secretly glad. Fortunately, he didn't have time to take action, otherwise, he might have fallen into it. Just as Xiu was thinking this, he heard a cold voice coming into his ears. "You also want to covet the inheritance of the great sage from my Gu family?" "No. I didn't." Xiu met Gu Qingfeng's cold eyes, and his heart suddenly trembled. He hurriedly wanted to defend himself, but Gu Qingfeng didn't give him any chance. "Punch out!" Xiu, who was at the 6th level of the Dao Palace realm, was instantly blown away. After beheading Xiu, Gu Qingfeng took one step forward, and the terrifying sword intention field spread. The infinite sword energy cut through the void and strangled the other monks. For a while, the blood of dozens of monks was spilled on the spot. "We have not taken action against the Gu family, please spare your life, senior." The powerful man in the Yudao palace looked frightened, and he didn't care about his face and directly begged for mercy. However, his only response was a fist. Boom! The Dao Palace realm body exploded, completely leaving no bones. Gu Qingfeng slowly retracted his fist and said with an indifferent expression, "I said, today I will either beat you to death or you will beat me to death. But now it seems that I am the one alive now. As for you, there is no point in living anymore." As Gu Qingfeng finished speaking, the terrifying sword energy swept through everything in an instant. No matter whether it was a Dao Palace monk or a divine transformation monk, there was no chance of survival under such an attack. The body exploded. The ground is stained with blood. When the remaining monks saw this scene, they were all filled with dead souls. They no longer cared about whether the great sage had inherited it or not, and pulsed towards the ancient beast mountain without looking back. Seeing a monk leaving the scope of his sword intention, Gu Qingfeng flicked his finger, and the aura tore through the void, directly blasting the head of a Taoist palace-level monk. Immediately, the other party's headless body fell from mid-air. Massacre. Wanton slaughter. Gu Qingfeng did not spare any of the monks who asked Gu Xian to share the great sage's inheritance, and killed them all on the spot. Not only that. Even the other monks who led the opposing force, Gu Qingfeng simply killed them all to avoid future troubles. For a while, in front of Qidian County, it has been reduced to a sure hell. Fu He looked at the bloody scene in front of him, and a look of horror could not help but appear on his face. He never expected that Gu Qingfeng's strength would be so terrifying that he could even defeat the holy weapons of the Shangguan family. To know. Only a saint can defeat the holy soldiers. That is to say, Gu Qingfeng must be a saint. Even if the opponent's realm has not reached the saint level, he at least has the strength of a saint level. In this day and age, existence at this level is invincible. At this moment, the killing is still going on. Gu Qingfeng slowly came to the camp of Guiwen dynasty. Looking at Jimeng and the 100,000 Emperor God army in front of him, he did not say anything. He just moved his mind and sent endless sword energy to strangle the Emperor God army. Form a formation. Jimeng roared angrily, and at the same time, his aura surged. He was originally in the 7th level of Dao Palace realm, but now he was connected with the aura of the Emperor God army. In an instant, he had stepped into the level that was comparable to the 9th level of Dao Palace realm. Facing the bombardment of sword energy, Jimeng waved his spear and defeated all the attacks. At this moment, Gu Qingfeng held the long sword and chopped it down. The terrible power tore the space apart, causing Jimeng's eyebrows to jump wildly, and he had to raise the long spear to resist. In an instant, the long spear broke. A bloodline appeared from Jimeng's eyebrows, and it spread all over his body in an instant. The next breath, the opponent's body was split into 2 halves, and blood and internal organs were scattered all over the ground. After beheading Jimeng, Gu Qingfeng's expression remained unchanged. He blasted out with his left hand, and many bodies of the Emperor's army exploded one after another. After a few breaths, all the killing stopped. The ground was completely stained with blood, countless broken corpses were lying, and broken limbs were everywhere. In just a short moment, more than 100,000 people had died. In this sea of blood and corpses, only the blue clothes were floating, dust-free, forming a sharp contrast with the cruel scene on the battlefield. However, not all the cultivators were slaughtered. There were still very few cultivators who barely survived. They looked at Gu Qingfeng's back, their faces were full of fear, and some of them were shaking in their calves, and yellow liquid flowed down their trouser legs. When Gu Qingfeng looked here, they turned pale and some trembled all over. "Saint! Saint, please spare my life!" A Dao Palace cultivator knelt down without any hesitation. Seeing this, other cultivators also knelt down instinctively at the same time. As for the so-called face, it became unimportant in the face of life and death. Gu Qingfeng said lightly, "You can rest assured. I am not a bloodthirsty person. As long as you are not an enemy of me, I will not kill you. Although you are from the 5 realms, Zhu is also a part of the ancient realm. I welcome you to come here. But I don't want anyone to stir up chaos in Zhu, otherwise, these people will be your fate." Yes, yes, the saint is right. We have no ill will towards Zhu. Hearing that Gu Qingfeng was willing not to kill them, these cultivators' tense minds were completely relaxed, and they felt fortunate to have survived a disaster. Afterwards, a cultivator stood up and bowed to Gu Qingfeng and said, "I will take my leave first." After speaking, the other party headed towards the ancient Beast Mountain range without looking back, with the intention of fleeing in desperation. One person left, and seeing that Gu Qingfeng really did not take action, the other cultivators hurriedly followed the former and fled in desperation, as if there was a ferocious beast in Zhu that was chasing them, and they did not dare to stop for even a step. End of this chapter. Chapter 236 Fu He and Number 039, S Proposal. There was peace in Qidian County. It was in sharp contrast to the bloody scene outside the county. In the government office, Gu Yang said, "Father, there are now tens of thousands of cultivators' bodies outside the city. I wonder how to deal with them. I have some opinions on this matter." Without waiting for Gu Qingfeng to speak, Fu He spoke first. Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but look at the other party. "If you have any opinions, please speak frankly. As we all know, the spiritual energy of the world in Zhu is weak now, which is more than one level lower than the other 5 domains in the ancient world. In the ancient times, it was rumored that the spiritual energy of the world in Zhu was extremely rich, otherwise it would be impossible for an unparalleled force to emerge. Later, the spiritual energy of Zhu weakened, which should also be related to that force." Fu He briefly talked about some of the history of Zhu in the past, and then got straight to the point. "In my opinion, if the Xinyu dynasty wants to grow stronger, the problem of Zhu's spiritual energy must be improved, and our generation of cultivators temper themselves with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which can be said to be a walking source of spiritual energy. Especially for cultivators who have entered the realm of divine transformation and above, every drop of blood is filled with all kinds of magic, and is also filled with a large amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Therefore, it is better to bury the bodies outside the city in various places in Zhu, and nourish the Zhu spiritual veins with the flesh and blood of cultivators. Maybe it is possible to restore some spiritual energy in Zhu." Fu He expressed his opinion. Gu Qingfeng's eyes lit up when he heard it, and when he looked at Fu He again, his face was full of smiles. Friend Fu Dao has awakened the dreamer with one word. Now the spiritual energy of Zhu is weak. These cultivators want to cause chaos in Zhu. It is just right to bury their bodies in the Zhu spiritual veins. This can be regarded as making the best use of them. In this battle, Gu Qingfeng killed more than 100,000 cultivators. The weakest among them are all at the Grand Master level, and there are also many cultivators who can enter the divine transformation realm, and there are also strong ones who are striving for the Dao Palace realm. You know, any Dao Palace realm cultivator can be equivalent to hundreds or thousands of divine transformation realm cultivators. Especially the top strong men in the Dao Palace realm such as Shang Guan Hongtian and Chu Huidao, their flesh and blood essence is even more amazing. If the flesh and blood remains of these cultivators are buried in Zhu, the power in them nourishes the spiritual veins, and there is indeed hope to restore the spiritual energy of Zhu. Not to mention the level of the ancient years, but at least it can make the current spiritual energy rise a lot. The biggest gap between Zhu and the other 5 domains of the ancient world is the concentration of spiritual energy. As long as the spiritual energy can keep up, the overall strength of Zhu can also rise. If Gu Qingfeng was just the leader of a certain force in Zhu, he would not consider Zhu so much, but now Gu Yang founded the Xinyu dynasty and ruled the entire Zhu. In this way, even if Gu Qingfeng didn't consider himself, he had to consider his son. Then, he looked at Gu Yang on the side. "You should do as Fu Dai said, collect all the bodies of the cultivators outside the city and bury them in the Zhu spiritual vein." "I understand, my child." Gu Yang nodded. Since there is a way to enhance the spiritual energy of Zhu, he will naturally not miss it. After all, this battle, it also made Gu Yang truly realize his own weakness, or the weakness of the entire Xinyu dynasty. If it weren't for his father's strength comparable to that of a saint, the entire Xinyu dynasty would have been wiped out in an instant. So, Gu Yang would naturally not miss the opportunity to enhance the strength of the Xinyu dynasty. When Gu Yang came forward and arranged for someone to handle the matter outside the city, Fu He also met Gu Qingfeng again alone. At this time, Fu He looked like he wanted to say something but didn't know how to start. Seeing his look, Gu Qingfeng smiled lightly. "Brother Fu, if you have anything to say, please speak directly." After hearing this, Fu He hesitated for a while before cautiously asking, "May I ask if Brother Gu has already entered the realm of saints?" "Gu is not a saint." Gu Qingfeng shook his head. After hearing this answer, Fu He's expression first eased a little, and then became full of awe. Brother Gu has not yet achieved the sainthood, but he can break the holy weapon of the Shangguan family and kill the incarnation of the Saint Yan Yang. Such strength really makes me admire. Not a saint. But he has the strength of a saint. For such a strong man, it is a foregone conclusion that he will achieve the truth in the future. Once the other party becomes a saint, it is very likely that he will be an invincible saint. When Fu He thought that he could meet such a strong man, he was secretly excited. Afterwards, Fu He's face became serious again, and he reminded, "Gu Daiyu killed many cultivators from many forces this time, and this matter will definitely spread. Although Gu Daiyu is powerful enough to be on par with saints, for the top forces, they also have saintly means, and even great saints. If you are enemies with these forces, Gu Daiyu still needs to be more cautious." To be honest, Fu He did not expect that Gu Qingfeng would act so decisively and ruthlessly, killing all the cultivators without saying a word. You know, there are saint forces like Xiun Holy Land, and forces like Yahua Holy Land that once produced top great saints. So, the problems involved are not to be underestimated. It's okay for the Purple Cloud Holy Land, but the Yahua Holy Land has the background of the great saint. Although the great saint's treasures in their hands will not be used easily, fellow Daoist Gu must be on guard. In my opinion, if fellow Daoist Gu has ideas, he can enter our Taixu Holy Land. After all, our Taixu Holy Land has stood in the eastern region for hundreds of thousands of years, and its background is not weak. As long as fellow Daoist Gu enters the Taixu Holy Land, I believe that other forces will have to think twice even if they want to take action. Fu He proposed. He also has his own ideas for making such a proposal. If a strong man like Gu Qingfeng, who is destined to become a saint in the future, can be won over to the Taixu Holy Land, the benefits are naturally self-evident. As the saying goes, it is easy to add icing on the cake, but it is difficult to send charcoal in the snow. At present, the other party has not really become a saint. If the Taixu Holy Land can give him shelter, he will get rich rewards in the future. I need to think about joining Taixu Holy Land, and I will give you a reply later. That's fine. Fu He heard some meaning in Gu Qingfeng's words, but since the other party didn't say it absolutely, he just pretended not to hear it. Then, Fu He handed a jade talisman to Gu Qingfeng. "This is my communication jade talisman. If you have any ideas in the future, you can use this jade talisman to contact me." "No problem." Gu Qingfeng accepted the communication jade talisman. Although it was the first time he really came into contact with this kind of thing, he knew a lot about the communication jade talisman from his previous soul-searching memories. 3 days later, Fu He left. Gu Xian also left with him. In the final analysis, Gu Xian had already worshipped Fu He as his master, and now that Fu He left, he would naturally leave with him. Of course, there were several other reasons for doing this. The first reason is that Gu Qingfeng knows that he has offended many forces now, so letting Gu Xian go to Taixu Holy Land is also a disguised protection. If the Gu family and the Shenyu dynasty really have problems, at least there will be a bloodline of the Gu family left. Then, Zhu is too small after all. Instead of Gu Xian staying here, it is better to go to Taixu Holy Land, which will help him grow faster. In the eyes of outsiders, it should be more useful to have Gu Qingfeng, a strong man who is comparable to a saint, to personally guide him than to join other forces. But Gu Qingfeng knows very well that the foundation of Taixu Holy Land is extraordinary. In addition, even if he personally guides, it may not be better than Gu Xian going to Taixu Holy Land. Some people, they are not born to be idle. And from the fact that Gu Xian's cultivation level has improved by leaps and bounds after leaving Gujiazhuang, it can be seen that it is much better for him to leave than to stay in Zhuzhou. However, before leaving, Gu Xian did leave a copy of the inheritance of Qingfeng Great Saint. The so-called inheritance is actually a technique called Nirvana Daijing and a magical power called Tianfeng Shenchu. Among them, Nirvana Daijing is the top inheritance that directly points to the 9th level of the Great Saint. But the problem is, to practice Nirvana Daijing, one must have a Tianfeng Shenbo. It can be said that this is a technique created specifically for Tianfeng Shenbo. Gu Qingfeng naturally does not have a Tianfeng Shenbo, his physique is the ancient immortal body. Gu Qingfeng actually does not know much about the ancient immortal body, only that it is the most ancient immortal body in the world. But to be honest, Gu Qingfeng does not know whether he can practice Nirvana Daijing with an ancient immortal body. But even if I don't have a Tianfeng Shenbo, if I force a breakthrough with the improvement points, I may be able to practice Nirvana Daijing successfully. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. Compared with the Shenyang Sutra, Nirvana Daijing is undoubtedly much more powerful. Regardless of the upper limit or the power that can be cultivated at each stage, the power of the Nirvana Dao Sutra is not comparable to the Shenyang Sutra. So, if he can switch to the Nirvana Dao Sutra, Gu Qingfeng is willing. Then, it is the Tianfeng Divine Art. This is the unique skill created by the Tianfeng Great Sage. Strictly speaking, it should be considered a magical power. Not only the Tianfeng Divine Art can be considered a magical power, but even the ancient Tiandao that Gu Qingfeng once practiced can actually be considered a kind of magical power. It is because the unique skills at this level are no longer limited to the so-called tricks, but are more inclined to the magical means of skills. So, this unique skill can be called a magical power. Name, Gu Qingfeng. Age, 52/6000. Realm, Dao Palace Realm 6th level. Martial Arts, Heavenly Vein Sutra, 2nd level, Heavenly Sword, Perfect, Great Wilderness Fist Sutra, Perfect, Divine Sun Sutra, 4th level of Dao Palace, Ancient Heavenly Sword, Minor Success, Purple Extreme Dao Classic, Perfect, Lifeng Sutra, Not Yet Started, Nirvana Dao Sutra, Not Yet Started, Tianfeng Divine Art, Not Yet Started. Improvement Points, 444. After Gu Qingfeng had read through the two skills and magical powers, he looked at his own attribute panel and saw that it contained Nirvana Dao Sutra and Tianfeng Divine Art. Seeing this, Gu Qingfeng smiled faintly. Sure enough, he was afraid that the attribute panel would not include it. If it was not included, he would have no way to improve. But now, the attribute panel included the inheritance of the great sage Tianfeng, which meant that he could use improvement points to improve these two unique skills. Then, Gu Qingfeng began to try to practice Nirvana Dao Sutra. The Nirvana Dao Sutra is divided into 7 parts, namely, the Body Refining Chapter, the Grand Master Chapter, the Grand Master Chapter, the Divine Transformation Chapter, the Dao Palace Chapter, the Saint Chapter, and the last Great Saint Chapter. Whether it is the Shenyang Sutra or the current Nirvana Dao Sutra, it can be seen that in the 5 domains of the ancient world, the 5 realms of body refining have always been a whole, and there is no detailed distinction. In contrast, the martial arts of Zhuzhou at the beginning distinguished the 5 realms of body refining separately. The reason for this is that because Zhuzhou's practice has declined, it is impossible for ordinary people to complete the 5 realms of refining organs, so Murongxiu distinguished them. At the same time, because the 5 realms of body refining are a stage for polishing the foundation, each level does not distinguish any small realms. Entering the first level is the skin refining realm, and entering the second level is the blood refining realm. Therefore, when Gu Qingfeng improves, he does not need to improve the skin refining in 4 levels of primary, middle, and perfect as in the past. This is not only the case with the Nirvana Dao Sutra, but also the previous Shenyang Sutra. In Gu Qingfeng's opinion, the reason for this situation should be the problem of the completeness of martial arts. The more complete the martial arts, the lower the consumption required for improvement. On the contrary, the more incomplete the martial arts, the higher the consumption required for improvement. This is like breaking the limit of martial arts. In the past, the Juzhu martial arts were incomplete, so each level of improvement was quite complicated. The current Shenyang Sutra and Nirvana Deo Sutra are becoming more complete, so there is no such problem. Of course. Whether this is true or not, Gu Qingfeng is not sure, just a little speculation. However, Gu Qingfeng did not practice the Nirvana Deo Sutra immediately. It's just because he has only more than 400 points of improvement now. Even if all of them are used to improve the Nirvana Deo Sutra, at best it can only allow him to enter the Grand Master realm. No matter how amazing the Nirvana Deo Sutra is, how much strength can it improve just by practicing to the Grand Master level? So, Gu Qingfeng will naturally not waste it. At this time, Gu Yang also came in from outside. "Father, I have arranged for people to transport all the flesh and blood corpses of the cultivators to the spiritual veins in various parts of Juzhu and bury them there to improve the foundation of Juzhu. This is the best. In addition, these flesh and blood corpses must be strictly guarded and cannot fall into the hands of sorcerers," Gu Qingfeng reminded. Although the sorcerers in Juzhu are now silent, they are not really extinct. If the corpses of the strong men in the Divine Transformation Realm and the Deo Palace Realm fall into the hands of sorcerers, it will inevitably bring a lot of trouble. Although Gu Qingfeng is not afraid of these troubles, he hates troubles. Gu Yang said, "I have sent people to deal with this matter properly, and I will not let those sorcerers find loopholes and seize the corpses of these cultivators." At this point, Gu Yang hesitated for a moment, and then he saw his mind move, and summoned the Shenhuang Tower from his danshan. "It would be a complete waste to leave this great sage's treasure to me. Now that the Shenyu dynasty has offended many enemies, in my opinion, it is best for this item to remain in your father's hands." End of this chapter. Chapter 237 A Familiar and Strange Aura. Great Holy Soldier. Gu Qingfeng's eyes fell on the Divine Phoenix Tower. He could see the terrifying aura contained in the Divine Phoenix Tower in front of him. For such a treasure, to be honest, it is impossible for Gu Qingfeng not to be moved by it. Like the Shangguan family, just by sacrificing a holy weapon, you can have the power of a saint. If the power of the great holy weapon is fully activated, the divine power will only be more terrifying. But when Gu Qingfeng looked at the Divine Phoenix Tower, he could faintly detect the resistance of this treasure. Visible. Not everyone can hold such a treasure. The fact that you can control the Divine Phoenix Tower shows that this treasure recognizes you. You must know that the divine weapon has a spirit. With this treasure protecting you, you will be able to go further in the future. So you keep this treasure for yourself, there is no need to give it to me. Gu Qingfeng shook his head and refused. Divine Phoenix Tower resisted, indicating that it did not recognize itself. "Say it again. How can a father rob his son of anything?" Seeing Gu Qingfeng's refusal, Gu Yang took out another black ring. "This is something that the child got from the great sage's secret realm. If your guess is correct, it should be a storage ring. Unfortunately, there are restrictions on it that cannot be shaken by ordinary monks. This thing can be regarded as a child's filial piety to his father." Storage ring. Gu Qingfeng looked at the black ring in front of him, raised his eyebrows slightly, and then put it away with a smile. He could see that Gu Yang really wanted to do something for himself, so Gu Qingfeng did not refuse the other party's kindness. Sure enough, when Gu Qingfeng accepted the black ring, a smile appeared on Gu Yang's face. "Now that the Imperial Court's foundation is shallow, I plan to set up another organization to recruit and train emerging talented monks from various martial arts academies, in order to enrich the Imperial Court's foundation." Finally, Gu Yang said again. Gu Qingfeng, you can make your own decisions on these matters. The Shenwu dynasty is your inheritance after all. Yes. After Gu Yang left, Gu Qingfeng once again focused his attention on the black ring in front of him. Just as Gu Yang said, there was a powerful restriction on it. So prohibited. Even after a long period of time, it is particularly powerful. Gu Qingfeng held the black ring, and the soul of the Dao Palace shook. A majestic spiritual force burst out from his body and hit the black ring hard. I saw the ring vibrate. Many restrictions are now revealed, evolving into endless rhyme, and then falling apart inch by inch. The moment the ring broke, Gu Qingfeng saw the scene inside with his mind. I saw that there was about 100 feet of space inside, which was comparable to a palace, but only 3 things were placed there. An ancient tripod, a bloody stone, and a jade charm. Gu Qingfeng put his spiritual mark directly on the black ring, and a message immediately emerged. Tianyun ring. This is the name of the storage ring. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng took out all 3 things from the Tianyun ring. First, it's that ancient tripod. I saw that the ancient tripod was made of bronze. It was engraved with cloud patterns all over the sky, and sometimes it seemed to be evolving from thunder. The rich Taoist charm was filled with it, exuding powerful power. The moment he saw this ancient tripod, Gu Qingfeng understood that this was a holy weapon. The aura emanating from it is even 3 points stronger than the Shangguan family's yin-yang mirror. Holy soldier! Could it be that the one who left the Tianyun ring was a saint? Gu Qingfeng's eyes moved slightly. Those who can control the holy weapons are most likely saints, and judging from the restrictions of the Tianyun ring, they are still extremely powerful even after so many years. That is to say, Gu Qingfeng's current soul power is strong enough to easily break through the restrictions of the Tianyun ring. If it were any other Dao Palace monk, it would be impossible to break the restrictions of the Tianyun ring. To this, Gu Qingfeng once again lamented Gu Yang's luck. The other party is indeed very lucky. Entering the Great Sage's secret realm, the group not only obtained the Great Sage's weapons, but also gained the opportunity for the sage to stay. Gu Qingfeng even suspected that if Gu Xian had not come in together this time, then the inheritance of the great sage Tianfeng would most likely have fallen into Gu Yang's possession. Of course, this does not mean that Gu Xian's luck must be stronger than Gu Yang's. When both parties have strong luck, they must pay attention to some opportunities. But it's undeniable. The luck of both of them is not weak. Otherwise, it is impossible for them to directly obtain the 2 greatest opportunities in the Great Sage secret realm under the watchful eyes of many powerful people. Notice: before entering the secret realm, one of them was only in the marrow cleansing realm, and the other was just a Grand Master. Even when they came out of the secret realm later, they were just 2 great masters. And then, Gu Qingfeng just looked at the remaining jade talismans. The jade talisman was stained with blood. When Gu Qingfeng's spiritual thoughts fell into it, a voice suddenly came from his ears. My name is Tianyun. When you hear this, I have already passed away. There is an ominous opportunity, a great opportunity in Kyushu. I can enter Kyushu, and strive for immortality. This voice was normal at first, but later it became a little panicky, and then it returned to its previous calmness. However, in this calm tone, Gu Qingfeng smelled a hint of something unusual. Ominous. Great opportunity. Gu Qingfeng looked at the blood-stained jade talisman in front of him, as if something on it had come alive, and a strange and cold aura burst out, and he seemed to fall into endless darkness. The next breath, Gu Qingfeng burst out with blood, and the terrifying blood power was like a shining sun, dispelling all the strange and cold auras. Then, there was a strange roar, and when the darkness receded, Gu Qingfeng looked at the jade talisman again, and found that the blood on it had disappeared. Evil spirit! Evil spirit that can make saints sink! Gu Qingfeng crushed the jade talisman with one hand, but the expression on his face was unprecedentedly solemn. Since he perfected his body and his life level was transformed, Qingfeng no longer took the so-called evil spirits to heart. Especially after Gu Yang established the Shenwu dynasty and cast the 9 cauldrons to suppress Zhu, the evil spirits in the world completely disappeared. But now, Qingfeng found that things were not that simple. The blood in the jade talisman was not simple blood, but the power of evil spirits was hidden. Yes, it was evil spirits. Qingfeng was naturally familiar with such power. Originally thought that evil spirits were just things that were not presentable, but now it seems that Qingfeng found that evil spirits were not that simple. The Tianyun saint who left the Tianyun ring might have fallen into the hands of evil spirits. Even Qingfeng doubted whether the person who left the jade talisman was really the Tianyun saint. That was a question. The evil spirit that can make the saints fall, there must be a big secret in Zhu. Qingfeng took a deep breath and looked at the blood-stained ore. He tried to use his own blood and qi to fall on the ore, but it did not trigger the cold and strange power just now. Instead, a magnificent holy power burst out. Seeing this, Qingfeng concluded that the blood in this ore did not come from the evil spirit, but from the saint. Stone stained with holy blood. Qingfeng believed that this stone was definitely not as simple as he imagined. Otherwise, how could it be collected by the Tianyun saint in the Tianyun ring? Then, it was the ancient tripod. When Qingfeng's divine thoughts fell on this holy weapon, it triggered a strong resistance from the holy weapon, and the pressure came like a wave. Resist. I am not afraid of a living saint, let alone a mere holy weapon. Qingfeng sneered, and then there was a terrible divine thought far beyond the Dao Palace realm, suppressing the ancient tripod. Under such absolute power, even the holy weapon could hardly stir up waves. In an instant, the ancient tripod trembled and wailed, like a living creature unwilling to surrender. But under the absolute power suppression, the resistance of the ancient tripod was almost useless. Under the suppression of divine thoughts, Qingfeng clenched his right fist again, and the power enough to break mountains and destroy peaks fiercely hit the ancient tripod, causing this holy weapon to tremble violently. Boom! 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 The power of each punch contained terrifying blood and energy, enough to blow up any strong man in the Dao Palace realm. Under such a fierce attack, the ancient tripod shook more and more. Originally it was a resistance force, but now it was suddenly weakened a lot. Seizing this opportunity, Qingfeng directly stamped his own soul mark on the ancient tripod, and the original struggle and resistance disappeared instantly. The next breath, some information about the ancient tripod appeared in Qingfeng's mind. Yun Li Ding. This is the name of this holy weapon. All holy weapons are divided into grades. Holy weapons are holy weapons. The only one who can really determine the strength of holy weapons is the cultivator who controls and uses the holy weapons. Even if it was a person who had just entered the realm of saints, or a strong person who was at the peak of saints, the saint weapons they left behind were essentially the same. Of course, the saint power hidden in the saint weapons was of course different. At this moment, Qingfeng controlled the Cloud Thunder Cauldron, and he truly felt the majestic power contained in the saint weapon. He tried to use his blood and qi to activate it, and suddenly a monstrous saint power burst out. This kind of saint power, it was more than twice as powerful as the saint power that the Cloud Thunder Cauldron emitted in front of it. If I had this Cloud Thunder Cauldron in my hand, I'm afraid I wouldn't have to waste so much time in the battle with the Saint Yan Yang. Qingfeng's mouth curled up a smile. The power of the saint weapon did not disappoint him, and it could at least increase his overall strength by 30%. You know, 30% of strength is not a small number. With this saint weapon in hand, even if other holy places brought great saint weapons, Qingfeng would be confident of a battle. After all, now the saints don't come out. The strongest person that other forces can mobilize is only a half-saint. Since the battle with Saint Yan Yang, Gu Qingfeng understood that although he was in the Dao Palace realm, his strength was enough to be on par with a real saint. The power that a saint can truly exert with a holy weapon is naturally not weaker than that of a half-saint carrying a great saint weapon. Besides, not everyone can activate the great saint weapon. Since he took control of the Cloud Thunder Cauldron, Gu Qingfeng discovered that if one's cultivation was not enough, in order to forcefully activate the power of the saint soldier, the cultivator would need to sacrifice his own blood to the saint soldier. In simple terms, to activate some of the saint soldier's power, one must at least have the cultivation of the Dao Palace realm. If one's cultivation is lower than the Dao Palace realm, then one must sacrifice his own blood. Similarly, the minimum threshold for using the great saint soldier is a saint. Non-saints cannot truly activate the power of the great saint soldier. Although the great saint soldier itself is extremely powerful and can easily kill many cultivators, it is not so easy to kill a saint without truly activating the power inside. Therefore, if there is no saint in charge of the great saint soldier, a cultivator of the Dao Palace realm will need to sacrifice his blood. So, Gu Qingfeng now has the strength comparable to that of a saint, and with the saint soldier Cloud Thunder Cauldron in hand, in a sense, he is invincible. The premise is: no real saint is born. If the saint came with the great saint weapon, it would be hard to say. Of course, there is another way to use the saint weapon and the great saint weapon, which is to directly stimulate the saint's divine thoughts left inside, just like the yin-yang mirror. But the divine thoughts left by any strong man are limited, which is the foundation of the major forces. Of course, the same sentence. As long as it is not a saint who comes with the great saint weapon, Gu Qingfeng is not afraid if other semi-saints carry the great saint weapon. It's a pity that the yin-yang mirror was blown up, otherwise, I would have two saint weapons in my hands after taking the saint weapon from the Shangguan family. In this way, the foundation will be a little stronger. Gu Qingfeng felt a little sorry when he thought of the yin-yang mirror that was blown up. But in that situation, he couldn't really hold back. If he didn't use all his strength, he might be the one who fell. So, blowing up the yin-yang mirror was also a last resort. If he was at the peak of the Dao Palace realm and could easily suppress the divine thoughts of the sage Yan-Yang, then Gu Qingfeng would definitely want to seize the Yan-Yang mirror for his own use. Even if he didn't use it himself, it would be good to leave it to his descendants in the future generations. After all, no one would dislike too many holy weapons. Then, Gu Qingfeng's divine thoughts moved, and the Cloud Thunder Cauldron disappeared, and in the blink of an eye it appeared in the Danshan Dao Palace. He had a hunch that as long as his divine thoughts moved, he could summon the Cloud Thunder Cauldron. This was so mysterious. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Gu Qingfeng looked even more surprised. In comparison, the Zuxi knife, which he had nurtured and sacrificed for many years, could not be directly stored in the Danshan like the Cloud Thunder Cauldron. Obviously, to have such an ability, at least it must be a holy weapon. As for the Zuxi knife, in Gu Qingfeng's opinion, this knife had been nurtured by himself for many years, and it should be considered an ancient weapon level, but this also depends on who is in charge. If it falls into the hands of others, the Zuxi knife is equivalent to an ancient weapon. But if he were in charge, Gu Qingfeng would be able to smash the yin-yang mirror with the Zuxi knife. If there is a chance, I can refine the Zuxi knife again. If this divine weapon can be promoted to a holy weapon, the real role it can play will definitely be much stronger than the Yun Li Ding. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. End of this chapter. Chapter 238 Difficult Situation. Your Majesty, these are the fragments of the flame mirror collected by my subordinates. In the palace, Gu held a box made of gold and handed it to Gu Yang respectfully. The latter opened the box and saw several fragments lying quietly inside, 3 of which were larger and the remaining 5 fragments were smaller. But even if it was a fragment, Gu Yang could feel the terrifying pressure of a saint from it. You have done a good job in this matter, and this fragment of the holy weapon will be given to you. Gu Yang directly gave one of the larger fragments of the holy weapon to Gu Yi, who was very grateful. Holy weapon fragments. Although it is a broken holy weapon, it still contains terrifying power. For ordinary monks, these fragments of holy weapons can also play a considerable role. This is why. The reason why Gu Yang wants to collect many fragments of holy weapons. After the Yunyang mirror was blown up outside Qidian County, Gu Yang secretly asked people to collect the fragments of the holy weapon. Unfortunately, the Yunyang mirror was scattered everywhere, and this treasure was stared at by many people. So until now, Gu Yang only has less than 10 fragments of the holy weapon in his hand. But, although there are less than 10 fragments, however, due to the different sizes of the fragments, Gu Yang now holds almost 1/3 of the Yunyang mirror in his hands. If there is a strong person who is proficient in weapon refining, he might be able to recast all the fragments and completely repair the Flame Sun mirror. But nowadays, it is not easy to find such a master of weapon refining. What's more, repairing the Yunyang mirror will probably cost a lot of money. Coupled with the fact that he had the Divine Phoenix Tower in his hand, Gu Yang naturally had no intention of recasting the flame mirror. In addition, I need secret guards to walk in the Juzhu Martial Arts Academy, secretly keep an eye on some geniuses who practice one way, and then investigate their backgrounds and understand their loyalty to the imperial court. If there are no problems with your background and you are loyal to the imperial court, you can put together a list and hand it over to me. Yes. Gu nodded. In addition, Gu Yang pondered for a moment and looked outside the imperial study, his expression becoming serious. I want to find a way to let a group of people enter the 5 regions of the ancient world. I want to know all the information about controlling the ancient world. For this matter, I will ask a royal minister to go with him. Royal tribute. Naturally, he was referring to Gu Wu and others. These people were originally the elders of Gujiaz Wang, but now they were able to serve in the imperial court. Naturally, Gu Yang was given an additional status as a royal servant. Gujiaz Wang is Gujiaz Wang. The Shenwu dynasty is the Shenwu dynasty. Although the two are closely related, they cannot be confused on some matters. Nowadays, a large number of strong men from the eastern region have entered Kyushu, and many ferocious beasts in the ancient Beast Mountain range have been killed. As a result, the danger level of the ancient Beast Mountain range is naturally much lower than before. Coupled with the fact that there is a strong man at the 9th level of the Divine Transformation Realm leading the team, crossing the ancient Beast Mountain range is not a problem. The reason for doing this? Naturally, it is because Kyushu is now exposed to the sight of other forces in the ancient world. Even if the Shenwu dynasty does not make any moves, it will probably be affected by other forces in the future. That being the case, Gu Yang had to take precautions. My subordinates accept the order. Gu Yi cupped his fists and accepted the order. Gu Yang said, finally, send all the collected storage rings and storage bags of Eastern region monks, as long as there are restrictions, to Gujiaz Wang, and ask Father to take action to break the restriction power above. The rest that are not restricted will be brought over and handed over to me. Many strong men died in the First World War in Qidian County, including many in the Dao Palace realm and the Divine Transformation realm. Although some strong men fell, some restrictions remained on their storage bags and storage rings. Some of these restrictions were strong and some were weak, so Gu Yang simply handed them over to Gu Qingfeng. Anyway, regardless of the strength of the restriction, with his father's strength, it would not be a problem to break the restriction above. Hear the words. Gu Yiza took the order. Less than half a day. He delivered a batch of thousands of storage bags and storage rings to Gu Yang. Although only the Dao Palace realm can give birth to the soul, as long as you understand the true meaning, you can initially master the power of spiritual thoughts, so it is easy to open these things. After a long time, Gu Yang couldn't hide the smile on his face. Okay, with such a group of things, our Shenyu dynasty should be prosperous. He was really excited. Among the thousands of storage bags and storage rings, there are no less than 500 techniques passed down. Not counting some repeated techniques passed down, the types are enough to exceed hundreds. What is the biggest problem of the Shenyu dynasty now? It is because of the shortage of cultivation methods, and the real top skills are extremely rare. So far, Gu Yang himself only has one Li Feng Sutra and the Shenyang Sutra created by Gu Qingfeng. The former is a technique for the realm of divine transformation, while the latter is a technique directed toward the realm of Taoist palace. For an ordinary force, having a technique that directly points to the 9th level of the Tao palace realm would be sufficient in terms of inheritance. But for one dynasty, that is completely not enough. After all, not everyone can fit into the same inheritance of techniques. An ordinary force can select and train disciples, but a dynasty wants to spread its martial arts all over the world and shine on all the people of the 9 provinces. Therefore, the skills have always been the shortcomings of the Shenyu dynasty. But now it is different. This time, there are many techniques collected, including 30 techniques involving the divine transformation realm, and 9 techniques that step into the Dao Palace realm. The remaining techniques are at least at the level of Grandmasters, and there is no technique below Grandmaster. This is also normal. As long as the cultivators who can cross the ancient beast mountains and step into Jus who are truly weak, Grandmaster is already the minimum level of cultivation. With such a batch of techniques, Gu Yang believes that Jus whose cultivation will surely be rejuvenated. More importantly, this is not all the harvest at the moment. When all the things in Gujiazhuang are unlocked, the number of techniques mastered by the court will surely increase greatly. At that time, the Shenyu dynasty is of course not short of techniques. In addition, what Gu Yang cares about more is that in addition to the inheritance of techniques, there are also many general magic weapons, natural treasures, elixirs, etc. These things can directly improve the strength of the entire Shenyu dynasty in a short period of time. After all, it takes time to practice martial arts. However, the natural treasures and elixirs can directly take effect in a short period of time, not to mention the magic weapons. Holding them can improve strength. However, the highest grade magic weapons are only the Dao weapons used in the divine transformation realm. As for the ancient weapons used in the Dao Palace realm, there is none. But again, given the current poverty of the Shenyu dynasty, these things are also timely help. On the other side, the secret guards also sent a large number of storage rings and storage bags to Gujiazhuang. Gu Qingfeng looked at the piles of things in front of him, which were like a small mountain. At a glance, there were at least thousands of them. This kid really doesn't regard himself as an outsider. Gu Qingfeng shook his head and laughed, and then did not refuse. He directly used his divine thoughts to break the restrictions above, and then asked the secret guards to bring all the things back to the court. For him, the restrictions left by the saints could not stop him, let alone the restrictions of the divine transformation realm and the Dao Palace realm. Then, Gu Qingfeng took out the jade bottle filled with blood and the broken finger sealed with gold. Seeing these two things again, Gu Qingfeng's expression became more serious. The terrible pressure emanating from them was enough to show that the two were extraordinary. In the past, Gu Qingfeng's vision was limited, and he only felt that the two were a little unfathomable, but he was not sure what kind of concept it was. Even now, Gu Qingfeng's cultivation was comparable to that of a saint, but he was not sure what level the original owner of these two things was. Whether it was a drop of blood in front of him or a broken finger, the aura emanating from them was much more terrifying than that of the great Saint Qingfeng. In other words, the mysterious existence who left these two things was at least a strong man who was superior to the great saint. As for how much stronger he was than the great saint, Gu Qingfeng did not know for the time being. After a long time, Gu Qingfeng put the two things away solemnly. Since he couldn't figure it out, he would wait until his cultivation level was high in the future. He believed that as long as his strength continued to improve, all the fog would eventually dissipate in front of him. So, Qingfeng was not in a hurry. Then, he looked at the information panel, which had been refreshed with new text. Your descendant Guxiu was attacked by a cultivator *1369. Your descendant Guxiu was attacked by a cultivator *3666. Your descendant Guxiu was seriously injured and escaped by luck. Your descendant Guyang has inherited a lot of skills and spread his martial arts all over the world, greatly increasing the foundation of his forces. Your descendant Guyang has taken natural treasures and has improved his cultivation slightly. Your descendant Guyang has taken mysterious elixirs and has improved his cultivation slightly. Your descendant Guyang has taken mysterious elixirs and has improved his cultivation slightly. Your son Guyang has cultivated the mysterious inheritance and has improved his strength slightly. Your son Guxian has entered the Taixu Holy Land and become a true disciple. Your son Guxian has received guidance from the strong men of the Taixu Holy Land and has improved his cultivation. Your son Guxiu was seriously injured and on the verge of death, but he was broken and then re-established. He received guidance from the 9th level residual soul of the Great Saint realm and his cultivation broke through to the 1st level of the refining organ realm. Reward improvement points *80. Your son. The 1st level of the refining organ realm. Qingfeng frowned. Guxiu's breakthrough did not make him too happy. Now the situation of his son seems to be getting more and more difficult. This point. You can see it from the number of times Guxiu was attacked. In a short period of time, the other party was attacked no less than thousands of times, and was seriously injured, which shows that the problem he faces is not small. Now, Qingfeng had enough confidence to enter the ancient world. With the Cloud Thunder Cauldron in hand and his own strength comparable to that of a saint, he could not only dominate the 5 realms, but also suppress one side. In this case, Qingfeng had the idea of leaving the ancient world and finding Guxiu. But the problem was, the ancient world was too big. Even a corner of the east region was several times larger than the 9 provinces. It was not easy to find someone. Thinking of this, Qingfeng asked Hong Yi to come. What do you want, Your Majesty? The latter looked respectful. Qingfeng waved his sleeves, and saw a magic sword suddenly flying up in the knife-grinding hall, and then landed in front of Hong Yi. Then he flicked his finger again, and a drop of blood melted into the magic sword. Moment. A terrifying aura erupted from the divine sword. Immediately afterwards, Qingfeng used the power of his spiritual mind to set up a restriction and forcibly suppress this aura. This sword contains a drop of my blood. It has 3 chances to strike. It is powerful enough to be comparable to ordinary ancient soldiers. It can kill anyone below the Dao Palace level. You take this sword and lead a group of secret guards to the eastern region, and then find a way to take root there, and then find out about the 3 young masters. Qingfeng ordered. Hong Yi's expression remained unchanged. He took the magic sword respectfully, and then bowed down. I will definitely do my best to live up to your high expectations. Go. Qingfeng waved his hand, and Hong Yi immediately bowed again, then turned around and left. After the red leaves leave, Qingfeng also looked in the direction of the ancient Beast Mountain range. This natural barrier has become less important now. After all, many monks have entered Kyushu, and with the presence of the Jade Talisman for communication, the existence of Kyushu has long been exposed. Qingfeng believed it. There must be an endless stream of monks from the ancient world who will come to Kyushu later. Whether it is curiosity about the Shinryu dynasty or the desire for opportunities in Kyushu, it is destined to attract many monks. It can be said, since the birth of the great sage secret realm, it has been destined that the Shinryu dynasty will truly border the ancient world. The difference is, if the Shinryu dynasty is really an ordinary dynasty, once it is exposed to the sight of monks from all sides in the ancient world, it is destined to bring disaster to the dynasty. After all, in this world where the strong are respected, the so-called rules can be trampled on at will. Even dynastic laws must be based on strong enough strength. The Shenyu dynasty has its own laws, but the question is, if there is not enough strength to support it, who will abide by the laws of the Shenyu dynasty? Therefore, if the Shenyu dynasty was really an ordinary dynasty, it would be easy for other monks to overthrow it when they set foot in Kyushu. But these are just assumptions. In fact, since the previous battle in Xing'an County, Qingfeng had shown that he was powerful enough, which was a signal to the outside world. Although the Shenyu dynasty is a dynasty, it is by no means a soft persimmon that can be manipulated. If you want to do whatever you want when you step into Kyushu, you have to see if you have the strength. This is another reason why Qingfeng massacres other monks. It is not only to eradicate the roots, but also to tell the monks in the ancient world that the Shenyu dynasty not only has top powerhouses in charge, but also has ruthless methods. Really want to cause chaos. These people are what will happen to them in the future. This way, even if a monk does enter Juzhu in the future, Qingfeng believes that it will not cause too much turmoil. And this. It is also a necessary process for the Shenyu dynasty to integrate into the ancient world. End of chapter. Chapter 239, Half Saint. The soul card is broken. In the Holy Land of Ascension, an elder came in a hurry and said to the Holy Lord of Ascension. Hearing this, the latter frowned slightly. What soul card is broken? The soul card of the Master of Sword Peak is broken. The elder calmed his mind before continuing to speak. As soon as this statement came out, the expression of the Ascension Holy Lord suddenly changed. Master Chu Peak is dead. Good. The elder was about to say something, but found that the feathered Holy Lord in front of him had disappeared. In the Sword Peak Soul Palace, the feathered Holy Lord appears here. He looked at the broken soul card at the top, his face as gloomy as water. Chu Huidao is actually dead. Who is it that can kill Huidao? Could it be that Juzhu is really ominous? Although Holy Lord Yahua wanted Chu Huidao to go to Kyushu to explore the way, he never thought that he would fall in Kyushu. After all, this Sword Peak Master is already a top powerhouse who has entered the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. Talking about cultivation, it's just one level worse than itself. A strong person of this level is considered to be at the top in the entire eastern region, but now he has fallen in Kyushu, which naturally shocks the Ascension Holy Master. Immediately, Holy Lord Yahua summoned many elders of the Holy Land to explain the death of Kahua Taoist body, and then sent some monks to Kyushu to inquire about the news. Even if Huidao falls, he still needs to get useful information. However, only less than 5 days. Things about Kyushu have spread completely. Blow up the flaming sun mirror. Suppress Yunyang Saint. Kyushu has been barren for a long time. When did such a powerful person come out? The Ascension Holy Master looked at the information coming from his hand, with a look of horror on his face. Even if the Ascension Holy Lord takes action himself, he is not sure of destroying the holy soldiers and suppressing the divine thoughts of a saint. If it is simply to suppress the saint's spiritual thoughts, that's it. But this saint's spiritual thought is holding a holy weapon in his hand, which is equivalent to a truly living saint. No matter how confident the feathered saint is, he does not have the strength to compete with such a being. After receiving this news, the first reaction of the Ascension Holy Master was that it was fake. But as the news came out, the Shangguan family was attacked immediately, and many strong men fell as a result. The fact that such a great sage family showed faint signs of decline is enough to explain everything. Kyushu. Now there is a living saint. I didn't expect that old guy Chu Huidao died in Kyushu. According to the news, even if the guy in Kyushu is not a real saint, he is probably not much different. Now that a peak master of my Ascension Holy Land has fallen, if I don't make any statement, I'm afraid people will look down on my Ascension Holy Land. The speaker was a middle-aged monk with a rough face. His voice was quite loud, which made many people frown, but he didn't say anything. Just because the other party is Nan Kuang, the master of Dao Feng Peak in the Ascension Holy Land, a strong man at the 8th level of the Tao Palace realm. Although in terms of realm, Nan Kuang is still one level behind Kahua Dao, but when it comes to real combat power, this one may not be much worse than the fallen master of Jian Peak. At this time, Qi Yang, the master of Qi Peak, said slowly, Master Nanfan's words are wrong. The face of the Ascension Holy Land is certainly important, but if we, the Ascension Holy Land, want to deal with the existence of a saint who is comparable to him, what price will we have to pay? To put it bluntly, whoever brings the holy soldiers here will probably end up with the same fate as the Shangguan family. If you bring the great holy soldiers, I believe that killing this person will not be a problem. But please use the great holy soldier. If there is no saint in charge, a blood sacrifice will be necessary. Paying such a high price just to kill it will not be beneficial to our Ascension Holy Land in the long run. In Xiang's opinion, it is not worth paying such a high price for one breath. As soon as this statement came out, the other Peak Masters also nodded slightly. What Master Xiang Peak said is reasonable. If Master Chu Peak dies, he will die. If the one who does it is a Taoist palace realm, or even a semi-saint expert, I, the Ascension Holy Land, will not let him live. But with an existence that can be compared to a saint, why should I, who ascends to the Holy Land, be the one who stands out? As far as I know, there are no less than 100,000 monks who died in the hands of that person, and there are powerful and talented people from all the major holy lands who died among them. So I thought, we might as well wait and see what happens and see how other forces react. A famous Peak leader expressed his opinion. Except for Nan Kuang, everyone else did not want to have a conflict with the Shenwu dynasty at this time. The reason is simple. The Shenwu dynasty was too powerful, so powerful that they did not want to confront them head-on. There is only one word difference between saint and semi-saint, but the two are already worlds apart. If it is a semi-saint, the Ascension Holy Land will never give up. But if it is a saint, then it is a different matter. When everyone had finished speaking, Holy Master Yahua said calmly, since all the Peak Masters think that it is not convenient for the Holy Land to come forward in this matter for the time being, then we will wait and see what happens. It is now the end of the age of ending Dharma. It has been 8,500 years since the last great conflict ended. In another 1,500 years, the great age will come again. At this critical moment, if the Holy Land breaks up with a saint, it will be a big trouble after all. As soon as this statement came out, even if it is a complete statement of the stance of the Ascension Holy Land, Nan Kuang frowned. Then if the Shenwu dynasty is unwilling to give up, what should we do? Then fight. The Ascension Holy Lord sneered. Although the Holy Land does not want to cause trouble, it will never be afraid of it. If the Shenwu dynasty dares to come, then we will use the great holy soldier to kill them directly. Although the Ascension Holy Land does not want to have a direct conflict with a saint, if a saint really comes to knock on the door, the Ascension Holy Land will not be afraid. As a top force that once emerged as a great saint 30,000 years ago, the foundation of the Ascension Holy Land is very powerful. After all, compared with other top forces that have emerged from the Great Sage, the greatest advantage of the Ascension Holy Land is that the time when the Great Sage was born is only 30,000 years apart. 30,000 years. It's not enough to use up all the Great Sage's legacy. In comparison, for some of the top forces who emerged from the powerful realm of the Great Sage hundreds of thousands of years ago, their so-called Great Sage heritage has been almost worn away, leaving only the Great Sage soldiers to suppress the situation. Such forces. Naturally, it cannot be compared with the Ascension Holy Land. However, nothing is absolute. There are also some ancient forces that can maintain their former glory. Every 1 or 2 eras, saints and even powerful saints will come forward. But there are very few forces of this level in the entire eastern region and even the entire ancient world. So, the Ascension Holy Land certainly has its pride. In the view of Holy Lord Yahweh, the Holy Land does not want to take action against a saint, but it will definitely not be afraid of a saint. Return to the Yuan dynasty. Now the court hall is filled with gloom and mist. Not only were all the 100,000 divine emperor's troops buried in Kyushu, but even the semi-sacred weapons they carried away were left behind in Kyushu. This was undoubtedly a devastating blow to the Yuan dynasty. The Yuan dynasty was founded by a half-saint 100,000 years ago. Over the past 100,000 years, the strongest person in the dynasty was the half-saint. Back and forth. 3 semi-saints emerged from the Yuan dynasty. What a pity! None of the 3 semi-saints could prove to be saints, and eventually died sadly due to various reasons, leaving only 3 semi-sacred artifacts as a foundation for the Yuan dynasty. Nowadays, the loss of a semi-sacred weapon is already a serious injury to the Yuan dynasty. The more important point is, according to news from Kyushu, a saint was born in that Shinryu dynasty. This is not simple anymore. In other words, the Yuan dynasty offended a saint. Think of this. Emperor Han was so shocked that he broke into a cold sweat. Now, some ministers said respectfully, Your Majesty, now that a saint has been born in the Shinryu dynasty, it is not appropriate for me to return to the Yuan dynasty to quarrel with him. In my opinion, we should seek peace. I have established the Yuan dynasty for 100,000 years. When will I need to sue for peace from a small dynasty? Even if a saint is born in the Shinryu dynasty, it will not matter. Hundreds of thousands of monks fell in the Battle of Kyushu, and I don't know how many talented people from the Holy Land families died in it. Whether the saint from the Shinryu dynasty can survive is a question, so what do I have to fear from the Yuan dynasty? A military commander shouted loudly, not agreeing at all with the idea of seeking peace. Immediately, other ministers also expressed their opinions. According to what I see, this matter should be based on seeking peace. I think that whether we seek peace or start a war, it will be detrimental to my return to the Yuan dynasty. I think it is better to wait and see for the time being and wait for the situation to change. Yes, the saint of the Shinryu dynasty has offended many forces now. Why should I, the Yuan dynasty, be the one who takes the lead? In my opinion, it would be more useful to sit on the sidelines and watch. The ministers all expressed their own opinions with every word they said to me. After a while, Emperor Han raised his hand, and the noisy scene suddenly became quiet. Let's wait and see what happens during the Shinryu dynasty and see how other forces react before making any plans. Emperor Han naturally understood that with the current background of the Yuan dynasty, if he really wanted to confront the Shinryu dynasty, it would undoubtedly be an egg against a stone. Even if the Yuan dynasty was founded 100,000 years ago and the Shinryu dynasty was only founded for a few years, it would still be the same. A saint. It was enough to suppress the 100,000 years of accumulation of the Yuan dynasty. This is no joke. The Yuan dynasty has not produced a saint for 100,000 years, and the Shinryu dynasty has a saint, which already has an absolute advantage. Not only the Yuan dynasty, but also many ancient forces may not be as powerful as the Shinryu dynasty today. A living saint has absolute confidence. If it had been known earlier that there was a powerful man in the Shinryu dynasty who was as powerful as a saint, then Emperor Han would never have allowed Qingfeng to lead the Divine Emperor's army into Kyushu. The death of a mere prince is nothing. Compared with the 100,000-year foundation of the Yuan dynasty, it is completely worthless. But now, things have come to this. Emperor Han knew clearly that the two forces were already at odds with each other. At this time, the Yuan dynasty was in a dilemma. In Emperor Han's view, even if the Yuan dynasty wanted to ask for peace, the Shinryu dynasty might not agree. As for taking action again, the Yuan dynasty did not have the strength. So, Emperor Han decided to deal with it coldly and wait and see what happens. After all, the Xinyu dynasty has offended many forces now, and whether the saint can survive is a question. The longer the return of this matter to the Yuan dynasty is delayed, the more advantageous it will be. In addition, in 1 or 2,000 years, the Great Age will come. In this Great Age, when I return to the Yuan dynasty, I will definitely have a saint. If a conflict breaks out with the Xinyu dynasty at this time, the loss of too many strong men will ultimately do more harm than good. Finally, Emperor Han said something again. When he finished speaking, a holy power suddenly emanated from his body. Although this kind of holy power was not as powerful as a real saint, it still shocked the officials. Could it be that your majesty has entered the semi-saint realm? Some ministers looked horrified. Emperor Han looked aloof and proud. In this great world, I will definitely become a saint. As soon as this statement came out, all the ministers looked excited. Half-saint. They had always thought that Emperor Han was only at the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm, but they did not expect that the other party had already entered the semi-saint realm. This way, Emperor Han was the 4th semi-saint of the Yuan dynasty. Now there is only 1 or 2,000 years between us and the Great World. Once the Great World comes, it will be certain that this saint will become enlightened. Basically, the 3 semi-saints of the Yuan dynasty could not wait for the arrival of the Great Age, or they were already short of life when the Great Age arrived, so they failed to make breakthroughs. Now, Emperor Han has already become a semi-saint, and the other party is not too old, so it is conceivable that he will become a saint in the future. The Yuan dynasty will be prosperous with His Majesty in charge. Promoting to the imperial dynasty in the future is just around the corner. There was no reason why the ministers were not excited. If the Yuan dynasty can really have a saint, their status will also rise. There are 2 different concepts between having a saint and not having a saint. To put it bluntly, even if Emperor Han dies one day, the legacy of the saint he left behind will be enough to support the inheritance of the Yuan dynasty. Looking at everyone's reactions, Emperor Han smiled. This was the effect he wanted. Likewise, this is also the reason why Emperor Han doesn't want to break up with the Xinyu dynasty now. He is already in the semi-saint realm, and as long as the Great World comes, he can directly attain enlightenment and become a saint. So, at this critical moment, it was naturally impossible for Emperor Han to confront a saint head-on. Although in this era, it is impossible for the person from the Xinyu dynasty to achieve enlightenment and become a saint, his opponent's combat power is so great that he can rival a strong man in the saint realm. So what is the difference between this and a real saint? So, Emperor Han is waiting. Waiting for your own opportunity to become a saint. As long as he can step into the saint realm, even if the saint-like existence from the Xinyu dynasty also steps into the saint realm, Han Huang will not be afraid at all. We are both saints, no one can be inferior to the other. But not before. Emperor Han must admit that with his current semi-saint cultivation, it is indeed impossible for him to be a strong opponent comparable to a saint. While the Yuan dynasty chose to sit back and watch, other forces also set their sights on Kyushu. A strong man comparable to a saint was born, and he slaughtered many monks in the eastern region. Any piece of news was enough to attract the attention of many forces. They wanted to see how the top forces who had been killed by the Xinyu dynasty would react. End of chapter. Chapter 240 Changes in the information panel. The peaks are towering into the clouds, and the mountains are surrounded by fairy mist. There are jade buildings looming, and pavilions and towers appearing in them. Sometimes you can see cultivators flying in the air, like immortals. This is the Taixu Holy Land, one of the ancient holy places in the eastern region of the ancient world. The 9th peak. In a certain true teaching cave, Gu Xian sat cross-legged, silently inhaling and exhaling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, tempering his physical body with the power of spiritual energy, and the rolling blood and qi were like a torrent. Behind him, there seemed to be a phantom of a divine phoenix, and the magnificent divine power suppressed everything. However, Because this is a true teaching cave, and there is a formation blocking it, so this kind of breath has not really leaked out. After a long time, Gu Xian opened his eyes, and all the strange phenomena disappeared. The Phoenix Divine Body is indeed extraordinary. My current cultivation speed is several times faster than before. At this rate, I believe it won't take much time to break through to the middle level of the Grand Master. In the past, Gu Xian believed that his cultivation speed was not slow, but it was definitely not comparable to the current one. Now that he is practicing, he is more and more aware of the power of the Phoenix Divine Body. Moreover, since entering the Taixu Holy Land, Gu Xian also understands what a divine body is. For any genius with a divine body, his future achievements are immeasurable, but the divine body is born with innate, and it is almost rare to condense a divine body with acquired means. For this, in his heart, Gu Xian admires the Phoenix Great Sage even more. Although his means did not really allow him to have a complete Phoenix Divine Body, it is not easy to cultivate a defective Phoenix Divine Body. Yes. Such a pseudo-Phoenix Divine Body is actually caused by the defective Divine Body. Fu He is also clear about the fact that he has a defective Phoenix Divine Body. It's a pity. Even with the foundation of Taixu Holy Land, there is no treasure as great as Phoenix Blood Essence. Otherwise, there would be a chance to win it for Gu Xian, so that the latter could directly obtain the complete Phoenix Body. After all, for an ancient Holy Land, the importance of a divine body is self-evident. Especially when the great era is coming, if a divine body can be born, at least it can be proved to be a saint in the future. However, this is only the minimum standard for a divine body. As long as any divine body does not die unexpectedly, it will be no problem to enter the great saint realm in the future, and it may even go further. So, if Taixu Holy Land really has Phoenix Blood Essence, Gu Xian has some hope of getting it with the advantage of the incomplete Phoenix Body. But unfortunately, Taixu Holy Land does not have it. At this moment, Gu Xian noticed that the cave token in the storage ring was vibrating slightly, and then he opened it and walked out of the cave, and saw a young monk wandering outside the cave formation. Then, Gu Xian opened the formation with the token. Senior Brother Gu. Why is Junior Brother Chen here? Gu Xian's expression slightly moved. The person in front of him was an inner disciple of the Ninth Peak. Although he entered the sect earlier than him, because he was a true disciple, he was also addressed as Senior Brother by the latter. Chen Li said, Senior Brother Gu asked me to find out the news, and Junior Brother has already found out clearly. Now all forces in the eastern region seem to be quite afraid of Zhu, so there is no action for the time being. Speaking of this, Chen Li looked at Gu Xian with more respect. Although the two were both disciples of Taixu Holy Land, not to mention that Gu Xian was a true disciple and he was only an inner disciple, their status and position were not equal. Just the fact that there was a saint standing behind Gu Xian was enough for Chen Li to please him. Now in the eastern region, who didn't know that a dynasty had emerged in Zhu, which had always been poor, and behind that dynasty stood a strong man who was as strong as a saint. If I can leave some good impression in Gu Xian's heart, it will be of great benefit to my future practice. In the end, the practice world is not only about fighting and killing, but also about human relationships. Thank you for your help, Junior Brother Chen. Gu Xian's face relaxed when he heard the news, and he immediately stuffed a bottle of pills into the latter's hand. Senior Brother, you can't do it. These are what I should do. Chen Li wanted to shirk, but Gu Xian pretended to be serious and said, Junior Brother Chen has been running around for me these days. How can I ignore it as a senior brother? If Junior Brother doesn't accept it, I'm afraid I won't dare to ask Junior Brother for help in the future. Since Senior Brother has said so, then Junior Brother, I will obey your order. Chen Li accepted the pills with a smile. This is another benefit of doing things for the true disciples. Not only can you build a relationship, but the other party is also generous. Any bottle of pills is precious to the inner disciples. Next, I hope junior brother Chen will continue to pay attention to the affairs of Zhu, and inform me as soon as possible if there are any changes. Don't worry, senior brother, junior brother will keep an eye on it. Chen Li patted his chest and said. Then, the other party left with the elixir and smiled. Not long after Chen Li left, the communication jade talisman in Gu Xian's hand vibrated again, and then he left the cave and headed towards a certain direction of the 9th peak. Along the way, Gu Xian also saw many inner disciples of the 9th peak. Some of these disciples had higher cultivation than Gu Xian, but when they saw the former, they all saluted respectfully. In the 9th peak, the status of the true disciples and the inner disciples is very different. Normally speaking, to become a true disciple, one must at least break through to the divine transformation realm. But Gu Xian is different. He has a defective heavenly phoenix divine body, but this is enough for the 9th peak to give him the status of a true disciple, not to mention that there is a strong man who is as strong as a saint behind him. In this cultivation world that values both background and talent, it is no problem for Gu Xian to become the true disciple of the 9th peak. Not long after, Gu Xian came to the Elder Cave and met Fu He. Disciple greets Master. You are here. Fu He smiled, and was obviously in a good mood. You have been in Taizhou Holy Land for a few days. I was in seclusion before, so I didn't have time to guide you in your cultivation. Today you come here, if you have any questions about cultivation, just speak up, I will answer them for you. Could it be that Master has broken through the Dao Palace realm? Gu Xian was stunned. Fu He smiled and said, that's right. This is the fundamental reason why he is in a good mood. Stuck in the 9th level of the divine transformation realm for many years, Fu He never made any progress until he entered the Great Saint's secret realm and got a chance. This time, he came back to the Taizhou Holy Land for retreat and finally broke through. Strictly speaking, the elders of the Taizhou Holy Land must have a cultivation level of at least the Dao Palace realm. Fu He is the elder of the 9th peak. His original cultivation level was only the 9th level of the divine transformation realm, which was a bit unworthy of the title. It was only because of his special relationship with the 9th peak that he was able to get the position of elder. For this reason, many elders secretly complained. But now that he has broken through to the Dao Palace realm, the original problem naturally no longer exists. This is another reason why Fu He cares so much about the breakthrough. Shenwu Dynasty, Guangyang Mansion. In Gu family manor, Gu Qingfeng looked at the information panel and found that it had become a little different here. I don't know when the information panel has been divided into two interfaces. Offspring interface. Dead soldier interface. Gu Qingfeng first opened the offspring interface, and saw that the text information on it was no different from the past. Your offspring Gu Xian worshipped Taizhou Holy Land and became a true disciple of the 9th peak of Taizhou Holy Land. Your offspring Gu Xian received guidance from a Taoist monk of the 1st level, and his cultivation has improved slightly. Your offspring Gu Yang has been in seclusion, and his cultivation has improved slightly. Your offspring Gu Xiu was attacked by a monk *495. Your offspring Gu Xiu was attacked by a monk *766. Your offspring Gu Xiu was severely injured, and then stood up again, and his cultivation has greatly improved. Your offspring Gu Xiu was attacked by a monk. When he saw the familiar information panel, Gu Qingfeng's mouth twitched slightly. In his opinion, Gu Xian's Tianfeng divine body should be given to Gu Xiu. For the problem that his son is facing now, Gu Qingfeng has no way for the time being, and can only hope that the remnant soul of the great sage can be more powerful. Then, Gu Qingfeng switched to the interface of the dead soldiers. Just as he thought, the information displayed on the interface of the dead soldiers was all the dead soldiers he had obtained from the system. Your warrior Hong Yi led other warriors into the ancient beast mountain range. Your warrior Hong Yi was attacked by a beast *96. Your warrior Lu San was attacked by a beast and was seriously injured. Your warrior Lu San died of his injuries. Your warrior Hong Yi killed a great master beast *10. Your warrior Gu Wu was ordered to go to the eastern region of the ancient realm. Your warrior Gu Wu was attacked by a beast *137. Your warrior Hong Yi entered the eastern region and was attacked by a cultivator of the divine transformation realm, and then forcibly killed him. Your warrior Gu Shiki broke through to the initial stage of the Grand Master realm due to swallowing natural treasures. Your warrior. Seeing the text information in the warrior interface, Gu Qingfeng was also somewhat satisfied with the functional changes of the information panel. Although the warrior's breakthrough will not bring any improvement points to himself. But from this information panel, Gu Qingfeng can also grasp more information. It's a very simple truth. Gu Qingfeng has only a few descendants now, and the information provided by several descendants is limited after all. In comparison, the number of dead men is truly numerous. Up to now, Gu Qingfeng has obtained more than 3,000 dead men in total. Even if some of them have been lost over the years, there are at least more than 2,000. Some of these people obey Gu Yang, and some obey him. Now, Gu Qingfeng only needs to learn a lot of things from the information panel. In this way, even if he does not leave Gujia's Wang, he can control many things. After all, many dead men are spread out, enough to cover a lot of places. More importantly, Gu Qingfeng believes that he will definitely get more dead men in the future, so that he will have more information in his hands. Gu Wu was ordered to go to the East region. It seems that the court also wants to get involved in the ancient world. Gu Qingfeng looked at one of the lines of information above, and his expression moved slightly. Gu Yang's behavior seemed normal to him. Now that Zhu had been exposed to the sight of the ancient world, the Shenwu dynasty naturally had to learn more about the ancient world. With Gu Wuxian's cultivation at the 9th level of realm transformation leading the team, crossing the ancient Beast Mountain range would not be a problem. Although there are dangers in the ancient Beast Mountain range, they have been pushed aside by many monks from the eastern region. Even if there are still dangers, they will not be too much. Coupled with Gu Wuxian's 9th level realm transformation strength, he can easily handle any trouble he encounters. Just then, the messenger jade talisman in Gu Qingfeng's hand vibrated, and inside it was news from Hong Yi. Your Excellency, my subordinates and others have entered the eastern region of the ancient world, and the 300 secret guards accompanying them have killed 36 people. Everything goes according to plan. Gu Qingfeng replied. He obtained these communication jade talismans from other monks. Normally, each communication jade talisman has specific restrictions and is difficult for outsiders to use. But these restrictions were like nothing in front of Gu Qingfeng. He easily tampered with them and used all the jade talismans belonging to other forces inside for his own use. Do this. Gu Qingfeng also contacted Hong Yi and others for convenience. In fact, even if Hong Yi didn't send a message, Gu Qingfeng could still know through the information panel that the other party had entered the eastern territory. 300 people. 36 people were lost. This injury was expected by Gu Qingfeng. After all, the overall strength of the secret guards is not too strong. Many of them just stay in the Zhang refining realm. There are only a few who can really break through the master, let alone the Grand Master. So far, the only great masters among the secret guards are the few people that Gu Qingfeng originally promoted with pills. Apart from these, there is no other great master. So, even if Hong Yi, the great master, personally leads the team and carries a consumable ancient weapon, it is impossible to cross the ancient Beast Mountain range directly without losing any manpower. Now, it depends on whether the red leaves can really take root in the eastern region. Although the Grand Master's cultivation level is average in the eastern region, Hong Yi has been in charge of the secret guards for so many years and his methods are not bad. Gu Qingfeng is also quite optimistic about him. At the snap of your fingers, Just 1 month passed. Come a month. Qingfeng was practicing in seclusion, comprehending the ancient heavenly sword, and also paying attention to the movement of the information panel, and contacted Hong Yi several times. I thought that the death of hundreds of thousands of monks in Kyushu would drive all the forces crazy, and they would even pay any price to bring holy soldiers and great holy soldiers to directly overthrow the Shinryu dynasty. But the result? Qingfeng found that he had taken it for granted. He overestimated the determination of these forces and underestimated the deterrent power of his own achievements. According to the news given by Hong Yi, the reputation of the Shinryu dynasty is now resounding throughout the ancient world, and so is the name of Qingfeng. When all the forces learned that the Shinryu dynasty had a strong man who was as powerful as a saint, they all stayed away. Even top holy places such as the Ascension Holy Land did not take much action. Qingfeng is naturally happy to see this happen. End of chapter. Chapter 241 Sky Patrol. It seems that I have underestimated the existence of saints. Although I have not truly achieved sainthood, my strength is not inferior to that of a real saint. In the current Dharma ending age, even those ancient holy places are afraid of a saint-like existence. From this incident, Qingfeng once again refreshed his understanding of saints. In the era of great contention, saints are powerful beings who can establish a holy land and pass on the tradition for thousands of years. Now in the Dharma ending age, saints do not appear, and the strongest are half-saints. It does not seem so difficult to understand that a saint-level strongman appears to shock all parties. Originally, Qingfeng was already prepared to deal with all forces in the ancient world. After all, he buried more than 100,000 cultivators in Juzhu in one fell swoop. Although 100,000 of them came from the Qidian dynasty, the remaining few cultivators came from many forces. Among them, like the Yehua Holy Land and the Ziyun Holy Land, they all have a good foundation. Result: all forces have stopped. Qingfeng understood. This is the other party's strength that shocked him. If we wait until the great era comes, and saint-level strongmen are born one after another, this situation will naturally be impossible to maintain. But if we really have to wait until that time, what can a saint mean to me? Qingfeng narrowed his eyes slightly. Time is important to other forces, and it is equally important to him. Now he has only been in the 6th level of the Dao Palace realm for 30 years. If he really gives himself 1 or 2,000 years, Qingfeng is confident that he can enter the saint realm, or even a higher realm. Then, Qingfeng continued to retreat and comprehend the ancient sky sword. This is Juzhu. Although the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth here is not as good as that of the East region, it is not as poor as imagined. In the capital of Guangyang Prefecture, a young cultivator looked at the prosperous scene in front of him with a look of amazement. The middle-aged cultivator on the side said solemnly, "The spiritual energy of Juzhu was originally barren, but I heard that the one from the Shinryu dynasty buried hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the spiritual veins of various places in Juzhu, so that this scene was created." As soon as these words came out, several young men and women had stiff faces, and many of them showed fear on their faces. Burying hundreds of thousands of cultivators, creating the current spiritual environment of Juzhu. Such means are simply appalling. Seeing this, the middle-aged cultivator said, "Remember, the Shinryu dynasty is different from other places. Although this force is only a dynasty, it has a saint-like existence in charge. If you offend the people of the Shinryu dynasty without authorization, even the sect may not be able to protect you." When he said the last sentence, the middle-aged cultivator had become extremely stern. The reputation of the Shinryu dynasty has now spread thoroughly. There are strong people who are suspected to be saints in charge, and even the top forces do not want to offend. However, even though the Shinryu dynasty is notorious, many cultivators come here. It is because after the great saint secret realm was born not long ago, some rumors about Juzhu were dug up by many cultivators. Many cultivators knew that in ancient times, Zhuzhu had once produced an unparalleled force. Although that force disappeared overnight, it left many secret opportunities. From ancient times to the present, many top masters in the ancient world have set foot in Zhuzhu, wanting to explore the hidden opportunities. At the same time, some of these masters have indirectly left their inheritance in Zhuzhu for some reason, such as the Qingfeng Great Saint Secret Realm not long ago. So, many cultivators in the ancient world want to come to Zhuzhu to find the so-called opportunities. Then, it is the Ancient Beast Mountain Range. The Ancient Beast Mountain Range is dangerous, but it is also a place for the cultivators of the ancient world to practice. This ancient mountain range breeds many natural treasures, all of which are needed for practice. Therefore, many cultivators entered the ancient beast mountains for training, and then crossed the mountains by chance and entered Zhuzhu. For various reasons, the number of future cultivators in Zhuzhu is also increasing day by day. However, no one dares to cause trouble in Zhuzhu. After all, the Shenyu dynasty suppresses everything, and there are saint-level beings behind it. If you dare to cause trouble here, it means you dislike living too long. Your Majesty, there are no less than tens of thousands of cultivators from the ancient world who have entered Zhuzhu. So far, the one with the highest cultivation is a cultivator of the 6th level of the Dao Palace realm. In the imperial study, Gu Yi respectfully reported that all the information collected by his secret guards was truthfully told to the other party. Gu Yang was reviewing the memorials. After a moment, as the last seal was stamped, he pinched his eyebrows and relaxed a little. These people didn't cause any trouble, did they? Most of the cultivators in the ancient world are well behaved, but there are still a few who don't follow the law and cause some chaos, but they were quickly suppressed. Humph, from today on, all those who cause chaos will be taken to the heavenly prison. If the situation is serious, they will be beheaded on the spot. When Gu Yang heard this, his eyes suddenly turned cold. As the master of the Shenyu dynasty, he naturally would not tolerate other cultivators causing chaos. In addition, I asked you to pay attention to the geniuses of martial arts academies in various places before. How are you doing now? Hearing this, Gu Yi took out a list from the storage ring and respectfully placed it on the table. Your Majesty, this is the list information collected by the secret guards during this period. Please take a look, Your Majesty. Gu Yang's eyes fell on the list, and he saw that there were many names densely packed, as well as their place of origin information, etc., all recorded in detail. After a while, Gu Yang said, "Bring this person to see me." Yes. Gu Qingfeng opened his eyes, and there was a flash of terrifying aura. 3 months. Although the ancient heavenly sword has made progress, it is still not something that can be achieved in a short time. The more you understand. Gu Qingfeng felt the power of the ancient heavenly sword more and more. If the inheritance of this saint can be completed, Gu Qingfeng believes that even if he does not make a breakthrough in his own cultivation, he can directly kill Yuanyang Saint again if he faces him again. At the same time, the perfect level ancient heavenly sword is enough to support him to reach the peak of Dao Palace realm. But, without using improvement points, it is not easy to cultivate the ancient heavenly sword to perfection. After all, the saint's secret knowledge itself is mysterious and unpredictable. There are many forces with the saint's inheritance in the ancient world, but there are very few strong people who can truly master the saint's secret knowledge. As for cultivating a saint's secret art to its peak, one can imagine how difficult it is. The thought fell. Gu Qingfeng glanced at his attribute panel. Name, Gu Qingfeng. Age, 53/6000. Realm, 6th level of Dao Palace realm. Martial arts, Tianmei Zhenjing, 2nd level, Heavenly Sword, Perfection, Dawang Boxing Sutra, Perfection, Shenyang Sutra, 4th level in Daogong Chapter, Huanggu Heavenly Sword, Small Success, Ziji Dao Canon, Perfection, Li Feng Zhenjing, not yet started, Nirvana Tao Sutra, not yet started, Qingfeng Divine Art, not yet started. Promotion points, 664. More than 500 improvement points are not enough. To improve the ancient heavenly sword, you still need to wait for a while. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. Strictly speaking, in the past 3 months, he has only gained more than 100 improvement points. After all, I originally had 500 improvement points. It can be seen that the increase in improvement points has not been fast in the past 3 months. But even this is enough in Gu Qingfeng's opinion. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Compared with the past, the growth rate of this improvement point is quite good. After all, it is naturally not that simple to want future generations to continue to make breakthroughs. After all, the Gu family doesn't have enough blood now. Full calculation. There are only 7 descendants of the Gu family. But these are only temporary. As long as the Gu family is given enough time, the Gu family's bloodline will definitely grow significantly. Immediately afterwards, Gu Qingfeng was the one looking at his information panel. Since the improvement points have increased, it means that someone has made a breakthrough in the past 3 months. Your heir Gu Yang integrated the geniuses of the Martial Arts Academy, founded the Sky Patrol Guard, patrolled the sky on behalf of the sky, and purged the universe. Your heir Gu Yang received the guidance of a monk in the realm of divine transformation, and his strength has improved slightly. Your heir Gu Shengxing has broken through to the first level of the bone refining realm. Reward improvement points *30. Your heir Gu Sheng'an has broken through to the first level of the bone refining realm. Reward improvement points *30. Your heir Gu Sheng'an has gained a little understanding of the heavenly sword technique, and the true meaning of the heavenly sword has broken through to the second level. Your heir Gu Sheng'an fell into an epiphany. The Green Lotus Sword Sutra broke through the 5th level of true meaning, and his strength was greatly improved. Your heir Gu Xian has received guidance from Dao Palace monks, and his cultivation level has improved slightly. Your heir Gu Xiu was attacked by monks *1326. Your heir Gu Xiu was attacked by monks *749. Your heir Gu Xiu was seriously injured. Your heir Gu Xiu broke through and then stood up again. In the life and death struggle, his cultivation level broke through to the second level of Zhang refining realm. Reward improvement points *80. Your heir Gu Xiu has made a breakthrough in the Sun Moon Fist Sutra, comprehended the 6th level of true meaning, and his strength has been greatly improved. Your heir Skywatch. When Gu Qingfeng saw this name, he nodded slightly. At present, Gu Yang has secret guards in his hands to detect intelligence and monitor all parties, but this is not enough. On the surface, he also needs a force to shock the world. Obviously, the Skywatcher is one such organization. It is also not a big problem to select geniuses from all the martial arts academies in the world and form them into the Sky Patrol Guards. If you select people from other Jianghu sects or recruit idle monks, their origins will not be clean after all. But the Martial Arts Academy is different. The Shenyu Academy is a martial arts academy specially established by the Shenyu dynasty. As long as the people of Kyushu reach a certain age, they can enter the martial arts academy to practice. Then there are layers of screening to eliminate some less talented disciples, and then they will be admitted on a selective basis. Then instill certain thoughts. Most of the geniuses cultivated in this way are loyal to the imperial court. It is logical and reasonable to select some highly loyal geniuses from these people and include them in the Sky Patrol Guards to serve as swords for the imperial court. But Gu Qingfeng also knew it. If you want the Sky Patrol to truly grow, it won't happen overnight. In the final analysis, it is still the same sentence. The foundation of the Shenyu dynasty was too weak. Even if a Sky Patrol is established, it is not that simple to see results in a short time. But last time hundreds of thousands of monks died, and the resources in their hands fell into the hands of the imperial court. If all these resources are thrown at the patrol guards, there is a slight chance that strong men will be born. Qingfeng's mind moved slightly. The last time hundreds of thousands of monks died, a lot of things were left behind. Just in the storage ring that Qingfeng broke the restriction, there were a lot of treasures of heaven and earth. Although those heavenly and earthly treasures have no effect on his level, to ordinary monks, they are truly top treasures. If you can take it, it won't be a big problem to improve your cultivation. Not to mention the birth of a powerful man at the Tao Palace level, but the birth of a group of great masters is still not a big problem. If you are lucky, you might be able to give birth to some divine transformation monks. Of course, it is not that easy to break through the divine transformation realm. If each of the 5 realms of body refining, Master and Grand Master can be regarded as a watershed, then reaching the realm of divine transformation from Grand Master to the realm of divine transformation is a big watershed. It is said that monks in the Grand Master realm have mastered extraordinary power, but in fact, only in the divine transformation realm can they truly shed their mortal bodies and advance towards the extraordinary. After all, monks in this realm can be reborn after severed limbs. This alone is not comparable to monks in other realms. Although the Shenwu dynasty is now considered to be bordering the 5 realms, and there are many powerful people from inside and outside Kyushu, it is barely possible to enter the Grand Master realm. As for the monks in the divine transformation realm, they still have to rely on time to slowly accumulate. There is no need to say more about the Dao Palace realm that is further up. In Qingfeng's view, the timing for the emergence of the Shenwu dynasty is just right. The Great Age has not yet arrived, but it is also the end of the Dharma, and it has exactly 1 or 2,000 years to settle and develop. As long as there is no problem with his apparent saint's combat prowess, the Shenwu dynasty will be unshakable. And then, it's Guxiu. Qingfeng has hardly looked at the information panel in the past 3 months, so he has accumulated a lot of information, most of which is related to Guxiu. I saw that Guxiu had been lingering among the attacks and injuries. So far, Qingfeng didn't know what kind of trouble the other party had caused. Hong Yi led the secret guards to take root in the eastern region, secretly founded a small force, and then secretly inquired about Guxiu. What a pity! 3 months passed. There is still no news about Guxiu. To this, Hong Yi suspected that Guxiu might no longer be in the east region, but somewhere else. It's a pity that the 5 regions of the ancient realm are too big. With the current strength of the Dark Guard, it is not easy to take root in the eastern region. It is even more extravagant to hope to reach out to other regions. After all, the ancient world has a long history, and the 5 regions are even more vast. The eastern region alone has many top forces, and there are many saints and great saints behind them. This is still the case in the eastern region. The other 4 domains are also not bad. The overall strength of some regions is even much more terrifying than that of the eastern region. In this way, it is naturally not that simple for the secret guard to reach out to other places. End of chapter. Chapter 242, Visitors from the Dynasty. Xie Yanfen, the divine envoy of the Kamikaze dynasty, has met Emperor Gu. Above the court, a middle-aged monk bowed respectfully to Gu Yang, who was sitting on the throne. The eyes of the other ministers are now focused on the other party. Nowadays, there are many foreign monks in Kyushu, so the people in the court know a lot about the things in the ancient world. For example, the Kamikaze dynasty and other great powers that have produced several saints in the past are not even strangers. What they just couldn't figure out was why the Kamikaze dynasty would send people here. After all, the Shenwu dynasty has nothing to do with the Kamikaze dynasty. Among the hundreds of thousands of monks who were buried in Kyushu, there were no monks from the Kamikaze dynasty. So, nowadays, the arrival of the Kamikaze dynasty is somewhat intriguing. On the throne, Gu Yang looked down at the people below. When Xie Yanfen arrived, there was a secret message from the royal family, telling him that the person in front of him was at least a strong man in the Tao Palace realm. If it were in the past, Gu Yang would not be sure when facing a powerful man in the Tao Palace realm. After all, the Shenwu dynasty is too weak now, and even if you mobilize your luck, it will be difficult to suppress a Dao Palace realm. Not to mention, Xia Yanfen is probably not in the ordinary Tao Palace realm. But Gu Yang now holds the Divine Phoenix Tower in his hands. Although he cannot activate the divine power of many great holy soldiers, it is still not a problem for him to temporarily block the attack of a Taoist palace realm. In addition, now Gujiazhuang is in the capital. If the other party really dares to attack and kill, then there is absolutely no chance that the person in front of him will leave the capital alive. For various reasons, Gu Yang was confident when facing a Taoist palace official, with a calm look on his face. The Shenwu dynasty has no connection with the Kamikaze dynasty. What is the important matter for the Kamikaze dynasty to send people this time? My emperor has always heard about the reputation of the Shenwu dynasty and has longed for Emperor Gu, so he sent me here just to promote the relationship between the two parties. In addition, this is a congratulatory gift that our emperor specially ordered me to bring here. I hope Emperor Gu will accept it. After he finished speaking, Xia Yanfen took out a storage ring. Gu Yang indicated with his eyes that an eunuch next to him walked up to him, took the storage ring, and then handed it to Gu Yang's hand. The latter's mind fell into the storage ring, and his expression moved slightly. I saw a lot of blood-colored stones in the storage ring. Gu Yang was no stranger to these things. Divine blood stone. A thing produced from spirit stone veins. Because its whole body is blood red, it looks like it is made of blood, so it is called the sacred blood stone. According to Gu Yang's understanding, the divine blood stone is not only the real transaction currency in the ancient world, but also can be refined by monks to improve their cultivation. Last time, Gu Yang only found more than 1,000 kilograms of low-grade divine bloodstones among so many storage bags and storage rings to protect the sect. It can be seen from this. The preciousness of the divine bloodstone. Now in this storage ring, there are about 3,000 kilograms of low-grade divine bloodstones. See this? Gu Yang's expression became much gentler. Thank God, envoy, when he returns in the future, please wait until I thank Emperor Yang. I will definitely go back and tell His Majesty what Emperor Gu said. In addition, I have been ordered to come here. I have another matter that I want to discuss with Emperor Gu. Xia Yanfen smiled slightly and immediately got to the point. Gu Yang said, "What's the matter?" The Kamikaze dynasty wants to set up a teleportation array in Kyushu. You and I can communicate with each other. In addition, the materials required for the establishment of the teleportation array will be borne by the Kamikaze dynasty. I wonder if Emperor Gu can agree. It was at this time that Xia Yanfen truly stated his purpose. Build a teleportation array. Exchange what you have. Gu Yang did not answer immediately after hearing this, but fell into deep thought. He didn't expect that the other party's purpose of coming here would be this. Once the teleportation array is established, people from the Kamikaze dynasty can directly enter Kyushu through the teleportation array. Similarly, Kyushu can also directly enter the Kamikaze dynasty through the teleportation array. Originally, the ancient Beast Mountain range served as a barrier to prevent most monks from entering Kyushu, but once the teleportation array was established, the ancient Beast Mountain range would be useless. Although the ancient Beast Mountain range is no longer of much use, it is still a barrier. Without the existence of the ancient Beast Mountain range, the number of monks from the ancient world who came from the Shenwu dynasty would have increased 10-fold and 100-fold. Think a little. Gu Yang said, now that the Shenwu dynasty has just been established, everything is waiting to be revitalized, and Kyushu has not yet truly stabilized, so it is better to slow down the matter of the teleportation array until later. Hear the words. Xia Yanfen's expression changed, and in the end he could only hand over his hands and reply, in that case, I will go back and recover first. There's no rush, Xie Shenqi has just arrived in Kyushu, why not stay for a few days and get a taste of the customs of the Shinryu dynasty? Thank you so much, Emperor Gu. Xie Yanfen did not shirk. Someone from the Kamikaze dynasty is here. Gu Qingfeng's expression moved slightly as he looked at the information from the secret guard in his hand. He knew something about the Kamikaze dynasty. It was an ancient dynasty founded by a saint from the eastern region 80,000 years ago, and a saint would emerge from the Kamikaze dynasty every 10 or 20,000 years. Therefore, the Kamikaze dynasty has been passed down to this day, and its heritage is also extraordinary. But when he saw the purpose of Kamikaze dynasty's arrival, Gu Qingfeng's eyes sparkled. Build a teleportation array. However, after seeing Gu Yang's refusal, Gu Qingfeng understood in his heart. Once the teleportation array is established, it means that the only little function of the ancient Beast Mountain range will be gone, and the subsequent cultivators of the Qingfeng dynasty can enter Jiuzhu at will. However, the foundation of the Shinryu dynasty is shallow, and a large number of cultivators pouring into Jiuzhu may not be a good thing. Therefore, Gu Yang refused. It is normal. Then, Gu Qingfeng took a look at the information panel, and there was no big change now. Then, Gu Qingfeng took out a jade slip, and his mind fell into it, and relevant information immediately emerged. Weapon refining technique. This is the method of refining magic weapons. Gu Qingfeng wanted to re-refine the Zuxi knife, so he naturally had to study the refining method. Although the Zuxi knife has been promoted to an ancient weapon, its foundation is too weak after all. It is just a weapon forged from ordinary materials. In the eyes of ordinary people, such a weapon can be called a magic weapon, but if it is placed in the cultivation world, even the Grand Master will look down on such a weapon. The reason why the Zuxi blade was able to transform to this point was entirely because Gu Qingfeng nourished it with his own blood and qi, and then gradually tempered it with the sword-raising technique. However, any divine weapon has its limits. Like the Zuxi blade, it has reached the end of the ancient weapon. If you want to go up and become a true holy weapon, you must go back to the furnace and recast it. Therefore, Gu Qingfeng will study the means of refining. In the past few days, he has not practiced the ancient sword, but has devoted all his body and mind to refining, and he is also familiar with many refining materials in the ancient world. Like the blood-stained ore that he originally obtained from the Tianyun ring, Gu Qingfeng also understands what it is. Taishu Xian Mine. It is an ancient ore that is abundant in the Taishu ancient land. Gu Qingfeng also knows something about the Taishu ancient land. Since Hong Yi led the Dark Guards to step into the East region and secretly established a force, he has been secretly collecting all information about the East region. Among them, the existence of the Taishu ancient land. It is said that the Taishu ancient land has strange, ominous and great opportunities. Even if a saint enters it, he may not be able to come out alive. Therefore, the cultivators in the eastern region are quite afraid of the Taishu ancient land. After finding out the origin of the Taishu immortal mine, Gu Qingfeng was somewhat impressed by the Tianyun saint. He was able to go deep into the Taishu ancient land and come out alive. His strength was really extraordinary. Normally speaking, the Taishu immortal mine is more than enough to refine the great saint soldier. I will use this ore as the foundation to refine the Zuxi sword, which will definitely increase the foundation of the Zuxi sword. If I can collect a few more materials, I can directly try to refine a great saint soldier, even if it is just the embryo of the great saint soldier. Gu Qingfeng reviewed the information about refining in his mind. If he wanted to refine a real great saint soldier, it would not be enough to rely on a piece of Taishu immortal mine. Any divine weapon contains the divine power of heaven and earth. In the final analysis, it is because it contains the strongest divine pattern. Just like the holy weapon, it contains the divine pattern of the saint, so it can exert the supreme divine power. When Gu Qingfeng pulled out the Zuxi knife again, he looked at the mysterious pattern in the blade. This was what was bred when the Zuxi knife was nurtured. In the past, Gu Qingfeng didn't know what this pattern was, but now he has understood that this is the divine pattern. To be precise, it is the Taoist palace divine pattern. Because it carries the divine pattern, the Zuxi knife can be an ancient weapon. The difference is, this divine pattern is not artificially refined, but it is bred by Gu Qingfeng in the process of nurturing with his own blood and qi. There are two types of divine patterns. The first type is that the strong nurtures with their own blood and qi, and then over time, it is possible to breed divine patterns. The second is that the top weapon refiners have powerful enough divine patterns, and when refining divine weapons, they engrave the corresponding divine patterns and integrate them into the divine weapons. The sword raising technique is a method of nurturing divine patterns. This method is rare in Zhu, but it is not a surprising method in the entire ancient world. With the current vision, if Gu Qingfeng looks back at the sword raising technique, he will find that this secret method is not rare in the ancient world. When his eyes fell on the Zuxi sword again, the Dao Palace divine pattern on it was the limit of what the Zuxi sword could carry now. If it really forced to carry the saint's divine pattern, then there would be only one consequence, that is, it would not be able to withstand the power of the saint's divine pattern and would directly collapse. Teishu Immortal Mine is only one of them. We need to get Tianyi Divine Gold to neutralize the power of Teishu Immortal Mine. When the two are combined, we can recast the Zuxi sword. In addition, it is to find a place of underground fire that can smelt Teishu Immortal Mine and Tianyi Divine Gold at the same time. Otherwise, it is not so easy to really cast it into a divine weapon. Gu Qingfeng thought secretly. Whether it is Teishu Immortal Mine or Tianyi Divine Gold, they are the treasures needed to refine the great saint soldier. Ordinary fire is impossible to smelt such existence. If ordinary fire is used to calcine, I am afraid that it will be difficult to shake the Teishu Immortal Mine in 10,000 years. However, the latter is simple. The only problem is how to find Tianyi Divine Gold. After all, this kind of precious material for refining the great saint soldier cannot be obtained by ordinary means. Even if it is really necessary to buy it from other forces, the price required will be extremely shocking. You know, mortals need gold and silver for transactions. But the cultivation world needs the bloodstone for transactions. Although Zhu has spiritual veins now, the bloodstone that can be mined is limited. Besides, if the bloodstone of a vein is mined excessively, it will inevitably damage the foundation of the spiritual vein and greatly reduce the output of spiritual energy. At present, the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth in Zhu is average. If it continues to weaken, I am afraid it will return to its original state in an instant. Tianyi Divine Gold is a problem. Now we can only slowly inquire about the news about Tianyi Divine Gold. Thinking of this, Gu Qingfeng sent a message to Hong Yi, asking the other party to pay attention to the news of Tianyi Divine Realm, and then asked a secret guard to go to the palace to tell Gu Yang that he needed Tianyi Divine Gold, and asked the Shenwu dynasty to help pay attention. On the other side, not long after the arrival of the Qingfeng dynasty, other forces also sent envoys to arrive one after another. Their purpose was the same as that of the Qingfeng dynasty. They all wanted to establish a teleportation array in Zhu and exchange what they had. In response to this, Gu Yang naturally refused sternly. In his opinion, building a teleportation array now would do more harm than good to the Shenwu dynasty. Once too many cultivators poured into Zhu, the Shenwu dynasty would be unable to control them at all. At that time, there would inevitably be unrest in the world. After all, Zhu is so big that it would be difficult for Gu Qingfeng to take care of everything. And although the Sky Patrol Guards have been established, the time is too short and the strength of the Sky Patrol Guards is limited. Even if Gu Yang spared no effort to improve the strength of the Sky Patrol Guards, there are only 10 Grandmasters so far. As for the cultivators in the Divine Transformation Realm, there is currently none. After all, it is not so easy to truly enter the Divine Transformation Realm. Even if those selected by Gu Yang to join the Sky Patrol Guards are all geniuses in Zhu, even if they are geniuses, it will take time to break through. At present, there are already many traces of cultivators from the ancient realm in Zhu, and relying on the power of the Dark Guards and the Sky Patrol Guards is just barely maintaining the situation. If a teleportation array is really to be established, this barely maintained situation is bound to collapse. For various reasons, Gu Yang would never agree to build a teleportation array. Of course, if the strength of the Shenyu dynasty can be further improved in the future, and if there is enough foundation to stabilize the situation in Zhu, then building a teleportation array is inevitable. It is also good to exchange what is needed. It is also good to truly challenge the ancient world. These things are inseparable from the teleportation array. There is no way. The ancient world is too big. If there is no teleportation array, relying solely on the cultivators themselves, even a strong man in the Dao Palace realm would have a lot of trouble crossing the entire East region, not to mention the entire ancient world. In the Imperial Study, Gu Yang finished reviewing the memorials and looked at the Imperial seal on the side. When Gu Yang dropped his own blood into the Imperial seal, a virtual shadow of a green lotus emerged. Compared with the beginning, the current third-grade green lotus has become much more solid. End of this chapter. Chapter 243 Tianwu Sect. Soon, with another period of accumulation, the Shenyu dynasty will be promoted to the Shenyu dynasty. Gu Yang looked at the third-grade Qinglian that had become much more solid now. Compared with the time when the Shenyu dynasty just started, it had become much stronger. Dynasty luck, third-grade Qinglian. This level of luck can only be compared to that of a cultivator in the divine transformation realm. In other words, even if a country's destiny is used to suppress it, one dynasty is just a monk who suppresses the gods. But once you enter the ranks of the dynasty, then a country with the weakest luck can suppress the Dao Palace realm, and a truly top dynasty can even suppress a saint. In today's Dharma-ending era, if there are no saints, some dynasties with strong foundations are equivalent to invincible existences. Like the Kamikaze dynasty that arrived not long ago, Gu Yang suspected that the luck of that ancient dynasty was comparable to that of a saint. As for the Qingfeng dynasty, it was much worse than the Kamikaze dynasty. Although the Qingfeng dynasty has been around for 100,000 years, which is much older than the Kamikaze dynasty. But here's the thing. In the past 100,000 years of the Qingfeng dynasty, only a few semi-saints have emerged. Looking at the Kamikaze dynasty, 5 saints have emerged in the past 80,000 years. When it comes to background, the former cannot be compared with the latter. Now, the Shenyu dynasty was founded only a few years ago, and now the dynasty's destiny has solidified. In Gu Yang's opinion, it is not only because of the improvement in the overall strength of Zhu, but also because of the presence of Gu Qingfeng. After all, having a strong man who is as powerful as a saint sitting in charge can naturally improve the luck of the dynasty. Of course, a dynasty benefits all people, so the strength of one person cannot truly promote the dynasty. Only the improvement of the overall strength of the dynasty can change the destiny. Now, what Gu Yang did was to pave the way for his subsequent promotion to the dynasty. The Shenyu Academy was established in Kyushu, and initial results have been seen in the past few years. But to truly become the foundation of the imperial court, it still takes some time to settle. This time, a slightly high-pitched voice came from outside the royal study. Your Majesty, the commander of the patrol guard has sent Nanya Mountain to ask for an audience. Let him in. Gu Yang spoke slowly, and then he saw someone push open the door of the royal study and walk in. Then he stepped forward in 3 steps and then knelt down on one knee with his hands clasped in his fists. I, Nanya Mountain, pay homage to your Majesty. Get up. Thank you, your Majesty. Nanya Mountain straightened up. Gu Yang looked at the person in front of him. Although he was young, his face was not green at all, and there was a hint of solemnity between his brows. What's the current situation in Kyushu? Your Majesty, the Sky Patrol Guards have been ordered to patrol the 9 provinces. Most of the monks who caused trouble in the ancient world have been directly suppressed, but there are still a very small number of monks who have fled. With the current strength of the Sky Patrol Guards, it is not a problem to encircle and suppress the Grand Master, but if it is against monks who are in the divine transformation realm and above, it will be much worse. Nanyu Shan smiled bitterly. Hear the words. Gu Yang looked as usual. The patrol guard itself had just been created a few months ago, so its strength was naturally impossibly strong. The Nanyu mountain in front of him was originally a genius of the Shenyu Academy. He had just entered the martial arts for a few years and had already directly entered the bone refining realm. With such talent, as long as he doesn't die unexpectedly in the future, he will at least be a monk in the divine transformation realm, and may even enter the Dao Palace realm. In addition, the other party was innocent and extremely loyal to the court, so Gu Yangke brought him into the court and served as the commander of the patrol. In order to improve Nanyu Mountain's strength, Gu Yang also gave one of the remaining Grand Master's direct ascension pills to the opponent, allowing him to step into the peak realm of Grand Master in one breath. Although he is said to be at the peak of being a Grand Master and has mastered the 9th level of true meaning, it is still not enough in front of the cultivators in the divine transformation realm. It is normal for the Sky Patrol Guard to be weak when it is first established. Based on your observation, how many of the Sky Patrol Guards are expected to break through to the divine transformation realm in the future? There are currently 3,000 Tian Guards. Those who are expected to enter the realm of divine transformation in the future, according to my opinion, there are only 100 at most. Nanyu Shan shook his head slightly, looking helpless. It is not easy to enter the realm of divine transformation. Even the people who are patrolling the sky are geniuses selected from various martial arts schools, but there are also 3, 6, or 9 levels of genius. Most of the so-called geniuses will be able to break through the great masters in the future. However, it is not that simple to truly enter the realm of divine transformation. This is because the Shenyu dynasty now provides a large amount of resources and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has risen. In the past, many people were just Grandmaster seedlings. It's not easy to break through the realm of divine transformation. However, as you are the commander of the Sky Guards, your cultivation at the peak of Grandmaster is insufficient. When Gu Yang said this, he casually threw a storage bag to the other party. This contains the things I have prepared for you, 300 kilograms of low-grade divine blood stones, and 3 bottles of divine blood pills. You try to break through the divine transformation realm as quickly as possible. I will certainly not live up to His Majesty's high hopes. Nanyu Shan held the storage bag tightly, with a look of gratitude on his face. Divine blood stone. Divine blood pill. These 2 things are treasures that are difficult for the Sky Patrol to really come into contact with. Even for monks at the pinnacle of Grand Masters like Nanyu Mountain, their monthly salary is only 5 kilograms of low-grade divine blood stones and 1 divine blood pill. Nanyu Mountain is very clear about the function of the sacred blood stone. This is the main resource for the cultivation of monks in the realm of divine transformation. If the monks at the top of the Grand Master can refine the divine blood stone, they can speed up their progress in breaking through the realm of divine transformation. And then, it's the divine blood pill. The effect of these elixirs is even more precious than the divine blood stone. Therefore, Nanyu Mountain was extremely grateful for Gu Yang's gift of so many resources. Okay, you can continue to practice and strive to break through the realm of divine transformation. I resign. Nanyu Shan bowed and took 3 steps back, then turned and left. Gu Yang looked at the other person's leaving figure and shook his head slightly. The time of the Sky Patrol is too short after all. If it had decades to develop, how could it be like this? Cultivation is not something that can be achieved overnight, but also requires gradual progress. Such heaven-defying elixirs as the Grand Master's Direct Ascension Pill, which can allow people to directly step into the pinnacle of a Grand Master, are extremely rare. Even Gu Yang had never heard of the existence of such pills from other monks in the ancient world. To this end, Gu Yang also tried to ask Gu Qingfeng to see if such elixir existed, but unfortunately the answer he received was no. This answer, Gu Yang had no doubts. After all, the quantity of such heaven-defying elixirs is destined not to be too large. Therefore, without the direct ascension pill, Gu Yang could only develop the sky patrol step by step, and Ding Tian would just tilt the court's resources slightly to speed up the growth of the sky patrol. At the same time, in order to truly control the patrol guards, Gu Yang even made 2 secret guards become deputy commanders. It's not that he doesn't trust Nanya Mountain, but he has to be prepared for everything. The patrol guard is a sharp blade in the hands of the imperial court. Gu Yang does not hope that one day, the sharp blade he has worked so hard to cultivate will hurt him. So, the Sky Patrol is destined to be impossible for one family to dominate. If you say who is more trustworthy, Nanya Mountain or the Secret Guard, to be honest, Gu Yang will be more inclined to the latter. Your dead soldier Li Qingfeng has been promoted to deputy commander of the patrol guard. Your dead soldier Shen Xingai has been promoted to deputy commander of the Sky Patrol. Your dead soldier Gu Sanliu accidentally obtained a heavenly material and earthly treasure, and his cultivation level was greatly improved, breaking through to the primary level of Grand Master. Your dead soldier Shen's Honggai was attacked by monks *16. Your dead soldier Shen's Honggai killed several people and escaped from the siege after being seriously injured. Your dead soldier Lu Yuan accidentally strayed into a dangerous place and died in the mouth of a vicious beast. Your death warrior Hong Yi assassinated a lower-level Grand Master monk. Your dead warrior Gu Wu founded the Tian Wuzong. Your dead warrior Gu Yu was lucky enough to find the cave of an ancient powerful man and receive a mysterious inheritance. Your dead soldier. When Gu Yang secretly developed the Sky Guard and the Dark Guard, Gu Qingfeng also saw the changes in many of the Dark Guard's dead soldiers from the information panel. Some secret guards accidentally obtained treasures from heaven and earth and improved their cultivation, while some secret guards died due to various reasons. What's more, enter the ancient cave directly and get a great opportunity. Look at the information above. Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but think to himself. It seems that these dead soldiers obtained from the system are not just as simple as being held in the hand and cultivated. If they are all spread out, there will be a lot of surprises. In the past, Gu Qingfeng didn't have such an intuitive feeling. But since the information panel was split into 2 sections, this feeling has become much more intuitive. The whereabouts of each Dark Guard soldier, as well as the opportunities obtained by the opponent or certain changes brought about, will be reflected in the information panel. 3,000 secret guards died. If they are all gathered together, they are just a group of monks with good talents. But if it is spread out, there are endless possibilities. To know. All the dead soldiers are loyal to Gu Qingfeng, and they are 100% loyal. There is absolutely no possibility of betrayal. This way, even if these dead soldiers are stronger than himself in the future, Gu Qingfeng is not worried that they will threaten him. On the contrary, among so many dead soldiers, who can guarantee that there will be someone with great luck? If someone gets some incredible opportunity, they can expect to become a top powerhouse directly. Even if the probability is very low, as long as the number increases, everything is possible. For example, this monk named Gu Yu entered an ancient cave left by a certain monk and received the inheritance of a strong man. Tian Wuzong, it seems that the imperial court wants to create a sect in the eastern region as its own foundation. Gu Qingfeng watched Gu Wu establish the Tian Wuzong, with slight fluctuations in his eyes. Creating a sect has its own benefits. In addition, with Gu Wushan's 9th level cultivation, he is qualified to found a sect in the eastern region. After all, in this era when saints do not appear, half-saints are the top powerful ones, but in fact, many so-called holy places do not have half-saints in charge, only some Dao Palace monks. Even the weaker Holy Lands don't even have the Dao Palace realm. Just like the Shenyang Holy Land that was destroyed back then, there was only 1.5 level palace level monk in charge. So, being able to enter the 9th level of divine transformation is already a powerful person who can stand on the stage. This way, there is no problem in establishing a sect. Then, Qingfeng glanced at the information panel of his descendants again. There was not much change at present. The only difference was that Gu Xiu was still in dire straits. He was attacked by a large number of cultivators every now and then. I don't know who he offended. All the information panels were read. Qingfeng continued to study the means of refining. Ancient World. East Region. In Tianyu Mountain, there were many temples and a stone tablet several feet in size standing in front of the mountain gate, with several large characters inscribed on it. Tianyu Sect. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is rich here. If we establish Tianyu Sect here, we can take it slowly. Gu Wu was wearing a wide Taoist robe, which seemed to be embroidered with mountains and rivers, and reflected by rivers and mountains. His face was calm, and he already had the demeanor of a sect leader. On this trip, Gu Wu followed Gu Yang's order and led a part of the secret guards to the East region, and then secretly took root there, as the eyes and ears of the Shenyu dynasty in the East region, and also provided some corresponding resources for the Shenyu dynasty. After all, Zhu is barren. Even if the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has recovered a lot, when it comes to resources for cultivation, Zhu is completely different from other places in the ancient world. Therefore, the resources in the East region are what the court needs. Gu Wu looked at the high-level leaders of the sects in front of him. Their predecessors were all members of the secret guards, but now, they have an additional identity as high-level members of the Tianyu sect as a cover. The Tianyu sect here was originally occupied by a group of bandits, but not long ago, Gu Wu led the secret guards to flatten it directly, so it was renamed Tianyu Mountain, and a sect named Tianyu sect was casually established here. The reason for establishing a sect here is also the result of Gu Wu's long-term investigation. There are many sects of all sizes around Tianyu Mountain, but the overall strength is not too strong. Some of the stronger sects can have cultivators in the divine transformation realm, and some weaker sects can even have grand masters. It is precisely because there are many forces here and they are complicated that Gu Wu established the Tianyu sect here. Even if it will attract the attention of some forces, it is enough to cover up his identity. More importantly, the forces in this area are not too strong. With Gu Wu's cultivation of the 9th level of the divine transformation realm, if there is any problem, it is enough to suppress the situation. For various reasons, Gu Wu naturally wants to establish the foundation of the sect here. After a while, Gu Wu said, Tianyu sect has been established. Spread the news. Tianyu sect will open its mountain gate in a month, and anyone under the age of 16 can come. Yes. The other high-level members of Tianyu sect all clasped their fists and accepted the order. Go. This time, the Tianyu sect has officially established its foundation. Gu Wu waved his hand, his face full of pride. It is true that he served the Shenyu dynasty, but now he has established a sect, and Gu Wu has also invested a lot of effort. He naturally hopes that the Tianyu sect can grow stronger. End of this chapter. Chapter 244 Jingyun Mansion. The emergence of Tianyu Zong. For the entire eastern region, it did not cause any waves, but for the Tianyu sect within 1,000 miles radius, the emergence of a new sect naturally attracted the attention of many people. After learning about the existence of Tianyu Zong, many sect forces looked shocked. When did there become a Tianyu Zong here? Tianyu Mountain. I have never heard of it. The leader of Qingfeng sect looked shocked. This time, an elder below reminded, it is said that Tianyu Mountain was originally Hefeng Mountain, the territory occupied by Hefeng village. Later, a strong man broke through Hefeng village and wiped out all the bandits, so it was renamed Tianyu Mountain. This is where the sect was established. Black Wind Village. The face of the leader of the Qingfeng sect changed. I remember that the bandit leader of Black Wind Village is a strong man at the 7th level of the Divine Transformation Realm, and the strength of the rest of the others is also not weak. Such a force was actually uprooted by the Tianyu sect. It seems that this sect is not simple. Black Wind Village has a rather evil reputation in a radius of thousands of miles. After all, there is a strong man at the 7th level of the Divine Transformation Realm sitting in charge. This kind of strength can be ranked among all sects. Just like the sect where the leader of the Qingfeng sect is located, the strongest person is himself, and he is just a monk at the 5th level of the Divine Transformation Realm. Even if Qingfeng sect has some foundation, when it comes to real strength, it may be on par with Black Wind Village, or even worse. So, after learning that Black Wind Village had been wiped out, the leader of Qingfeng sect was naturally a little shocked. The dragon crosses the river. This was the first thought that came to his mind. If not, how could the other party attack Hefeng village directly? Now that Black Wind stronghold has been destroyed, it shows that Tianyuzong is much stronger than Black Wind stronghold. At this time, an elder from the Qingfeng sect asked in a low voice, "Sect Master, do you think we are going to pay a visit?" "Go, why not go?" The leader of Qingfeng sect smiled. Now the Yunqian sect is respected in the area of Jingyun Mansion with a radius of thousands of miles. I heard that the Yunqian sect is about to break through to the Dao Palace realm, and he has the intention to unify the entire Jingyun Mansion. Tianyuzong, as a fierce dragon crossing the river, might be able to bring some changes. After talking about it, the expression of the leader of Qingfeng sect became much more solemn. 108 states in the eastern region. There are 3,600 prefectures in one state. Jingyun Mansion is just an inconspicuous one among the 3,600 mansions in Suiyang State, and its strength is not very powerful. But where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. No matter how small Jingyun Mansion is, it has a radius of thousands of miles. There are many sects in Panju, among which Yunqian sect is the most powerful one among all sects. Originally, no matter how strong Yunqian sect is, the gap with other sects is not that big. After all, everyone is at most a god-transformed monk, so no matter how strong they are, how powerful can they be? But here's the thing. The Yunqian sect has become stronger and stronger over the years, and there are vague rumors that there are strong men from the Yunqian sect who are attacking the Dao Palace realm. Among a group of sect forces at the God Transformation realm in Jingyun Mansion, if a strong man at the Dao Palace realm suddenly walks out, anyone with a discerning eye can see the consequences. In addition, Yunqian sect has always had the ambition to dominate Jingyun Mansion, which naturally makes Qingfeng sect worried. Although, as long as all the forces in Jingyun Mansion can work together, dealing with a Yunqian sect will not be a big problem. But the problem is, how can all the forces really work together? Everyone is worried about making a wedding dress for the other, just like a piece of loose sand. Now, a force named Tianyuzong suddenly appeared in Jingyun Mansion, which naturally made the leader of Qingfeng sect concerned. After all, being able to annihilate Black Wind stronghold means that Tianyuzong is likely to have a strong person at the 8th level of the Divine Transformation realm, and may even have an existence at the 9th level of the Divine Transformation realm. Qingfeng sect naturally wants to make friends with such a force. A month later, the Tianyuzong will open its gates. At that time, I, the Qingfeng sect, will come directly to congratulate me. Even if I cannot make good friends with the Tianyuzong, at least I will not leave a good impression. The situation in Jingyun Mansion is unstable now. If we, the Qingfeng sect, are not careful, these thousands of years of inheritance may be ruined in my hands. The leader of Qingfeng sect sighed. The news that Tianyuzong had opened its gate naturally attracted the attention of the entire Jingyun Mansion. It would be okay if just an ordinary sect appeared. But here's the thing. Tian Yuzong came to power on the basis of Black Wind Village, so things here naturally became different. What does this mean? It represents that Tian Yuzong is very powerful. So, now all forces are naturally turning their attention to Tian Yuzong. Now, within the sect, the elder who was transformed into a secret guard looked respectful to Gu Wu, who was in charge. Reporting to the sect master, there are many monks outside the sect secretly monitoring us. I'm afraid someone wants to do harm to the Tianyu sect. No need to worry about this matter, everything is within my expectation. Gu Wu smiled calmly. Gu Wu had already thought about the current situation when he decided to pacify Black Wind Village and then establish Tian Yuzong. However, among the 108 states in the eastern region, Suiyang Prefecture is just an ordinary state, and among the 3,600 prefectures in Suiyang Prefecture, Jingyun Prefecture is even more inconspicuous. Even if the establishment of Tian Yuzong caused turmoil in Jingyun Mansion, it would only be in this 3/3 of an acre of land, and it would be difficult to attract the attention of really big forces. So, the trouble that Tianyu sect really wants to solve is the trouble from Jingyun Mansion. I asked you to find out the situation of Jingyun Mansion. What is the situation now? Report to the sect master. There are 13 sects in Jingyun Mansion that have 9th level cultivators in the divine transformation realm, among which Yunshan sect is the most respected. According to the news, there are 23 cultivators in the divine transformation realm in Yunshan sect, 2 of whom can enter the 9th level of the divine transformation realm, and only one person has reached the half-step Dao Palace realm, and that is the sect master of Yunshan sect, Fuxian. The Tianyu sect elder did not hesitate and directly told Gu Wu all the news he had found out. It is said that Fuxian has broken through the half-step Dao Palace realm for 100 years, and is now impacting the Dao Palace realm. Moreover, Yunshan sect is ambitious and has the idea of unifying Jingyun Mansion. If Fuxian succeeds in breaking through, Jingyun Mansion will probably regard Yunshan sect as the most respected in the future. Hearing this, Gu Wu's expression did not change, and it was unknown what he was thinking about. After a long while, he opened his eyes, his expression slightly sighing. In this case, Yunshan sect is a trouble, 23 people in the God Transformation realm, 2 people who have entered the 9th level of the God Transformation realm, and a half-step Dao Palace realm strongman. The foundation of a small Yunshan sect is not weak at all. In this regard, Gu Wu increasingly understands the weakness of the current Shenyu dynasty. It is because of Gu Qingfeng that the Shenyu dynasty is not afraid of the various forces in the ancient world. If it weren't for that person, I'm afraid that the Shenyu dynasty would have been divided up by various forces. After all, the strength of the Shenyu dynasty, strictly speaking, is inferior to that of the Yunshan sect. But the difference is, Jingyun Mansion where the Yunshan sect is located is insignificant, but Zhuzhu where the Shenyu dynasty is located is completely different. Fortunately, although the foundation of the Shenyu dynasty is weak, at least there is a peerless strongman like Gu Qingfeng sitting in charge, which can avoid many problems. But the current strength of the Yunshan sect puts some pressure on Gu Wu. 23 divine transformation realm cultivators, and 2 of them have entered the 9th level of the divine transformation realm, and 1 has entered the half-step Dao Palace realm. Such a force is not something that Tianyu sect can contend with. Immediately, Gu Wu took out the communication jade talisman and reported the matter back to the Shenyu dynasty. Then, he looked at the elder in front of him and said, "This matter has been reported back to the court. I believe that your majesty has his own solution. Continue to closely monitor the various sects, especially the Yunshan sect, and learn more about it to see if there are any hidden forces." Gu Wu still believed in the intelligence methods of these Tianyu sect's high-level officials. After all, these people were born as secret guards, and they are good at gathering intelligence. After giving the order, Gu Wu began to practice in seclusion. He wiped out the Black Wind village and brought some resources back to the Shenwu dynasty. At the same time, Gu Yang also let him keep the remaining resources as the foundation of the Tianwu sect. Now, Gu Wu is going to use this batch of resources to see if he can impact the Dao Palace realm. If he could enter the Dao Palace, then the Yunshan sect's affairs would not be a problem. Even if he could not enter the Dao Palace, he could barely accept it if he could enter the half-step Dao Palace. I came to see my father. A voice came from outside the grinding knife hall. Gu Qingfeng opened his eyes. Without seeing him move, he saw the tightly closed door of the grinding knife hall open. Outside the door, Gu Yang's expression remained unchanged and he walked in slowly. "Meet my father." He bowed to Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng said calmly, "You are not in the court to deal with things. How can you come here today?" While speaking, Gu Qingfeng skillfully opened the information panel, glanced at the information in the offspring column, and found that there was no major change, and then glanced at the information in the death column. "Your warrior Gu Wu plans to open the gates of Tianwu sect in a month, recruit disciples, and strengthen the sect's strength. Your warrior Gu Wu has learned about the various sects in Jingyun Mansion and feels that his own strength is insufficient, so he asks for help from the court. Your warrior Gu Wu is practicing in seclusion and wants to impact the Dao Palace. Your warrior Gu Wu has practiced in seclusion and his cultivation has increased slightly. Your warrior Gu Wu has practiced in seclusion and his cultivation has increased slightly. Your warrior." Unlike the information about the offspring, the information about the warriors is very dense, but Gu Qingfeng quickly found the information he wanted from it. Among the many pieces of information, only the Tianwu sect founded by Gu Wu seems to be worthy of Gu Yang's personal visit. As expected. Just when Gu Qingfeng had some guesses in his mind, Gu Yang spoke directly. "I sent Gu Wu to lead some secret guards into the east region. Now he has established a sect in Jingyun Prefecture, Suiyang Prefecture, East Region, named Tianwu sect. Although Jingyun Prefecture is not big, there are many sects. One of them is called Yunshan sect, which is quite powerful. There are 23 cultivators in the Divine Transformation realm, 2 of whom are in the 9th level of the Divine Transformation realm, and 1 is in the half-step Dao Palace realm. Gu Wu is worried that Yunshan sect will be unfavorable to Tianwu sect, so he sent a message back for help. But the court's foundation is still there. If it is to deal with the half-step Dao Palace realm, it is still a little insufficient, and no one can guarantee whether the leader of Yunshan sect has taken the last half-step and become a real Dao Palace realm powerhouse. Therefore, the child thinks about it, I am afraid that only my father can solve this matter." When Gu Yang finished speaking, Gu Qingfeng stretched out his hand and a magic weapon in the grinding hall fell into his hands. This knife is called Qingming. It was originally an ancient weapon. With Gu Wu's strength, it can activate the power of this ancient weapon, which is enough to kill those below the Dao Palace realm. After the words fell, Gu Qingfeng flicked his finger again, and a drop of blood merged into the Qingming knife. "I left a drop of blood in this knife. If it is activated at a critical moment, it can greatly increase the power of the ancient weapon. At that time, even if the newly promoted Dao Palace realm takes action, I believe it will not be a problem to kill it. As an ancient weapon, the Qingming knife itself contains the power of the Dao Palace. Now with a drop of Gu Qingfeng's blood, the combination of the two is not a lie to kill ordinary Dao Palaces. This knife is naturally not owned by Gu Qingfeng, but a treasure in the hands of one of the many powerful people he killed before. It's just that the other party fell, and this ancient weapon naturally entered the sharpening hall. Thank you, father." Gu Yang took the Qingming knife, and he could naturally feel the powerful power in this knife. With this knife, the problem of Yunshan sect is no longer a problem. Gu Qingfeng reminded him, "Remember, if you want to deal with Daogong realm with the blood I left behind, you only have one chance to use it. Don't use it until the critical moment." "My son understands." Gu Yang nodded, and then left with the Qingming sword. After he left, Gu Qingfeng glanced at the information panel again, his expression calm. If the problem of Yunqian sect can be solved, Tianwu sect may be able to use this opportunity to directly dominate Jingyun Prefecture. There are more than 300,000 prefectures in 108 states, and Jingyun Prefecture is indeed insignificant. But this is also relatively speaking. If Tianwu sect can really take charge of Jingyun Prefecture, the benefits to the Xinwu dynasty in the future will be great. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. No matter how small Jingyun Prefecture is, it is also part of the East region. The resources contained in it are not comparable to those of Zhuzhou today. If Tianwu sect can dominate Jingyun Prefecture, it can be regarded as the foundation and continuously supply resources to the Xinwu dynasty. With the resources of a prefecture as support, the Xinwu dynasty can shorten the time of expansion. Then, Gu Qingfeng closed his eyes and continued to practice the ancient heavenly sword. He had almost comprehended the means of refining weapons, and was just waiting for the real practice. He only refined the embryo of the great saint soldier, and did not need to carve the great saint divine pattern, so the requirements for refining weapons were not too high. After understanding some of the key means, Gu Qingfeng was too lazy to continue to comprehend. Instead of wasting this time, it is better to continue to comprehend the ancient heavenly sword. If the ancient heavenly sword can break through, it will be the biggest improvement to his strength. When Gu Qingfeng was in seclusion and broke through, Gu Yang returned to the palace and asked Gu Dao to come and hand over the Qingming sword to him, asking him to carry the sword to Jingyun Mansion and then hand it to Gu Wu. The reason why Gu Dao came forward was because it was not risky to cross the ancient Beast Mountain range. A 9th-level cultivator of the divine transformation realm came forward in person to ensure that there would be no problems. End of this chapter. Chapter 245, Killing People if There is a Disagreement. 10 days later, Gu Dao stepped into Tianwuzong and handed the Qingming sword into Gu Wu's hand. With this magical weapon in hand, the sect of Jingyun Mansion will have nothing to worry about. Gu Wu laughed loudly. After learning about the power of Qingming sword, he no longer had any fear of the sect of Jingyun Mansion. So what if it was the Yunqian sect, not to mention that the leader of the Yunqian sect was only half a Dao Palace, even if the other party really broke through to the Dao Palace realm, Gu Wu was not afraid in his heart. You must know that the Qingming sword is not just a simple ancient weapon, but also contains a drop of Gu Qingfeng's blood. Such beings are comparable to saints, and it is not an exaggeration to say that this drop of blood is holy blood. To know. A drop of blood in the realm of divine transformation contains powerful power that can even shatter mountains, so a drop of blood from a saint can destroy stars and kill all kinds of powerful enemies. Although Gu Qingfeng was not a saint, his opponent's strength was no less than that of a real saint, and his blood was naturally comparable to the holy blood. Even through the scabbard, Gu Wu could feel the terrifying aura brought by that drop of blood. If it is really activated, it will be easy to kill Dao Palace. This way, Gu Wu was not worried that the Yunqian sect would not take action, but was worried that the other party would not take action. If the Yunqian sect really takes action, he can kill the opponent with the Qingming sword, and then frighten other sect forces, establishing the Tianwuzong's status in one fell swoop. On the contrary, if Yunqian sect did not take any action, Tianwuzong would be the first to attack Yunqian sect, which might cause a backlash from other sects. The order of some things, as well as the teacher's reputation, are particularly important. Such is human nature. Gu Wu himself knew very well about these things. Tianwuzong is expected to dominate Jingyun Mansion this time, which makes me very envious. Gu Dao looked at Gu Wu, who was now the leader of a sect, with an envious look on his face. The leader of a sect is so beautiful, how could he not have any ideas? But he obeyed the orders of the Xinwu dynasty. Without orders from Gu Yang or Gu Qingfeng, Gu Dao would not dare to make arbitrary decisions. Hear the words. Gu Wu smiled and said, being with His Majesty is the greatest opportunity. I may seem to be in the spotlight now, but Jingyun Mansion is just an inconspicuous mansion among the 3,600 mansions in Suiyang Prefecture, and it doesn't get much attention. On the contrary, if I follow His Majesty, I might get a chance to break through to the Dao Palace realm in the future. This sentence. Gu Wu didn't lie. Gu Qingfeng now values Gu Yang the most, and if he serves His Majesty with all his heart, the chance of getting a chance in the future is not small at all. When Gu Dao heard this, he nodded slightly, and then said, "What you said makes sense. Now that the Qingming sword has been brought, I will go back and recover first." That's good. This batch of resources was collected by Tian Wuzong during this period. You can also bring them back to His Majesty. Gu Wu took out several storage bags that he had prepared and handed them to Gu Dao. Compared with storage rings, storage bags are cheaper, and Tian Wuzong does not have many storage rings until now. Originally, Gu Wu would send someone to send these resources out later, but now that Gu Dao is here, it would be most appropriate for him to take them back. After all, with the other party's cultivation level at the 9th level of the Divine Transformation Realm, it can be guaranteed that there will be no problems. As for asking Gu Dao to stay and help him suppress the Yunqian sect, Gu Wu did not say anything. Because he knew very well that without Gu Yang or Gu Qingfeng's order, even if he opened his mouth, Gu Dao would not agree. Say it again. With the Qingming sword in hand, Gu Wu is now confident. Soon. Another few days passed. This day, the gate of Tian Wuzong is wide open. There is an endless stream of people coming to pay homage to the ancestor. The Tian Wuzong has the reputation of wiping out the Black Wind village first, which is enough to show the strength of this sect. Looking at the many large and small forces in the entire Jingyun Mansion, there are not many that can truly rival the Tian Wuzong. Some families who only have ordinary gods in the realm of transformation, as well as some small families with great masters and even great masters, all have people coming to join the Tianwu sect and build this relationship. The family power in Jingyun Mansion is like a complicated network. Many small and weak forces try their best to get talented disciples of their own families to join various major sects. In this way, even if they encounter any trouble, they can still have a backer to support them. No matter what. You can also pull off the tiger skin. Forces like Tianwu sect, which had at least 8th level cultivators of the divine transformation realm, naturally became the first choice of all parties. This is Tianwuzong, it is indeed extraordinary. I heard that Tianwu Mountain was originally called Hefeng Mountain, where the Black Wind village was located. Later, the leader of the Tianwu sect personally eradicated the Black Wind village, and then the name was changed to Tianwu Mountain, and the Tianwuzong was established here. Hefeng village is a big force. I didn't expect that one day it would be uprooted. Humph, I think a lot of people in my family have been killed in the hands of Black Wind village. Now Tianwuzong can be considered as avenging us. Looking at the pavilions, and palaces in front of them, many monks looked in awe. In just 1 month, Tianwuzong was able to create such a place, which shows that it has a strong foundation. Many young people fantasize about joining the Tianwuzong in the future. With such forces behind him, his future achievements are destined to be high. Even if you have average talent, you can still go far. It's like a monk with normal talent can only break through a great master, but if he joins a great sect and gets resources, he may achieve a divine transformation. At this time, I saw monks coming from the sky. I heard that Tianwu sect has opened its gate, and Suangsuzi of Qingfeng sect is here to congratulate you. A Taoist said loudly as soon as he landed in front of the mountain gate. As soon as these words came out, the crowd was in uproar again, and many people looked at Xiansuzi with awe in their faces. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Tianwuzong is so proud, I didn't expect that even the leader of Qingfeng sect would come in person. I heard that the Qingfeng sect has been established for thousands of years and has an extraordinary foundation. Xuanzuzi is a strong man who aspires to reach the 5th level of the divine transformation realm. The 5th level of divine transformation. This is already quite powerful in Jingyun Mansion. In addition, the Qingfeng sect has been established for thousands of years, and its reputation is not small. No one expected that someone from the Qingfeng sect would come, and the sect leader would come in person. Fellow Taoist Xuanzuzi is here in person. I am so welcome from afar. Gu Wu also appeared and smiled at Xuanzuzi. He naturally found out the information about Qingfeng sect. I've met sect leader Gu. Xuanzuzi also politely handed over. The moment he saw Gu Wu, he felt the majestic energy and blood power contained in the other person's body, making him feel great pressure. To this, Xuanzuzi thought highly of Gu Wu. This kind of pressure cannot be given by the 8th level of the divine transformation realm, which shows that the other party must be a top powerhouse who has entered the 9th level of the divine transformation realm. An existence of this level is enough to rank among the top 10 in Jingyun Mansion. To this end, Xuanzuzi understood more and more that he had not come in vain this time. Soon, before he could continue talking to Gu Wu, he saw a powerful aura coming and a strong man coming from the sky. Honghe sect Yang He is here to congratulate you. Qinjiangzi of Sanyang sect is here to congratulate you. Xia Yunchuan from Tianyan Mountain came to congratulate. A powerful man came to congratulate him. When he heard the names of these forces and the powerful man, the expressions of other monks changed again and again. Honghe sect, Sanyang sect, Tianyan Mountain. These are all powerful sects of Jingyun Mansion. Among them, Sanyang sect and Tianyan Mountain are much more powerful than Qingfeng sect. Qinjiangzi, the leader of Sanyang sect, is a monk at the 7th level of the divine transformation realm, while Xia Yunchuan, the master of Tianyan Mountain, is in existence at the 8th level of the divine transformation realm. What's more, there are also strong men at the 9th level of the divine transformation realm sitting in Tianyan Mountain. Talking about overall strength, Tianyan Mountain is enough to rank in the top 10 of Jingyun Mansion. This is the true top sect of Jingyun Mansion, definitely not comparable to the Qingfeng sect, Honghe sect, and others. Even Xuanzuzi, Yang He and others looked awestruck when they saw Xia Yunchuan. It turns out that Lord Xia Shan has arrived. I haven't seen you for many years. Lord Xia Shan is even more elegant than before. Haha, you two have changed a lot. Xia Yunchuan has a middle-aged and elegant face, always wearing a gentle smile. He does not have the majesty of an 8th level divine transformation realm expert at all, but instead appears approachable. But no one would naively think that the other party is really so friendly. After all. But how can anyone who can control the top 10 forces in Jingyun Mansion be so simple? Master Xia Shan. Gu Wu also raised his hand to Xia Yunchuan. He was a monk at the 8th level of the divine transformation realm, so he would naturally care. Xia Yunchuan also looked at Gu Wu, with a flash of light in his eyes. It's better to meet Gu's sect master than to be famous. Black Wind Village has been causing trouble to Jingyun Mansion for many years, but no one has been able to do anything about it. Now that sect master Gu has wiped out Hefeng Village, it can be said to be a great success. Haha, Master Xia Shan is so polite. Gu Wu also responded to Xia Yunchuan's kindness. Subsequently, Gu Wu pointed to the place that had been arranged for a long time. There was a row of empty seats on it. They were originally for the senior officials of Tian Wuzong, but now they naturally let everyone sit down. Tian Wuzong is recruiting disciples this time. It is an honor for Tian Wuzong that you can come. Please take your seats first. When this matter is over, I will entertain you well. Yes, Xia also wants to see how many talented people will join the Tianwu sect. Xia Yunchuan smiled and took the seat first, followed by Xuanzuzi and others. See this? Gu Wu didn't waste any time and asked people to directly start the process of recruiting disciples. The so-called recruitment of disciples is actually to check the strength of their qualifications by touching their bones. Only those who meet the qualifications can complete the first screening and become the Tianmu sect disciple. And then, it is a test of character and a further detailed division of roots and bones to determine some key targets for training. The whole process was very smooth. Gu Wu sat on the main seat with a calm expression, showing no signs of happiness, anger, or sorrow. He is waiting. Waiting for the arrival of Yunchen sect. Gu Wu originally thought that the Yunchen sect would come from the beginning, but now that the recruitment of disciples is almost finished, the Yunchen sect has never shown up, which is a bit unexpected for him. If the Yunchen sect doesn't come, there will be some trouble. But just as Gu Wu was thinking this, suddenly there was an extremely terrifying aura suppressing him, causing all the monks' expressions to change. The faint smile on Xia Yunchuan's face had now disappeared. Only Gu Wu had a faint smile on his face. Coming. As his thoughts came to an end, he saw dozens of cultivators coming from the air. Each cultivator had the aura of entering the divine transformation realm. The leader was a middle-aged cultivator with a look of eagle and wolf, and a pair of sharp eyes that made people dare not look at him. When they saw the newcomers, Xia Yunchuan and others all looked gloomy. Fuxian. At this moment, Fuxian bowed slightly to Gu Wu, and said with a fake smile, Tianmu sect opened the gate, Yunchen sect came a little late, I hope sect master Gu will not be offended. I am very happy that sect master Fu can come, how can I blame him? Gu Wu also smiled faintly. Although he spoke politely, he had no intention of getting up from his seat. Seeing this, Fuxian frowned slightly, seeming a little unhappy. At this moment, an elder of the Yunchen sect behind him shouted angrily, the leader of our Yunchen sect is here in person, how can the Tianmu sect be so rude? Who are you? Gu Wu's smile faded, and he looked straight at the other party. The latter was not afraid at all, and said proudly, my name is Wen Hu, an elder of the Yunchen sect. Before Wen Hu finished speaking, a terrifying cold sword light suddenly cut through the void, and the former's body was instantly split in half, and blood was spilled on the Tianmu sect. The sudden change made everyone's face change. Not only Fu Shan didn't expect it, even Xia Yunchuan and others didn't expect it at all. When they looked at Gu Wu who was taking action, their faces were a little dull. What's the situation? He took action directly without saying anything? More importantly, Wen Hu was a cultivator of the 5th level of the divine transformation realm, but he was killed on the spot by Gu Wu at the first sight. Even if the other party was suspected of taking the initiative, it was enough to shock them. But soon, they just reacted. Wen Hu is dead. Yunchen sect will definitely not let it go. This time, the various sects came here to get acquainted with Tianmu sect and find an opportunity to unite against Yunchen sect in the future, but they definitely did not want to directly tear their faces with Yunchen sect. You can say, with Gu Wu's move, it can be said that everyone on both sides was caught off guard. Crazy, crazy. Even Suangsuzi was shouting in his heart now, looking at Gu Wu with incredible eyes. He never thought that the leader of Tianmu sect would be so tough and kill people if he disagreed with him. Now that an elder of Yunchen sect has died, it is clear without thinking that Yunchen sect will never let it go. If the two sides really broke out in conflict, Suangsuzi felt that if he openly supported Tianmu sect, I am afraid that the foundation of Qingfeng sect for thousands of years would be gone. Boom! It was not until Wen Hu fell that Fu Shan reacted. A terrifying killing intent burst out from him. His eyes stared at Gu Wu, and his killing intent was not concealed. Master Gu killed my Yunchen sect elder. If you don't give an explanation, I'm afraid today's matter will not end well. End of this chapter. Chapter 246 Imperial Immortal Scripture. Is it difficult to be kind? Then don't be nice. Gu Wu smiled coldly, showing no respect for Fuxian at all. This is my Tianmu sect, and all the other sects are here. He, a small elder, dares to overstep his bounds and question me. If the Yunqian sect's rules are not up to standard, then I will ask him to follow the rules. Otherwise, if this matter spreads, it will lose the face of Yunqian sect. Now that I am cleaning up the house for Sect Master Fu is not only not grateful, but also wants to blame me. What is the reason for this? His words. Fuxian's face was as gloomy as water. When he came this time, he really wanted to find an excuse to attack Tian Wuzong. But I didn't expect it. How does Tian Wuzong not play according to the routine? Just a disagreement, and when Hu was killed directly. Fuxian looked ugly. Okay, it seems that the Tianwu sect really doesn't take my Yunqian sect seriously. In that case, let me see if Tian Wuzong is really as powerful as the rumors say. Even though he saw Gu Wu kill Wen Hu instantly with his own eyes, Fuxian showed no fear on his face. As his words fell, a terrifying aura erupted from him. Overwhelm the void. All the monks felt a terrifying pressure coming down, and their energy and blood became stagnant. Tao Palace. Xia Yunquan's pupils shrank suddenly, and the original calm look on his face had long since disappeared, and was replaced by a look of horror. He didn't expect that. Fuxian really took that last step and became a strong man in the Tao Palace realm. There seems to be only a few words difference between Banla Palace and Dao Palace, but the difference between the two is difficult to measure. Strictly speaking, the half-step palace realm is still in the category of the divine transformation realm, while the strong ones in the Dao Palace realm can open up the Dao Palace soul in their danshan, and their strength has been promoted to another level. A strong man of this level can already be regarded as a saint-level figure. The cultivation level of many holy lords in the declining Holy Land is at this level at best. And the declining Holy Land referred to here is a holy land that has truly emerged from the saints. It is by no means comparable to the holy places created by some semi-saints or even the peaks of Taoist palaces. Not only Xia Yunquan was shaken, Xian Suzi and others also looked ugly. Say something ugly. All of them present together, it is difficult for them to be the opponent of a Taoist palace-level powerhouse. This moment, many monks were horrified. They understand. Tian Wuzong is finished. Fuxian was promoted to the Dao Palace realm, and no matter how powerful the Tian Wuzong was, he would definitely not be his opponent. Seeing the changes in everyone's expressions, Fuxian was very satisfied. This was the effect he wanted. In fact, he had already broken through to the Dao Palace realm a month ago, but Fuxian was not exposed. He deliberately waited until Tian Wuzong was recruiting disciples before coming here directly. As for the purpose of doing this, it is naturally to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. Destroy a new force, Tian Wuzong, and then use it to intimidate other forces in Qingyun Mansion. But the only thing that Fuxian didn't expect was that the Tianwu sect acted so decisively, and he was not aware of it for a moment, causing the Yunqian sect to lose an elder at the 5th level of the divine transformation realm. But none of this matters. As long as Tian Wuzong is destroyed and Qingyun Mansion is unified, it is worth sacrificing some people. The Tian Wuzong killed me, the elder of the Yunqian sect, for no reason. This kind of cause and effect can only be paid with blood. A sneer curled up at the corner of Fuxian's lips. When he looked at Gu Wu, the terrifying pressure belonging to the Dao Palace realm was already suppressing him. He wanted to see the frightened look on the latter's face. But what Fuxian didn't expect was that Gu Wu's expression remained unchanged from the beginning to the end. No. To be precise, the other party was only slightly surprised, but then recovered as before. This made Fuxian's original confidence in winning suddenly become somewhat insufficient. Just then, a powerful sword intention rose from the Qingming sword, completely cancelling out the pressure belonging to the Dao Palace realm. Gu Wu's eyes looked at Fuxian with indifference. Is the Dao Palace realm very strong? Are you worthy of letting me, the Tian Wuzong, pay for your blood debt with blood? As soon as this statement came out, Fuxian was immediately furious. His eyes when he looked at Gu Wu were filled with murderous intent, but when he looked at the Qingming sword, he was even more greedy. Ancient soldiers. So this is your confidence. But do you really think that with just one ancient weapon, you can really be my opponent? Today I will let you see what the Dao Palace realm is. Fuxian has now decided that he will not only kill the Tian Wuzong, but also get the ancient weapons in Gu Wu's hands. An ancient weapon. This is a treasure that many Dao Palace realms may not be able to possess. If you can get it yourself, your strength will definitely rise to the next level. After all, the Dao Palace realm with ancient soldiers in hand and the Dao Palace realm without ancient soldiers are two different concepts. In Fuxian's view, when the Qingming sword fell into Gu Wu's hand, the pearl was covered in dust. These treasures are truly useful only if they are in your own hands. The moment the words fell, Fuxian took action boldly. He punched out, the terrifying fist shattered the void, the overwhelming power of air and blood shook the sky, and the supreme Tao Palace was born, as if suppressing the world. The divine power of the Dao Palace realm. It was revealed to him at this moment. The extremely powerful power of the soul made everyone's thoughts slow down. Some monks with weak cultivation levels could not stop trembling. So what about the Dao Palace? It is the Dao Palace that I am going to kill today. Gu Wu's expression was cold and stern. Even though the vision in the Dao Palace was shocking, he did not have any fear. He only saw him take one step forward and the Qingming sword was unsheathed. The magic sword is unsheathed. Among them, the blood power left by Gu Qingfeng was completely stimulated. A brilliant wave of heavenly power burst out, as if a supreme figure stepped out of the divine sword, and then the supreme sword intent cut through the world. Whatever energy and blood surged into the sky, whatever supreme Tao Palace, they could not withstand it now. Boom! Qi and blood dissipate. The Taoist palace collapsed. All the divine power of the Dao Palace collapsed at this moment. Fuxian's body stagnated for a moment, and then exploded, turning into flesh and blood all over the sky. This scene. Everyone's pupils dilated, as if they had seen something incredible. The section. The sect leader is dead. No, it's impossible. The sect master is a strong man in the Dao Palace realm. How could he fall so easily? The expressions of many monks of the Yunqian sect have changed dramatically. When they looked at Gu Wu, their eyes were filled with an emotion called fear. Fuxian is dead. And he was killed in one encounter. This is something they never thought about. It was clear that 1 second Fuxian was so powerful that he had the intention of suppressing everything with the Dao Palace realm. However, the next second, the opponent was killed on the spot with a knife. Gu Wu's sword not only killed Fuxian, but also shattered all the pride of the Yunqian sect. Now, Gu Wu swung his sword again and killed an elder of the Yunqian sect on the spot. This time, it was only then that the other Yunqian sect elders reacted, no longer caring about anything else, and hurriedly fled in the air. But how could Gu Wu let them leave? I saw under the Qingming sword, the power of the ancient soldiers was a dimension-reducing blow to the cultivators of the divine transformation realm. Every time the sword was swung, it could directly kill an elder of the Yunqian sect. In less than a moment, all the people from the Yunqian sect were killed. They were all executed on the spot. Elder Su Xian. What are the orders from the sect master? A beautiful woman in palace attire came out. Gu Wu said, next, you will be responsible for recruiting disciples. The other sect elders will accompany me to the Yunqian sect. From today on, I want the Yunqian sect to no longer exist in Jingyun Mansion. Yes. Su Xian nodded and accepted the order. Subsequently, Gu Wu looked at Xia Yunchuan and others with shocked faces, and said calmly, everyone, today is a grudge between our Tianwu sect and Yunqian sect. If there is any improper reception, I will tell you when this matter is over. Come to the door one by one to apologize. Haha, sect master Gu is joking. We understand that we should obey the authority in urgent matters. The Yunqian sect has always been domineering. Now that the Wuzong can destroy the Yunqian sect, it is really a blessing for the Qingyun mansion. I would like to wish sect leader Gu a great victory. When the monks from all sides heard this, they all hurriedly apologized and laughed, without any intention of showing off. Joke. They all saw the scene just now in their eyes. The majestic leader of the Yunqian sect, a strong man who was already at the level of the Zhendao Palace, was killed on the spot because he couldn't withstand Gu Wu's sword. Such strength is simply appalling. In this way, who dares to say that the Tian Wuzong is half bad? Seeing Gu Wu leading the other Tian Wuzong elders to leave, Xia Yunchuan sighed. Starting from today, the world of Qingyun Mansion is probably going to change. Dragon crossing the river. This is the real dragon crossing the river. Xia Yunchuan originally wanted to test the Tian Wuzong's strength and see if he could win over the other party to deal with the Yunqian sect together. But now, he found that he was thinking too much. The power of Tian Wuzong was beyond his imagination. Although Xia Yunchuan knew that Gu Wu was able to kill Fuxian only because of the ancient soldiers in his hands. But no matter what the reason is, it is an ironclad fact that the opponent has the strength to kill Dao Palace realm. Just like many saint forces, although no saint exists in the world, they can intimidate all parties and maintain their supremacy with a single holy weapon. So, a powerful enough treasure, no less powerful than a monk in the same realm. Obviously. In Xia Yunchuan's view, it can directly kill a Dao Palace level Qingming sword in an instant, which shows that the power of this ancient weapon is much more powerful than that of ordinary Dao Palace level swordsmen. Xia Yunchuan would never have thought that the fundamental reason why Qingming sword could kill Fuxian was because Gu Qingfeng left a drop of blood. The others also fell silent after hearing Xia Yunchuan's words. Yes. Things are about to change in Qingyun Mansion. The destruction of Yunqian sect is an unchangeable fact. But there was no joy on the faces of these monks. It is true that the Yunqian sect is gone, but now there is a Tian Wu sect that is even more terrifying than the Yunqian sect. If Tian Wuzong and Yunqian sect have the same ambition, how can they resist it? Your heir Gu Yang has taken ancient elixirs and has greatly improved his cultivation. Your heir Gu Xian has taken the mysterious elixir and has greatly improved his cultivation. Your heir Gu Xian has received guidance from Dao Palace monks, and his strength has improved. Your heir Gu Shennan took the mysterious elixir and achieved a breakthrough in cultivation to the bone refining realm. Reward improvement points *30. Your descendant Gu Xiu was attacked by a monk *2269. Your descendant Gu Xiu was attacked by a monk *3551. Your descendant Gu Xiu broke through to the third level of the refining organ realm in a life and death fight. Reward improvement points *80. Your descendant Gu Xiu gained a new understanding of the Sun and Moon Fist scripture in a life and death fight, and his Sun and Moon true meaning broke through to the 7th level. Your descendant Gu Xiu fought against a Grand Master Realm beginner monk. Your descendant Gu Xiu has received guidance from the 9th level of the Great Saint Realm's residual soul, and has obtained the Great Saint level inheritance Huangji Xianjing. Your descendant Gu Xiu has received guidance from the 9th level of the Great Saint Realm's residual soul, and has obtained the Great Saint level inheritance Huangji Baquan. Your descendant Huangji Xianjing. Huangji Baquan. Gu Qingfeng opened the information panel and took a look while practicing the ancient heavenly sword. Gu Shennan's breakthrough did not surprise him, but Gu Xiu's change made him concerned. After all, Gu Yang got a lot of things from the Great Saint Secret Realm, and it was normal for Gu Shennan, as his descendant, to get some cultivation resources. Now Gu Shennan is 13 years old, and his cultivation has reached the perfection of the bone refining realm, which is not really that amazing. After all, in the ancient world, the top-level Tianjiaos get a lot of resources as soon as they are born, and before they really practice one path, they have completed all 5 realms of body refining. Once they start to practice one path, they will directly achieve the Grand Master realm. At the age of 12 or 13, one can enter the Grand Master stage. So, it is not surprising that Gu Shennan reached the bone refining stage at the age of 13. However, this does not mean that Gu Shennan is not as good as these geniuses. After all, everyone's starting point is related to their growth environment, but for the real geniuses, the starting point is actually irrelevant to how far they can go in the end. Of course, for cultivators with average talent, it is another matter. Therefore, Gu Shennan's breakthrough is very normal in Gu Qingfeng's eyes, but Gu Xiu's change makes Gu Qingfeng a little concerned. Great Sage level inheritance. Gu Qingfeng has only mastered one now. Look at Gu Xiu again. The other party has directly mastered 2 Great Sage level inheritances. Xiu's current situation, is it related to the Great Sage inheritance? Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. Gu Xiu is a small cultivator in the refining internal organs realm. Logically speaking, it is impossible for him to cause such a big commotion. But if it involves the inheritance of the great saint, then it makes sense. After all, Murong Xiu only got the inheritance of the saint, and the huge Shenyang Holy Land was destroyed. A saint inheritance has caused such a big shock. If the inheritance of the great saint is born, the impact caused is naturally imaginable. However, at present, Gu Xiu is safe. Under the siege of many cultivators, not only did he not die, but his strength gradually improved. This is also good news. End of this chapter. Chapter 247 Demon World. Then, Gu Qingfeng looked at the information panel of the dead warriors. Your dead warrior Gu Yu took the ancient elixir, and his cultivation was greatly improved, breaking through to the perfection of the Grand Master. Your dead warrior Gu Yu took the ancient elixir, and his cultivation was greatly improved, breaking through to the initial stage of the Grand Master. Your dead warrior Gu Yu. Your dead warrior Gu Yu took the ancient elixir, and his cultivation was greatly improved, breaking through to the first level of the divine transformation realm. Your dead warrior Gu 47 accidentally broke into the demon world. Your dead warrior Gu 47 was attacked by demons *36. Your dead warrior Gu 47 was attacked by demons *366. Your dead warrior Gu 47 was attacked by demons *1219. Your warrior Gu 47 was seriously injured and unexpectedly obtained the legacy left by the ancient strongman. Your warrior Gu 47 refined the demon's inner elixir and broke through to the initial stage of the Grand Master. Your warrior Gu Wu used the power of the ancient weapon Qingming knife to kill Fu Shan, the leader of Yunshan sect. Your warrior Gu Wu destroyed Yunshan sect. The Tianwu sect founded by your warrior Gu Wu is famous in Jingyun Mansion. All forces are afraid of the ancient weapons and dare not act rashly. Your warrior. The information panel of the warriors has much more information than the information panel of the descendants. When Gu Wu killed Fu Shan, the leader of Yunshan sect, with the help of Qingming knife and then destroyed the entire Yunshan sect, Gu Qingfeng's face was very calm. With the power of Qingming knife, destroying a Yunshan sect is not a problem. And he also left a drop of blood in the Qingming knife, which can ensure that the ancient weapon's divine power can be activated to the greatest extent. In this way, even if Fushan is a newly promoted Taoist palace, it is impossible to resist the power of such a divine weapon. Unless Yunshan sect can also have an ancient weapon to protect the sect. But unfortunately, according to the news from the secret guards, Yunshan sect has no ancient weapons in existence. So, the destruction of Yunshan sect was doomed the moment Gu Qingfeng took out the Qingming knife. If Yunshan sect is destroyed, Tianwu sect will completely gain a foothold in Jingyun Mansion. There are hundreds of thousands of mansions in the East region. Who will pay attention to a small Jingyun Mansion? To put it another way, even if other forces really know the power behind Tianwu sect, they may not take action directly. Without knowing the background behind Tianwu sect, some other top forces will naturally not pay attention to a small Tianwu sect. On the contrary, if they knew that the Shenwu dynasty was standing behind Tianwu sect, they would probably not dare to act rashly. A Shenwu dynasty is not a big deal, but Gu Qingfeng knows that his existence is enough to deter many forces. Of course, nothing is absolute. If the Shenwu dynasty wants to get involved in the East region, it is not certain that all forces will remain indifferent. So, if Jingyun Mansion can be controlled quietly, it will be the best thing. However, what Gu Qingfeng cares about most is the matter about the demon world. Demon world? I have never heard of it. Gu 47 is the first batch of dead soldiers, but his cultivation should not be too strong. He can break through the Grand Master in such a short time. This demon inner pill seems to be quite extraordinary. Gu Qingfeng frowned. The appearance of the demon world made him instinctively smell a hint of unusual breath. Obviously, this demon world is definitely not simple. But looking back at the information left by Murong Xiu and searching the memories of other cultivators, there is no record of the demon world. Thinking of this, Gu Qingfeng sent a message to Hong Yi, asking him to find out about the demon world. In a hidden valley, a figure dressed in red, with a good figure and a mask that looked like a hideous demon suddenly moved, pursed her red lips under the mask, and then looked at the people below. From today on, you will do your best to find out about the demon world, and report any information as soon as possible. Yes. Everyone bowed their hands to accept the order. At this time, another person bowed his hands and said, "Master, someone just came to place an order. The target is an outer disciple of Yahua Holy Land. Should we take action? No matter what their identity is, as long as they come to the Netherworld Pavilion, then naturally they cannot be turned away, but if the target is a cultivator at the Divine Transformation Realm or above, they have to be put aside for the time being." Hong Yi said in a cold voice. She founded a killer organization and called herself the Netherworld Pavilion. Naturally, she wanted to make a name for herself in the East region and attract more cultivators to join, so that she could control more information. However, Hong Yi also knew that the Netherworld Pavilion was still weak, so all orders involving cultivators at or above the Divine Transformation Realm were rejected. The only thing that the Netherworld Pavilion would accept was orders below the Divine Transformation Realm. No matter whether he was a disciple of a Holy Land family or not, the Netherworld Pavilion would not care at all. This was because the top leaders of the Netherworld Pavilion were all from the Dark Guards, and they were 100% loyal, with no possibility of betrayal. At the same time, the Netherworld Pavilion secretly absorbed many cultivators and became its peripheral forces. For this reason, the Netherworld Pavilion had established many branches, and this was the real foundation, and only the real top leaders of the Netherworld Pavilion could understand it. The rest, there is no qualification to know it all. So, even if they offend some Holy Land families, at most they will lose some of Netherworld Pavilion's peripheral power and cannot affect the true foundation of Netherworld Pavilion. This way, I am not afraid of red leaves. In a certain city, there was an ordinary-looking monk who was sitting in a restaurant drinking. He was observing the surroundings with hidden eyes, as if he was always paying attention to any emergencies. "Master, do you think there is really something here that can awaken the immortal body?" While Gu Xiu was observing his surroundings, he was also secretly communicating with the great sage. Hear the words. The great sage Huang said, "If you want to awaken the immortal divine body, the Tianling spring is a must. As long as you get the Tianling spring, and then get the 9 death immortal grass, then you will have the things needed to awaken the immortal divine body. Even if it is complete. Once the immortal divine body is awakened, it can be truly reborn with a drop of blood. Only 1 drop of blood essence can be left behind to ensure its immortality. If it is a perfect immortal body, any drop of blood can be reborn. At that time, it will almost achieve true immortality." The tone of the Emperor's great sage's words was also a little excited. In the ancient times, there was a great immortal divine body that used the quasi-emperor realm to forcefully kill a strong man of the great emperor realm. It relied on the immortality of the immortal divine body. It was rumored that the immortal divine body was ultimately unable to enter the realm of the great emperor and died due to exhaustion of lifespan. These words. Gu Xiu was shocked inside. Immortal. Fight the emperor. It turned out that Gu Xiu followed the orders of the Holy Emperor and went to the Holy Land of the Holy Emperor, intending to use the resources of the Holy Land to rebuild his body. But I didn't expect it. The Holy Land of Emperor Ji had been destroyed many years ago. And because Gu Xiu inquired about the news about Huangji Holy Land, his whereabouts were exposed and he was noticed by many forces. In addition, the ring he was wearing was the Holy Lord's ring from the former Huangji Holy Land. This way, many forces believe that Gu Xiu is a remnant of the Holy Land of the Emperor, and that he may have the inheritance of the great sage. A chase. That's how it started. Fortunately, Gu Xiu had the guidance of Emperor Huangji, and he was able to escape from desperate situations countless times. At the same time, because he was severely injured many times, Huangji sage discovered some clues. Therefore, the great sage Huang concluded that Gu Xiu was probably pregnant with the rumored immortal body. To this end, the Supreme Saint specially used the top Holy Land to test qualifications, and tested it on Gu Xiu, and finally confirmed that the other party really possessed an immortal body. Just saying. This is the immortal divine body that has not yet awakened. After learning about this situation, Emperor Huangji was extremely excited. He had a divine body, and it was a divine body that could defy the heavens and be immortal. If the other party could awaken such a divine body, he would at least be able to enter the quasi-emperor realm in the future. And the quasi-emperor realm of the immortal divine body is by no means comparable to ordinary quasi-emperors. After all, in the ancient times, there were records of quasi-emperors with immortal divine bodies fighting real emperors. It can be said, once the immortal divine body steps into the quasi-emperor realm, it is almost equivalent to a great emperor. At that time, it was easy to rebuild the Holy Land of the Holy Land and reshape one's body. To know. Even when the great sage Huang was at his peak in the past, he was only at the 9th level of the great sage realm and could not go any further, let alone aspire to the quasi-emperor realm. So after learning about this, the great sage simply accepted the other party as his disciple and passed on all his inheritance. With your talent, as long as you awaken the immortal divine body, it will be a matter of time to surpass your father. Finally, the great emperor added another sentence. Hearing these words, Gu Xiu's eyes sparkled. Surpass father. This has been his dream all along. It's just that Gu Qingfeng is as powerful as a mountain that people look up to. Now that he knows that he has an immortal body and can one day be stronger than his father, Gu Xiu is also a little excited. But Tianling Spring is so important. If we want to get Tianling Spring, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Gu Xiu asked secretly. After all, Tianlingkan is something that awakens the immortal divine body. No matter how you say it, it is destined to be extraordinary. Emperor Huangji said, if the Tianling Spring is not used by the immortal divine body, it is just a thing for tempering the soul, and it is naturally useful for the Dao Palace realm. But auctioning something like this is all about money. With what I leave you, it is more than enough to win the Tianling Spring. But you need to remember that you must leave the Tianling Spring as soon as you get it. After all, it is impossible for monks of the East and West Dao Palace to miss it. Speaking of which, Huang Jishan paused for a moment, then spoke again. Of course, you can also choose to give up the Tianling Spring for the time being, and wait until your cultivation level improves in the future to find a way to seize it. After all, with your current cultivation level, even with my help, you will not be able to escape from the covetousness of the Dao Palace realm. It's not that easy either. Master once said that practicing cultivation is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you will retreat. If I miss this opportunity, I don't know when I want to get the Tianling spring next time. Step by step, no matter what happens this time, we must get the Tianling spring and strive to awaken the immortal divine body as soon as possible. And then, just settle things with those forces. A cold light flashed in Gu Xiu's eyes, and then disappeared again. He has never been a generous person. Now that he is being chased and intercepted because of the inheritance of the great sage, and has narrowly escaped death countless times, it is impossible to say that Gu Xiu is not angry. But the problem is that those forces are all powerful, and even the weakest ones are sects with gods changing their realms. With his current level of cultivation at the third level of viscera refining, the difference is more than just a star. Even if Gu Xiu has a strong foundation and is inherited from the great sage, his ability to defeat a Grand Master is the limit. It is currently impossible to defeat a stronger monk. Seeing Gu Xiu's determination, the emperor was very satisfied. Now you find a place to stay. I will personally guide you in refining the 5 internal organs magic elixir. Now that your foundation is solid, you will not have any problems even if you directly step into the 5 realms of refining the internal organs. Afterwards, if you attack the Grand Master realm, you will be able to officially practice Huangji Hegemony Fist. This secret skill was created by me in the past. As long as you can master it, it will be easy to kill the Great Master even at the Master level. When Gu Xiu heard this, he nodded immediately. Subsequently, he didn't stay here for too long, threw down a spiritual stone, and then turned around and left. In the ancient world, gold and silver are not the mainstream, spiritual stones and divine bloodstones are. However, divine bloodstones are precious and are generally circulated among monks in the divine transformation realm and above. For the remaining monks, they mainly use spiritual stones. Then, Gu Xiu temporarily rented a secluded courtyard in the name of his own casual cultivator, and then set up many restrictions and protective formations in the courtyard according to the methods of the Supreme Emperor. Although these restrictions and formations cannot really stop the strong, as long as someone touches them, Gu Xiu will be aware of them immediately. And then, Gu Xiu just took out the things he had prepared. This time, a faint light suddenly appeared on the ring in his hand, and a majestic and illusory figure slowly appeared in front of Gu Xiu. This is the Supreme Saint. The other party looked at Gu Xiu and said, I am currently in a remnant state. If I want to refine the 5 internal organs magic elixir, I must borrow your body. In this case, I will thank you, Master. Gu Xiu nodded. Subsequently, the remnant soul of the Emperor's Saint fell on Gu Xiu. In an instant, his temperament changed, his face became serious, and his eyes gained an unprecedented domineering aura. Look carefully, this is the method of refining the 5 internal organs divine elixir. A powerful monk must also be an excellent alchemist. If you ask for help in everything, you will definitely be controlled by others. Gu Xiu spoke slowly, and then he saw a wave of his sleeve, and flames rose out of thin air in the room, instantly burning an alchemy furnace red. Immediately afterwards, I saw him put in the corresponding elixir in an orderly manner and began to refine the 5 internal organs elixir. End of chapter. Chapter 248, Tianluo Demon General. With his body being controlled by the Emperor's great sage, Gu Xiu's current state was very mysterious. He was like a bystander, but at the same time he seemed to be refining the elixir himself. The original him. He knows nothing about alchemy. But now that he saw the great emperor controlling his own body to make elixirs, many mysterious insights came to his mind. Such a feeling. It was as if he had been studying alchemy for many years. After a long time, the flames dispersed. The temperature in the room was still scorching hot, but the great sage Huang paid no attention to it. He just stretched out his hand and saw the alchemy furnace opened and several pills flying out. The 5 completed elixirs are of divine elixir quality. It seems that the alchemy skills have not fallen much over the years. The great emperor smiled with satisfaction, and then spoke again. The elixirs of each grade are divided into 4 levels according to their quality, which are spiritual elixirs, mysterious elixirs, divine elixirs, and holy elixirs. The better the quality of the elixir, the less erysipelas it contains. For example, the spiritual elixir contains at least 50% erysipelas, the mysterious elixir has 30% erysipelas, the divine elixir has 10% erysipelas, and the final holy elixir has no erysipelas impurities at all. The more erysipelas in the elixir, it means that you cannot take too much at one time, otherwise the erysipelas will accumulate and the consequences will be serious. In addition, if there are too many erysipelas, it will take more time to eliminate the erysipelas. Therefore, for pills of the same level, the higher the grade, the better. Finished. Gu Xiu's body was shaken, and the remnant soul of the great emperor returned to the ring. After regaining control of his physical body, Gu Xiu looked at the 5 internal organs divine elixirs in his hand. He saw that the elixirs were mixed with essence, and a refreshing fragrance hit his face, making his physical body's energy and blood surge slightly. One of the 5 internal organs pills can refine one of the internal organs, and 5 of them can complete the refinement of the internal organs. However, for ordinary monks in the internal organs refining realm, it takes a long time to refine one of the 5 internal organs divine pills. However, the 5 Zhang divine pill, which is only of divine elixir quality, is not a big problem. When the voice of the emperor's great sage came, Gu Xiu did not hesitate and began to directly swallow the 5 internal organs divine pills to refine the power of these pills. The 3rd level of Zhang refining. Too weak for him. Your heir Gu Xiu took the mysterious elixir and achieved a breakthrough in cultivation to the 4th level of Zhang refining. Reward improvement points *80. Your heir Gu Xiu took the mysterious elixir and achieved a breakthrough in cultivation to the 5th level of Zhang refining. Reward improvement points *80. Your heir Gu Xiu took the mysterious elixir and his cultivation level broke through to the primary level of the Grand Master realm. Reward improvement points *120. Your heir Gu Xiu took the mysterious elixir and achieved a breakthrough in cultivation to the master level. Reward improvement points *120. Grand Master is perfect. When Gu Qingfeng saw the information panel, his expression changed slightly. He did not expect that Gu Xiu's cultivation level would suddenly improve by leaps and bounds, directly breaking through from the 3rd level of Zhang refining to the peak of Grand Master. After a wave of breakthroughs, Gu Qingfeng directly gained more than 600 improvement points. Counting the original improvement points, his current number of improvement points is over 1,400. Soon. With less than 600 improvement points I can break through the ancient heavenly sword to great success. Gu Qingfeng took a look at his attribute panel. Subsequently, he just continued to practice with his eyes closed. Period. Gu Qingfeng glanced at the information panel every now and then, paying attention to the changes on it. Gu Xiu suddenly had a breakthrough in cultivation, and he had a hunch that things must not be that simple. Sure enough. A few days later, Gu Qingfeng found that the information panel had text refreshed again. Your heir Gu Xiu was attacked by monks *3257. Your heir Gu Xiu gained some understanding of the Emperor's hegemony fist during the battle and killed the monks at the top of the Grand Master realm. Your heir Gu Xiu killed the monk *366. Your heir Gu Xiu was ambushed by Taoist monks, but luckily he was able to escape with the help of the remnant soul of the great sage. Your heir Gu Xiu was attacked by monks *2963. Your heir Gu Xiu was attacked by monks *6698. Your heir. This time, Gu Xiu was attacked much more frequently than before. Gu Qingfeng could tell the danger just from the words. Immediately, Gu Qingfeng asked Netherworld Pavilion and Tian Wuzong to search for news about the demon world while also intensifying the search for Gu Xiu. Since there was no movement in the eastern region, Gu Xiu must be in other regions. At this time, the communication jade talisman in the storage ring vibrated. Gu Qingfeng's spiritual thoughts fell into it and found that it was Hong Yi who had collected information about the demon world. A long time. Gu Qingfeng put down the communication jade talisman with a solemn expression on his face. So this is the demon world. It is recorded in the jade talisman that the demon world is an ancient world outside the ancient world. Infinite years ago, the demon world once launched a war against the ancient world. The flesh and blood of human beings in the ancient world are extremely attractive to the monsters in the demon world. If they can practice with human flesh and blood, they will be able to make rapid progress. Likewise, the inner elixir of demons in the demon world is also of great benefit to human monks. So, in those ancient times, wars often broke out between the demon world and the ancient world. Sometimes the ancient world invaded the demon world, and sometimes the demon world invaded the ancient world. Every time a war broke out between the two worlds, it affected the entire ancient world, and countless monks died. 100,000 years ago, the demon world invaded on a large scale and almost completely destroyed the entire eastern region. Many ancient forces suffered heavy losses. In the end, it was a great emperor from the central region who completely repelled the demon world. But that battle, the eastern region of the ancient world suffered heavy losses. This is also the fundamental reason why the eastern region has declined. The great emperor of the central region 100,000 years ago not only repelled the demon world, but also led the strong men of the ancient world to kill into the demon world, causing the ancient existence in the demon world to awaken. The two sides fought, and the ancient world retreated. It can be seen that the foundation of the demon world should not be underestimated. Gu Qingfeng's expression moved slightly. Great Emperor. This is almost the pinnacle of cultivation in the ancient world. The battle 100,000 years ago, covered by the years, is no longer known to many cultivators. Only some ancient forces with a long history have records of the battle. And some ancient secret sites may leave traces of the battle. The Netherworld Pavilion learned about the demon world from a declining family. Gu 47 can enter the demon world, which means that there is still an entrance to the demon world in the east region. I don't know if this entrance is a relic of 100,000 years ago, or it appeared after the battle. Gu Qingfeng thought secretly. However, after figuring out the matter of the demon world, he temporarily ignored too many plans. The demon world has unfathomable depths. Even a great emperor personally took action, but failed to blow up the demon world. Instead, he had to withdraw from the demon world. It can be seen that there must be a person comparable to the great emperor in the demon world. It would be fine if such a strong man did not take action, but once he took action, it would be very difficult. So, in Gu Qingfeng's opinion, Gu 47, who went deep into the demon world, is afraid that it will be difficult for him to come back alive. In this case, I can only hope that he can hold on a little longer in the demon world and see if I can get some useful information. Gu Qingfeng thought of this and looked at the death panel again. Your warrior Gu 47 was attacked by demons *13698. Your warrior Gu 47 was attacked by demons *23654. Your warrior Gu 47 killed demons *2663. Your warrior Gu 47 killed demons *3661. Your warrior Gu 47 was seriously injured, and at the critical moment, he used the ancient inheritance to escape. Your warrior Gu 47 refined the demon's inner elixir and improved his cultivation. Your warrior Gu 47 refined the demon's inner elixir and improved his cultivation. Your warrior Gu 47 refined the demon's inner elixir and broke through to the middle stage of the Grand Master realm. Your warrior. In the next few days, Gu Qingfeng had been observing the warrior panel. He originally thought that Gu 47, who was only at the initial stage of the Grand Master, would not be able to hold on for too long in the demon world. But he didn't expect it. The other party not only survived in the demon world, but also made a breakthrough in cultivation. Just by looking at the frequency of Gu 47 being attacked, Gu Qingfeng knew that the other party's situation in the demon world was indeed very difficult. However, Gu Qingfeng was also a little curious about the ancient inheritance that Gu 47 had obtained. Ancient inheritance. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be related to the strong men who have entered the demon world in the past generations. With this thought, Gu Qingfeng calmed down. He wanted to see how long this dead man could hold on in the demon world. The bloody sun illuminated the world. Scorched earth. Dead trees. The whole land seemed to be filled with the breath of death. And inside a certain barren mountain, there was a young man with blood on his clothes, but his breath was strong and stable. He threw a blood-stained inner pill into his mouth and then refined it with all his strength. The rolling energy surged and continuously impacted his body. After a long time, this energy gradually faded. Then, the other party swallowed a new inner pill. 1. 2. After swallowing hundreds of inner pills, the young man's body shook violently, and his cultivation suddenly soared. He had made a breakthrough. Grandmaster's late stage. Demon's inner pill is really a great tonic. Gu 47 showed a touch of joy on his face. Before entering the demon world, he was only at the peak of the Grandmaster, but now he has only been in the demon world for a short time and has broken through to the late stage of the Grandmaster in one breath. For cultivators, the effect of demon's inner pill is simply terrible. However, demon's inner pill cannot be refined at will. It is tainted with demonic nature. Once taken too much, it is easy to be infected by demonic nature and become a new demon. But Gu 47 is different. He has inherited the ancients, among which is a secret method called demon refining secret. The only function of this secret method is to eliminate the demonic nature in the demon's inner pill, allowing cultivators to quickly refine the inner pill power. Then, it is a top-notch inheritance called the Great Sun Immortal Scripture and the 6 Secrets of Killing Demons. Among them, the Great Sun Immortal Scripture is the top-level technique that points directly to the Saint King realm above the Great Saint. It is the inheritance left by a powerful man named the Great Sun Saint King. Earlier, Gu 47 accidentally entered the demon world and was chased by demons. He accidentally broke into the cave left by the Great Sun Saint King, so he got the other party's inheritance. As for the 6 magic tricks of killing demons in the back, it is the supreme unique skill created by the Great Sun Saint King. At this time, Gu 47 looked outside the cave, and his face suddenly turned cold. They caught up so quickly again. It seems that these dogs have a really sharp sense of smell. Without hesitation, Gu 47 left the cave directly. Not long after he left the barren mountain, he saw a demon with 4 arms and a face like Shura tearing through the space. Human race, you can't run away. Hand over your inheritance obediently. I may let you die a little more happily. Tianluo Demon General. Seeing the person coming, Gu 47's eyes turned cold. He was naturally not unfamiliar with this person. The so-called Demon General is actually a title in the demon world. Only the cultivators and demons who have entered the divine transformation realm can be called Demon Generals. The Tianluo Demon General in front of him is a strong man in the 3rd level of the divine transformation realm of the Black Soul sect. Gu 47 was ambushed by the opponent before, and was seriously injured. At the critical moment, if Gu 47 had not used the life-saving trump card left by the Great Sun Saint King, he would have fallen into the hands of the opponent. But now, encountered the Tianluo Demon General again. Gu 47 did not run away again. The last time he was severely injured by the opponent was because he had just entered the Grandmaster realm, but now he has refined many demon inner pills, and his cultivation has broken through to the late stage of the Grandmaster realm. Even if he has not entered the divine transformation realm, Gu 47 is confident of a fight. Seeing that the opponent took the lead, the Tianluo Demon General smiled grimly. A mere Grandmaster ant dares to resist, courting death. As soon as the words fell, A terrifying blood force burst out from the body of Tianluo Demon General, and his forearms shook the void and fell towards Gu 47 to suppress him. However, in order to prevent the opponent from being killed in one go, Tianluo Demon General also retained some strength. However, the next moment, the face of Tianluo Demon General changed. Gu 47 punched him, and the terrifying blood was like the sun rising into the sky. The extremely strong force actually blew up one of his arms. The flesh and blood burst. The bones burst. The severe pain made Tianluo Demon General's face twisted, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Impossible! How could your strength become so strong in such a short time? Faced with the questioning of Tianluo Demon General, Gu 47 looked indifferent and did not make any response. The power of the 6 techniques of killing demons evolved into fists, palms, fingers, claws, and legs, and the terrifying power was fully released, intending to completely kill the former on the spot. Tianluo Demon General lost the initiative. When facing Gu 47's attack like a storm, there was almost no room for resistance and fight back. Flesh and blood collapsed. Arms were broken. When Gu 47 threw out the last whip kick, the several-foot body of Tianluo Demon General was directly blown up by this force, and a large amount of blood rain fell down, and he was completely dead on the spot. Then, Gu 47 stretched out his hand to grab a blood-stained demon inner pill, without stopping for a moment, and directly flashed away. End of this chapter. Chapter 249 Ancient Teleportation Array. The Tianluo Demon General is dead. Soon, other demons came from the sky. Seeing the dead body of the Tianluo Demon General, all the demons had gloomy faces. One demon said coldly, "I heard that the human race is just a Grand Master. How can he be the opponent of the Tianluo Demon General? The Grand Master is completely different from the Demon General in the God Transformation Realm." In front of the Demon General in the God Transformation Realm, the so-called Grand Master is just a bigger ant. But now, the death of the Tianluo Demon General was completely beyond their expectations. Afterwards, another female demon said, "The death of the Tianluo Demon General must have a secret, and a human race actually appeared in the demon world, which means that there must be an entrance to the ancient world in the demon world. If we can find this entrance, we can enter the ancient world again." After the words fell, in the cold eyes of the female demon, there was a flash of greed. Human race. According to the records of the demon clan, this is a real tonic. If you can devour the flesh and blood of the human race, your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. In the past wars with the ancient world, there were demons who devoured a large number of human races and eventually broke through step by step to become the Taoist Palace Demon General, the Saint Demon King, and even a great demon comparable to the Great Sage. A battle 100,000 years ago. Although the demon world suffered heavy losses, but after 100,000 years of recuperation, the demon world has long recovered its strength. Now, all parties in the demon world are secretly planning and preparing to find an opportunity to invade the ancient world again. Now that there are human beings in the demon world, it means that there must be an entrance to the ancient world in the demon world. In this way, if they can capture this human being, they are equivalent to mastering the channel to the ancient world. When these demons think of the large number of human races in the ancient world, they are secretly excited. This opportunity cannot be missed. On the other side, Gu 47 has already escaped to other places. The demon world is huge. According to the information left by the Great Sun Saint King, Gu 47 knew that the demon world was actually as vast as the ancient world. This was an extremely ancient world. Demons. They were the products of this world. Even if he killed the Tianluo Demon General, Gu 47 would not be so naive as to think that he could fight against the entire demon world. Now that he had obtained the inner elixir of the Tianluo Demon General, Gu 47 naturally had to find a place to refine it. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. In the current situation where demons are surrounded, danger may come at any time. Only by improving one's strength as much as possible can one really go back alive. There is an entrance to the demon world in the east region. Maybe at some point, the demon world will make a comeback. Although the Shenwu dynasty is in Zhuzhou, if the demons really step into the ancient world, Zhuzhou will inevitably be affected. This matter must be reported to the court. Gu 47 thought so. But the problem is that the entrance to the demon world last time was a dangerous place, and the reason why he was able to walk out alive was completely a coincidence. If he enters again at this time, he will definitely die. In addition to the current movements of the demons, Gu 47 is not sure that he can hide his whereabouts. If the entrance is exposed because of this incident, the consequences will only be more serious. So, because of many concerns, Gu 47 plans to lurk in the demon world first and quietly improve his strength. As for the communication jade talisman, it can't cross the two worlds at all. Anyway, although the demon world is full of dangers, there are also many opportunities. If he can seize this opportunity, Gu 47 is sure that he can go further. After all, he also knows his talent. Normally, being able to break through the Grand Master is almost the limit. Although there is a chance of being promoted to the God Transformation realm, it is not too high. As for the further Dao Palace realm, the hope is really slim. But now, Gu 47 saw hope for further advancement in the demon world. Now, in a short period of time, he has already broken through to the late stage of the Grand Master. Now, as long as he refines the inner elixir of the Tianluo Demon General, breaking through to the peak of the Grand Master is a sure thing. To put it bluntly, as long as there are enough demon inner elixirs, not to mention the divine transformation realm, even the Dao Palace realm or even higher realms, Gu 47 has the ambition to look forward to it. Half a day's work. Gu 47 hid in a hidden cave, and then began to refine the inner elixir of the Tianluo Demon General. For him now, danger may come every minute and every second. So, Gu 47 naturally has to seize the opportunity to improve his strength as much as possible. I saw the inner elixir enter the abdomen, and a terrifying and violent energy suddenly burst out. The resentment of the fallen Tianluo Demon General emerged in the inner elixir, and the monstrous demon nature seemed to completely devour Gu 47's mind. Gu 47 had anticipated this change. He activated the power of the demon refining technique, and his blood and chi crushed all the demonic nature bit by bit like a millstone. No. The remnant of the Tianluo Demon General was full of reluctance and fear. He wanted to escape from here, but there was no way. Finally, the Tianluo Demon General completely died. Then the huge demon's inner core also collapsed, and the terrifying energy contained in it was no longer restrained. Seeing this, Gu Shiki seized the opportunity and began to practice the Great Sun Immortal Sutra, hoping to suppress and refine all this energy and improve his own cultivation. Qi and blood were rolling like a river, and the muscles and veins were vibrating. Gu Shiki's skin was all red, as if he was in a high-temperature oven, and the majestic blood qi escaped, covering the entire cave. Boom! Gu Shiki's body trembled, and there was a faint sound of tidal waves. After a while, it gradually calmed down. Open your eyes. A puff of turbid air was exhaled. Grand Master is perfect. As expected of the Demon General's inner elixir. There was joy and a little regret on Gu Shiki's face. The energy of the demon's inner elixir cannot be completely refined. After all, it is not the energy obtained by one's own cultivation. Therefore, after swallowing and refining the demon's inner elixir, most of the energy will escape, and only a small part will be absorbed by the monks. Otherwise, with the inner elixir of Tianluo Demon General who has cultivated to the third level of the divine transformation realm, this energy can at least allow Gu Shiki to directly break through to the divine transformation realm instead of stopping at the Grand Master's perfection. But even so, Gu Shiki was quite satisfied. Grand Master is perfect. It's just one step away from entering the realm of divine transformation. He could already feel the imminent movement of his own energy and blood, which was a sign that his energy and blood were about to transform and enter the realm of divine transformation. If nothing unexpected happens, Gu Shiki is confident that he will break through the divine transformation state within 3 months while in self-isolation. It's just that 3 months is too long. Monsters have unique tracking methods. If I really want to stay here for 3 months, I'm afraid that before I can break through the realm of divine transformation, I will be surrounded and suppressed by demons first. The most urgent task is to hunt other demons and break through the divine transformation realm. Gu Shiki took a deep breath and had already made a decision. Although swallowing the demon inner elixir normally would cause the cultivation level to skyrocket, which could easily lead to unstable foundations, these problems were not a problem in Gu Shiki's view. There is nothing to be afraid of if the foundation is not stable. Just wait until you have the opportunity in the future to gradually stabilize the foundation. As long as you improve your cultivation level, everything is possible. Say it again. While fighting the demon, Gu Shiki also found that his slightly unstable foundation caused by swallowing the demon's inner elixir had become stable again. Therefore, the weakening of the foundation caused by swallowing the inner elixir is not a big problem. The subsequent fight with the demon can stabilize the foundation in the battle. Killing the demon to seize its inner elixir, then refining the power of the inner elixir to achieve a breakthrough in cultivation, and then fighting the demon to consolidate the foundation. This can be regarded as a virtuous cycle. Of course, everything has risks. If you really encounter a powerful demon, you might become the enemy's food. It can be said. Nowadays, in the demon world, risks and opportunities coexist. Your dead soldier Gu Shiki suppresses the third-level demon of God's transformation. Your dead warrior Gu Shiki refined the inner elixir of demons and achieved a breakthrough in cultivation to the level of Grand Master. Your dead soldier Gu Qidian accidentally broke into the ancient secret realm and triggered the strong man's restriction and was killed on the spot. Your dead soldier Lu Shizhen was ambushed and killed by a cultivator in the divine transformation realm, and died on the spot. Your dead soldier Shen's Honggaiai has learned something from the life and death fight, and his strength has improved slightly. Your dead warrior Hong Yi secretly assassinated the top monk of the Grand Master, and the reputation of the Netherworld Pavilion has greatly increased. Gu Qingfeng looked at the information panel every day. When he saw that Gu Shiki had made a breakthrough in cultivation in a short period of time and directly stepped into the pinnacle of Grand Master, his eyes moved slightly. To make a breakthrough in such a short time, it seems that there is indeed a great opportunity in the demon world. Although Gu Qingfeng was already aware of the effects of the demon inner elixir, he was still a little shocked when he saw Gu Shiki break through so quickly. How long has it been? The other side just wants to make another breakthrough. If Gu Shiki is really allowed to grow, Gu Qingfeng suspects that it will only be a matter of time before he breaks through to the Dao Palace realm. In this way, the many secret guards that spread out can really surprise me, but there are very few people who have great luck like Gu Shiki. Many more people died due to various accidents. Gu Qingfeng looked at the information about other dead soldiers. People like Gu Shiki who were at home in the demon world were only in the minority after all. More people either died in the secret realm or fell into the hands of other strong men. This is also normal. After all, the ancient world is so big, there is no order among the monks, everything is based on strength. The weak eat the strong. It is common for the strong to control the life and death of the weak. The so-called rules and order are all based on the equality of both parties. Otherwise, these things are equivalent to being in vain. 3,000 secret guards are too few after all. I don't know when we can get another group of secret guards. If the number of secret guards can be greatly increased and spread throughout the ancient world, they will definitely give me a surprise in the future. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. What a pity. The Dark Guard Death Soldier was not something he could get if he wanted to. He could only wait and see if Gu Yang's subsequent breakthrough could trigger the Death Soldier reward again. The probability of triggering additional rewards for a breakthrough in a small realm is not high. If it is a breakthrough in a large realm, the probability will increase a lot. Yang is now at the peak of the Grandmaster level. If he makes another breakthrough, he can enter the Divine Transformation realm. It depends on when he can break through. The Grandmaster to the Divine Transformation realm is a big leap. Gu Qingfeng has a hunch that Gu Yang's breakthrough this time will definitely bring him a surprise. Don't think that it is not easy to break through from the peak of the Grandmaster level to the Divine Transformation realm, but with Gu Yang's talent and opportunity, it won't take too long for him to break through the Divine Transformation realm. What's more, Gu Yang also has an opportunity. A few days later, Gu Qingfeng glanced at the offspring information panel and his pupils shrank slightly. Your descendant Gu Xiu opened the ancient teleportation array and mistakenly entered the demon world. Your descendant Gu Xiu was attacked by demons *1669. Your descendant Gu Xiu was attacked by demons *3369. Your descendant Gu Xiu killed demons *681. Your descendant Gu Xiu killed demons *1128. Your descendant Gu Xiu was attacked by demons in the Divine Transformation realm and was seriously injured. Your descendant Gu Xiu relied on the ninefold residual soul of the Great Sage to kill the demons in the Divine Transformation realm and forcibly refined their demon inner elixir, breaking through to the initial stage of the Grand Master. Reward improvement points *200. Your descendant Gu Xiu's cultivation level broke through to the middle stage of the Grand Master. Reward improvement points *200. Demon World. Gu Qingfeng's face changed. He didn't expect that Gu 47 had entered the demon world just before, and now Gu Xiu had also stepped into the demon world. From here, we can see that there is definitely more than one entrance to the demon world in the ancient world. Originally, Gu Qingfeng wanted to find out where Gu Xiu was, and then personally take him back to Zhuzhou. But he didn't expect that. Before he could find out the situation, Gu Xiu stepped into the demon world first, which caught Gu Qingfeng off guard. Once he entered the demon world, it was not easy for him to intervene. More importantly, Gu Qingfeng couldn't find the location of the ancient teleportation array. Otherwise, even if he found the entrance to the demon world, it would not be easy to find Gu Xiu. After all, the demon world is too big, not much smaller than the ancient world. It is not so easy to find a person's whereabouts in the demon world. Immediately, Gu Qingfeng spread the news and asked the Netherworld Pavilion and Tianwu sect to find out about the ancient teleportation array and find out where Gu Xiu entered the demon world from. After doing these things, Gu Qingfeng took a look at his attribute panel. Name, Gu Qingfeng. Age, 53/6000. Realm, Dao Palace Realm 6th level. Martial Arts, Heavenly Vein Sutra, 2nd level, Heavenly Sword, Perfect, Great Wilderness Fist Sutra, Perfect, Divine Sun Sutra, Dao Palace Chapter 6th level, Ancient Heavenly Sword, Minor Success, Purple Extreme Dao Classic, Perfect, Lifeng Sutra, Not Yet Started, Nirvana Dao Sutra, Not Yet Started, Heavenly Phoenix Divine Art, Not Yet Started. Improvement points, 1814. In a short period of time, his improvement points have already broken through to 1800 points. As long as there are more than 100 improvement points, it will be enough for him to improve the ancient heavenly sword to the great success. During this period, Gu Qingfeng is also comprehending the ancient heavenly sword, and his understanding of this sage's unique skills is getting deeper and deeper. He has a hunch. He may not need to use the improvement points to break through the ancient heavenly sword to the great success. At that time, he can use the improvement points to directly practice the ancient heavenly sword to perfection. But the specifics still depend on the progress of the comprehension. If it takes too long for the ancient heavenly sword to be perfected, Gu Qingfeng will naturally focus on improving the points. Southern region. In a secluded valley. One after another, the powerful Dao Palace realm came here in person, looking at the ancient teleportation array in front of them, with gloomy and ugly faces. This is a one-time teleportation array, and it is extremely old. It is not known where the teleportation array leads to. Unless it can be repaired, it is almost impossible to repair such an ancient array. The speaker was a blue-clothed cultivator, and his words naturally made other cultivators believe it. This is because the blue-clothed cultivator is Lu Ruofeng, an elder of the ancient wasteland Holy Land, a powerful person who is aspiring to the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm, and is also very proficient in array formations. Now that the other party said it is difficult to repair, many cultivators are embarrassed. Wang Xian, the elder of the Wang family, looked grim. Is there really no way? This formation is ancient. The cultivators who set up this formation were at least 6th level formation masters. Without the same level of cultivation, there is absolutely no possibility of repairing this formation. Lu Ruofeng shook his head slightly. Wang Xian's heart sank again when he heard this. 6th level formation master. This kind of existence is comparable to a saint. Moreover, the status and position of a 6th level formation master is even 3 points higher than that of a saint. After all, many top Holy Land families have protective formations, and to set up such formations, they must invite formation masters. And then, if a formation master is given enough time to set up many formations, it is easy to surround and kill a saint. Therefore, a formation master of the same level is naturally not comparable to a cultivator of the same realm. But at the same time, it is not easy to become a formation master. 6th level formation masters are almost extinct in this era. Even if I are at this level, I am still far behind. Lu Ruofeng sighed. The 6th level formation master is also the realm he has been pursuing. No matter what, it is not easy to break through the formation together, and the difficulty is even 3 points higher than that of breaking through and becoming a saint in the Dao Palace realm. In this way, it allows the remnants of the Emperor's Holy Land to escape and live in heaven. The speaker was Zhou Muiyang, the elder of the Zhou family in the Southern Territory, who was also a strong man at the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. The Zhou family in the southern region. It can be regarded as an extremely ancient family of saints, and more than one saint has emerged from each generation. When they learned that there were remnants of the Emperor's Holy Land, and that they were suspected of possessing the inheritance of the former Emperor's Holy Land, the Zhou family immediately sent strong men to pursue them. I thought that it would be easy to deal with a little master monk. Never thought about it. The remnants of the Holy Land held many trump cards and actually allowed a little Grand Master to escape many times. Especially in the Tianlincoln auction not long ago, Zhou Muiyang took action personally, but the other party still escaped. That battle. Let Zhou Muiyang conclude that the great emperor did not die, but left the remnant soul attached to the monk, so that a Grand Master could escape in front of a strong man in the Tao Palace realm. Don't forget, everyone, the great sage did not really die. Although the great sage only has a remnant soul left now, the great sage's methods are by no means easy. If we really let it go, if a great sage comes back one day, I'm afraid we will all be liquidated. Zhou Muiyang looked at the other monks present and told a desperate fact. A powerful man in the great saint realm. Even if the other party only has a remnant soul left now, its background cannot be underestimated. At this point, this can be seen from the previous battle. If they had known that the Supreme Emperor was not dead, they might not have taken action against the Master Monk, but after thinking about it, this possibility was unlikely. After all, the temptation of the great sage's inheritance is too great, and the remnant soul of the great sage is not enough to deter them. So, now that it is known that the great sage is not dead, the matter of seizing the great sage's inheritance is already secondary. The really important thing is how to completely kill the ancient great sage. Otherwise, when the Emperor of Heaven really returns to his peak, who can stop him? Even if the Zhou family has a strong foundation and has produced several saints, they dare not say that they can stop a great saint. Hear the words. Lu Ruofeng's face was cold. What Elder Zhou said is true. When the Holy Land of Emperor Huangji was destroyed, we and other forces present were more or less involved. This alone is destined to stand with Holy Emperor Huangji. On the opposite side. Now we are taking action, trying to seize the inheritance left behind by him. These grievances can be said to be endless. Right now, this ancient teleportation array is temporarily difficult to repair. We can only send out manpower first to hunt for this sun with all our strength. We will make a decision after we find this sun's whereabouts. Lu Ruofeng's words made everyone else nod. In this current situation, that's all they can do. Who would have thought that there is an ancient teleportation array hidden here, and it is a one-time use? If they had known earlier, they might have invited their own holy soldiers to suppress the opponent personally. After all, although a Grand Master would not use holy weapons, the remnant soul of a great saint would definitely be worth using holy weapons. What a pity! The remnant soul of the Supreme Saint was so well hidden that they didn't know the other's existence until the previous battle. If it was clear earlier, all forces would directly use holy soldiers to suppress it. There is no regret medicine in the world. Under the current circumstances, all forces can only arrest him first and then make arrests. The southern territory is so big, they also have some hope in their hearts, that is, this one-time teleportation array is not far away. Even if Gu Xiu leaves, he will always stay within the southern territory. Otherwise, the ancient world is so big. If the other party is determined to hide it, finding its whereabouts is like finding a needle in a haystack, which is no easy task. Snort. Zhou Muiyang looked at the broken ancient teleportation array, finally snorted coldly, tore the void apart and left. Goodbye everyone. Wang Xian had no intention of staying for a long time, so he said casually and left. One by one the monks left, and in less than a moment, only the people from the ancient Holy Land were left in the huge valley. After looking at the teleportation array in front of him for a while, Lu Ruofeng sighed. Let's go. End of chapter. Chapter 252 More Offspring. Boom. Gu Xiu blasted the head of a demon with one punch, then skillfully stripped away its inner elixir, and then walked away. The whole process. There is no sloppiness at all. Since entering the world of monsters by mistake, Gu Xiu has gone from being shocked at first to being surrounded and suppressed by monsters. He has become quite familiar with monsters. The biggest characteristic of demons. Just a keen sense of smell. Once the aura remains, it will be easily detected by the demon. And the longer you stay, the heavier the remaining breath will be. So, naturally, Gu Xiu didn't dare to stop. But before leaving, Gu Xiu casually threw out a talisman. The remaining breath of himself was completely dispersed by the talisman. Not long after he left, other demons came. Looking at the corpses of his fellow creatures in front of him, the demon's expression suddenly darkened. Damn human race, I will break you into thousands of pieces. The words fell. This demon wanted to sense the direction in which Gu Xiu was leaving. But after a while, the other party's face became increasingly ugly. There is no aura left. It seems that this person has a very good understanding of the demon world. Call. On the other side, Gu Xiu got rid of the demon's pursuit. His tense mind relaxed and he immediately let out a sigh of relief. Master, how should we leave the demon world now? If you want to leave the demon world, you can only find other teleportation arrays. The Emperor's great sage's voice was also somewhat helpless. He never thought that the ancient teleportation array in the southern region would be connected to the demon world. That formation. It was the Supreme Sage Huang who discovered it before he died. Just because the ancient teleportation array is a one-time formation, the Emperor and the Great Saint do not know where it is teleported behind, so it is temporarily retained and a ban is set up to prevent others from discovering it. Over time, the emperor and the great sage forgot about this matter. It wasn't until not long ago that Gu Xiu accidentally exposed his whereabouts in Tianlinken and was discovered by other monks and surrounded him, that the great emperor remembered this place and guided Gu Xiu there. All the time, the emperor and the great sage all believed that behind the teleportation formation, it was probably related to a certain secret realm. It might be a dangerous place, or it might be a great opportunity. But he would never have imagined that behind this ancient teleportation array would be the demon world. If he had known that it was the world of monsters and demons, the great emperor would never have let Gu Xiu enter. After all, as an ancient great sage, he knew how powerful the demon world was. How much does Master know about the demon world? Gu Xiu couldn't help but ask. Emperor Huangji said, the demon world is extremely ancient, comparable to the ancient world. In my era, demons were not uncommon. Demons from the demon world often entered the ancient world in various ways and slaughtered creatures wantonly. In the ancient world, there are also strong human beings who enter the demon world to seize the demon inner elixir. This war between the two worlds is truly a life and death war. It's just that for some reason, demons are somewhat rare in this era. If it were in my era, wars between demons and humans could be seen almost everywhere. Speaking of which, Huang Jishan paused and said again. But it's not entirely a bad thing that you entered the world of demons. Have you ever known that there is still one thing missing from your awakening of the immortal divine body? Master, what you mean is that the 9-death immortal grass is in the demon world. Gu Xiu looked slightly startled, but he immediately understood what the great emperor meant. The latter nodded, yes, the 9-death immortal grass is in the demon world. To be precise, the 9-death immortal grass can only be conceived in the place where the emperor fell. However, any place where the emperor fell has great dangers. It is not that easy to go deep into it and find the 9-death immortal grass. As far as I know, there is a place where the emperor fell in the demon world. There was a seedling of 9-death immortal grass 200,000 years ago. Now that I have calculated the time, I think it is already mature. The great emperor said calmly. 200,000 years ago, during the war between human race and demons, Emperor Huangji was the great sage of the human race. Naturally, he had stepped into the world of demons, and even broke into the land where the emperor fell. There, he saw the 9-death immortal grass. But at that time, the 9-death immortal grass had just been conceived for a few years, and even taking it away would be useless. Therefore, the 9-death immortal grass was allowed to grow, and the magical medicine could be taken away when there was an opportunity in the future. It's just that neither the emperor nor the great sage expected that he would later die in Kyushu, leaving only the remnant of his soul alive. The place where the emperor fell. It was the first time Gu Xiu heard this name. The supreme sage Huang said, the place where the emperor fell is also called the restricted area of life. Any great emperor is an existence that stands at the top of the world. The fall of such an existence will naturally be ominous. Therefore, the place where the emperor fell is called the restricted area of life. Any creature that attempts to enter the restricted area of life may fall into it. Even if you are a saint or even a strong person in the great saint realm, once you venture deep into the forbidden area of life, you may not be able to get out. You are only a grand master now, and you are not qualified to enter the restricted area of life. Although the demon world is dangerous at the moment, the demon inner elixir is also the most precious cultivation treasure. The reason why the human race went to war with the demon world back then was not only to resist the invasion of the demon world, but also to fight for the demon inner elixir. These inner elixirs contain the essence energy of the demon's life, and the monks refining them is like taking top-notch elixirs, which can make their own cultivation improve by leaps and bounds. But the only problem is that the elixir contains erysipelas, and the demon's inner elixir also has demonic properties. And if you swallow the demon's inner elixir directly, a large part of the energy will be lost, but if it can be refined into an elixir, it can be used to the greatest extent. It retains the energy of the demon's inner elixir. Unfortunately, it is not that easy to refine the demon's inner elixir into a pill. The emperor's words made Gu Xiu feel relieved. He has already experienced the effect of the demon's inner elixir. He was originally only at the peak of the Grandmaster level, but now he has broken through to the intermediate Grandmaster level after taking the demonic inner elixir for just a short period of time. At this speed, if he continues to kill demons and seize their inner elixirs, it will only be a matter of time before Gu Xiu breaks through the realm of divine transformation and Taoist palace. The great sage Huang said, since there can be a one-time teleportation array in the ancient world, it means that there must be such a teleportation array in the demon world. As long as you find such a teleportation array, you will naturally have a chance to leave the demon world. Hear the words. Gu Xiu was silent for a while, and then found a place to refine the demon inner elixir first. The demon world is so big, and it is not easy to find a teleportation array leading to the ancient world. After all, even if the ancient teleportation array is really found, whether this array leads to the ancient world is still a question. Time flies. Spring and autumn change. This year, Gu Qingfeng is 55 years old. For 2 years, under the rule of the Shenwu dynasty, the situation in Kyushu became increasingly stable. Gu Qingfeng spent most of his time in seclusion in the sword-sharpening hall, silently meditating on the ancient heavenly sword. If your heir Gu Yang has some enlightenment in cultivation, his cultivation will be slightly improved. Under the rule of your heir Gu Yang, the people live and work in peace and contentment, and his virtuous reputation becomes more and more popular among the people. Your heir Gu Shennan has broken through to the first level of the marrow cleansing realm. Reward improvement points *50. Your heir Gu Shennan went out to practice and gained some understanding of the Qinglian Sword Sutra. The Qinglian Sword intention has broken through to the 5th level. Your heir Gu Shengxing has achieved a breakthrough in cultivation to the intermediate level of bone refining realm. Reward improvement points *30. Your heir Gu Sheng'an has reached the intermediate level of bone refining realm. The reward is increased by 30 points. You have a new heir. You name him Gu Shengqing. You have a new heir born. You name him Gu Shenxi. The reputation of your heir Gu Xian is gradually spreading in the Taixu Holy Land. There is no rival in the same realm as the Qingfeng divine body. Your heir Gu Xian has broken through to the intermediate level of Grand Master realm. Reward improvement points *200. Your heir Gu Xian went out to practice, gained some insights in the battle, and broke through to the lower level of the Grand Master realm. Reward improvement points *200. Your heir Gu Xiu was attacked by demons *13659. Your heir Gu Xiu took the demon inner elixir and achieved a breakthrough in cultivation to the lower level of the Grand Master realm. Reward improvement points *200. Your heir Gu Xiu took the demon inner elixir and achieved a breakthrough in cultivation to the peak of a Grand Master. Reward improvement points *200. Your heir Gu Xiu had an epiphany in the killing, deepened his control over the Emperor's fist, and greatly improved his strength. Your heir Gu Xiu was attacked by demons *23651. Your heir Gu Xiu was attacked by demons *29612. Your dead warrior Gu Wu has made a breakthrough in the Shenyang Sutra and has improved greatly. Your dead soldier Gu Chong failed to break through to the Dao Palace realm and suffered backlash, resulting in severe injuries and a sharp decline in strength. Your dead warrior Hong Yi unexpectedly got the opportunity to break through to the first level of the divine transformation realm. Your dead soldier Gu Shiki was attacked by demons *55648. Your dead warrior Gu Shiki swallowed the refined demon inner elixir, and his cultivation level broke through to the first level of the divine transformation realm. Your dead soldier Gu Shiki was attacked by the 9th level demon general of the divine transformation realm and was seriously injured. Your dead soldier Gu Sanliu strayed into a dangerous situation and was seriously injured. His cultivation level almost fell below the level of a Grand Master. Your dead soldier. For 2 years, Gu Qingfeng often paid attention to the information panel. He saw the changes in the Gu family's heirs and many dead soldiers. 2 years. Both Gu Xian and Gu Xiu's cultivation progressed very quickly. In comparison, Gu Xiu is actually better. Although Gu Xian joined Taixu Holy Land and became a true disciple, and because he was pregnant with the Qingfeng divine body, he was valued by Taixu Holy Land and had many resources to train him. But Gu Xiu also received the guidance of the 9th level remnant soul of the great sage, and he was in a dangerous place like the demon world, so he had his own opportunities. This way, Gu Xiu's breakthrough speed was, strictly speaking, 3 points faster than Gu Xian's. And then, it was Gu Yang who took in many concubines in the past 2 years and successfully left 2 heirs. This kind of result is what Gu Qingfeng is happy to see. In order for the Gu family's bloodline to grow, in Gu Qingfeng's opinion, it still has to rely on Gu Yang. One of the brothers Gu Xian and Gu Xiu is a true descendant of the Taixu Holy Land, while the other is trapped in the demon world. It is not easy for them to get married and leave offspring. In comparison, Gu Yang is the emperor of the Shenwu dynasty. Such a big country must have enough blood to inherit, so the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards and 3,000 concubines are indispensable. Although Gu Yang is not the kind of person who is obsessed with beauty, he still took in some concubines at the suggestion of many ministers. As for Zhongli, she was canonized as the queen by Gu Yang a year ago and led the harem. What a pity! Gu Yang's cultivation has now reached the peak of the Grand Master. Even if the ancient world has its own secret method to improve the probability of giving birth to offspring, the higher the cultivation, the lower the probability of giving birth to offspring. So if you want to strengthen the family bloodline, the best way is to get married and leave offspring before the Grand Master stage. Of course, even if you are a Grand Master or a Grand Master, there is hope to leave offspring, but the probability is slightly lower. Like Gu Yang, now there are only 2 more people. However, even so, Gu Qingfeng was quite satisfied. Adding 2 granddaughters is another step for the Gu family to grow and develop. Then, Gu Qingfeng took a look at his attribute panel. Name, Gu Qingfeng. Age, 55/6000. Realm, 6th level of Dao Palace Realm. Martial Arts, Heaven Vein Sutra, 2nd level, Heaven Sword, Perfect, Great Wilderness Fist Sutra, Perfect, Shenyang Sutra, 6th level of Dao Palace, Ancient Heaven Sword, Minor Success, Purple Extreme Dao Classic, Perfect, Lifeng Sutra, Not Yet Started, Nirvana Dao Sutra, Not Yet Started, Tianfeng Divine Art, Not Yet Started. Improvement Points, 2724. 2724 improvement points. Improving the ancient heaven sword is enough. Although Gu Qingfeng thought so, he did not think of breaking through immediately. Because in the past 2 years, Gu Qingfeng has gained a little from comprehending the ancient heavenly sword. He has already touched the barrier of the great perfection of the ancient heavenly sword. If he can rely on himself to cultivate the ancient heavenly sword to perfection, then Gu Qingfeng will have 2000 improvement points left. By then, the extra 2000 improvement points can completely cultivate the ancient heavenly sword to perfection. If it is an emergency, Gu Qingfeng will naturally not keep it, but now the Shenwu dynasty has no trouble for the time being, and he himself has no strong enemies, so there is no need to be so anxious. So, what Gu Qingfeng has to do now is to retreat and strive for the great perfection of the ancient heavenly sword. For a period of time later, Gu Qingfeng is completely in seclusion, and orders Gu Peng not to let anyone disturb him, unless it is a matter of life and death for the Shenwu dynasty. After giving the order, Gu Qingfeng directly retreats. The door of the huge knife sharpening hall is closed, and a terrifying knife intent permeates it, making it difficult for everyone to really approach. Father is in seclusion again. The news of Gu Qingfeng's seclusion was passed to Gu Yang as soon as possible. Gu Yang was already used to Gu Qingfeng's seclusion. However, Gu Yang didn't see many things like this, where the other party was in seclusion. He had a hunch. I'm afraid that Gu Qingfeng will have a great breakthrough in strength when he comes out of seclusion this time. Thinking of this, Gu Yang smiled faintly. That's good. The stronger father's strength is, the more stable the foundation of my Shenyu dynasty will be. Speaking of which, I have been staying in the Grand Master realm for some time. Now that my father is in seclusion, I should find an opportunity to break through the Divine Transformation realm. From Grand Master to Divine Transformation realm, it is a great transformation. As the master of a dynasty, he only has the cultivation of Grand Master realm, which is indeed not enough. It is not easy to break through the Divine Transformation realm. Even if Gu Yang is talented and in charge of the destiny of a dynasty, it still takes a lot of time to truly reach this realm. Just then, a voice came from outside the imperial study. Your Majesty, I, Gu Yi, request to see you. End of this chapter. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.